Chapter 1. The Beginning. As the blood-red sun dipped below the horizon, twilight gradually enveloped the land. On a narrow path to the west of the merchant city, a man in a black robe was sprinting with all his might. Just as he was gaining his speed, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the soft grass by the roadside. Warning: host is losing too much blood. Toxins are spreading throughout the body. Estimated 1 hour until life reaches zero. An eye-catching line of blood-red text pulsed on the virtual panel in his retina, providing a constant reminder of his dire physical state. Cough, cough. I can't run anymore. This is exhausting. This wretched game is really a scam. And for what? Just to take a trivial little item? Why do they have to chase me like I'm their mortal enemy? Su Hao gasped, his chest heaving violently against a nearby stone until he finally managed to regain his composure. He glanced at the wound on his left leg, revealing a bitter smile. On his calf, a palm-sized wound was highlighted, partially covered by grayish-white tufts of hair. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't merely a bruise but rather fine, hair-like strands that resembled moldy food, a grisly sight indeed. Though the wound seemed not too serious, it constantly throbbed with a deep, bone-deep itch that made him wish to gouge the flesh out. Unable to suppress his irritation, he muttered a curse. "You disgusting, vile monsters. One day, I swear I'll reduce you to mere corpses, no, to dust so you can't even wiggle anymore." However, he knew he needed to tend to the wound. Swiftly dying now would be a severe loss, especially since all his belongings would drop upon death. From his pocket, Su Hao retrieved a small vial filled with a shimmering, white liquid. He frowned at it. Those greedy folks have gotten stingier. The concentration of the holy water was definitely over 1.5 times this amount before. So what a bunch of avaricious morons. By the time I become a legend, cough, cough, I guess even then I wouldn't be able to outmatch those lunatics. Not wanting to dwell on it any longer, he uncorked the vial and poured the liquid onto his wound. Upon contact, a sizzling sound erupted, like cold water splashing on a heated metal, and a noxious, gray-green gas began to waft up, making him feel nauseous. The area around the wound filled with steam, as tendrils of grayish-white gas dissipated into the air, slowly transforming the grotesque injury back to its normal state. Huff, huff! Suddenly, a pale face emerged from the mist, its features grotesquely twisted like a famous painting, emitting a strange sound. Once all those fine strands of hair vanished, only the normal bruise remained on his skin, looking as if it would heal soon. Still retained the necromantic curse. Huh. Good thing I brought a few vials of holy water, otherwise I'd be in serious trouble. He shook his head and checked the latest notifications on the system panel. Host crisis has been resolved, still in a weakened state. All 4 attributes synchronously diminished. A relieved smile spread across his face as he tested his still feeble limbs and stood up to head back to the city. His task had been completed with minimal danger. He was curious about what reward that blonde girl would offer him. If he could receive some magical equipment, it would be a tremendous gain. Moreover, he discovered an unexpected bounty in the process. He pulled out a small crimson seed from his pack and examined it closely. This item resembled a red lotus seed, its size and shape identical to that of a common lotus seed, yet it radiated something special. Unfortunately, it did not show any miraculous properties at first glance. However, Su Hao had an inkling that his acquisition of this item was likely the reason the undead hunted him so recklessly. It must be a treasure. With this thought, he decided to return and seek out more information about it. Crack! Just then, a sudden noise came from behind him, and in an instant, he reacted, rolling forward comically in an attempt to evade the ambush, a clumsy but timely maneuver that saved him from imminent danger. Aru! When he finally caught sight of his assailant, he found himself staring at a massive gray wolf, its body stretching over 2 meters long, its head towering up to his thigh. Its glossy, shiny fur and muscular build exuded an intimidating aura, far surpassing that of any domesticated creature. This creature was a forest wolf, a fierce predator of the jungle, a nightmare for countless novice adventurers. Many had fallen prey to its merciless hunt. What made it even more terrifying was that forest wolves often hunted in packs. So many adventurers had met their end after unwittingly provoking one, only to be torn apart by the ensuing horde. Humans, greedy by nature, entered the forests in droves, hunting these fearsome beasts. Yet, the roles of hunter and prey were not fixed. It depended entirely on their respective skills. The forest wolf had likely seen the weakened human and had stealthily crept closer. Had it not stepped on a dry twig, it would have undoubtedly ambushed him already. With its stealthy approach thwarted, the wolf leaped at him, crouching low to the ground like a taut bowstring, ready to pounce. Swoosh! It fixed its gaze on Su Hao, waiting for the moment he exposed a weakness. When he finally swayed slightly, the wolf issued a low growl, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged forward. Surprisingly, Su Hao didn't panic. Instead, he smiled and, mouth opening, chanted an unfamiliar incantation. Living rope. A rope, infused with a hazy glow, slithered through the air like a serpent, binding the wolf's limbs and throat in an instant. As the wolf's resistance faltered, it fell heavily to the ground, skidding a few meters before finally coming to a stop. Aru! As it howled in anguish, Su Hao swiftly recited another spell. Fireball! A fireball the size of a glass bead instantly formed, arcing through the air and landing directly in the wolf's mouth, which had been left open in shock. With a muffled bang, a cloud of black smoke billowed from the wolf's mouth, and this once mighty beast slowly ceased its struggles. Host has slain a common beast, the forest wolf. Earned 3 points. A system notification floated before Su Hao's eyes, and he grimaced in distaste. Rubbish. It costs a hefty sum to learn just a low-level spell, and this measly point is worth what? And besides, the price of wolf pelts has plummeted. The best ones are barely worth 5 silver coins. I don't even want to soil my hands with this. He stood beside the corpse, feeling repulsed. If the spirit of that gray wolf heard his thoughts, it would undoubtedly rise from the dead to avenge itself against him. Beasts, fierce beasts, magical beasts, dragons, divine beasts, the variety of monsters was countless, yet wild beasts were among the weakest. For a mage to be defeated by a mere wolf would be a matter of shame. He might as well take his own life to avoid such disgrace. Where did that lotus seed go? He exclaimed suddenly, realizing in his panic that he had forgotten to secure the blood-red lotus seed. During his escape, any contact with the forest wolf could have cost him half his life, leaving him unable to focus on anything else. Gurgle. Sudden strange sounds echoed in the air around him, reminiscent of some terrifying creature feasting, causing him to anxiously look around, but finding no monster in sight. Hey, why is the wolf's corpse glowing? He scanned the area and spotted the gray wolf's body emanating a faint red light from the wound created by the fireball spell. Hiss, gurgle. Strange noises continued to resonate as the wolf's corpse rapidly deteriorated, seeming to age and fast forward, with the creature transforming into mere skin and bone in less than a minute. Soon, a wisp of red light rose from the corpse. Before Su Hao could react, it shot toward him in an instant. Damn! What is this? Su Hao stumbled backwards, panic rising within him, but there was no evading it. He could only watch helplessly as the red light struck his forehead. His palm, raised to shield his brow, did nothing to deter it. As if a phantom, the light passed through and fused into his very being. A wave of mysterious energy surged through him, leaving a warm sensation enveloping him, more comforting than a hot spring. Just then, a transparent system panel appeared before him. Absorbed special energy. Spirit attribute 0.1. Constitution attribute 0.1. Host has gained a mysterious mark, unlocking the exclusive skill, Crimson Lotus Absorption. Host's alignment has shifted to chaotic good, leading to hostility from divine churches. The host is forbidden from entering any manner of divine sanctuaries, may not undertake divine quests, and is subject to potential pursuit by the Holy Light Church. Cursing, Su Hao lamented inwardly. What sort of mess is this for me to deal with? A mournful roar echoed through the forest, startling countless birds from their perches as they took flight in fright. Chapter 2. The Scarlet Lotus, the Illusory Realm. This is the title of the game he is currently immersed in, the first of its kind that seamlessly integrates with reality, hailed as a superlative game that transforms the mundane into a fantastical otherworld. Its most striking feature lies in its ability to deceive the player's brain through sophisticated devices, thereby misleading the entire body and enveloping human senses, sight, sound, taste, and touch, in a shroud of virtuality, allowing the simulated to supplant the actual. This manipulation alters every perception, so when one touches a game monster, the sensation feels achingly real. He finds himself among the ranks of inconspicuous players, despite his initial enthusiasm for the game. He remains obscure, unable to even penetrate the top 100 in this third-tier city, Shandu. The reason is singular and indisputable. He is a recluse, a dropout who abandoned high school to pursue a career in gaming. He holds the dubious record of not stepping outside for a staggering 81 days. The previous game required no outings at all, donning a headset daily sufficed, and after more than a year of this lifestyle, merely avoiding the transformation into an overweight shut-in is a small triumph to AS for his physical condition. Well, one must wonder how many individuals, having spent an entire year in a cybercaf, could boast six-pack abs and complete a 3,000-meter run. Of course, that anomaly does not count. In the Illusory Realm, most monster quests are scattered across the globe, necessitating players to embark on real-world searches that complicate matters. Some quests outright prohibit modern transportation, forcing players to endure the arduous journey on bus Route 11. Thus, this once dominant player in the realm of virtual hologames is instantly reduced to mediocrity. At SU how massages his still aching legs, surveying his surroundings with a sigh of resignation. What a stroke of misfortune. I forgot to consult the almanac before venturing out. How could my faction change so abruptly? This is truly a cruel twist. Glory and faith. These are the twin pillars of the Illusory Realm. Glory is self-evident, encompassing all matters of fame and stardom, delineated through a system of rankings that categorize player prowess. There are numerous rankings such as strength, wealth, faith, and level rankings, further divided into global, national, and regional categories based on the player's locations that it is rumored that after a year of operation, a Grand League comparable to the Olympics will be held, the scale of which is yet to be imagined. Faith, of course, pertains to the veneration of deities. More than half of the players become acolytes, drawn by the enticing benefits that such faith offers. Furthermore, the divine powers are exceedingly formidable in the main world, with over 2/3 of the indigenous populace serving as followers of various gods. The deity's dominion over the natives mirrors the feudal hierarchy of medieval Europe, where divine authority eclipses royal power. Even a native king's ascension requires a papal coronation, whenever demons or undead dare to appear in human settlements. The idle priestly knights will swarm in like flies attracted to foul odors, ensuring the intruders meet a swift demise. Faction delineation in the Illusory Realm is exceedingly rigorous. Players gradually determine their alignment through countless quotidian actions. For instance, encountering an injured native in the wilderness and choosing to aid him indicates a tendency towards lawful good, while slaying him for his possessions leans towards chaotic evil. This transformation of alignment is a gradual process, necessitating the experience of myriad events that he never anticipated that such a trivial incident could catalyze an instantaneous shift. Moreover, the transformation of the corpse he witnessed evidently belonged to a life-draining spell, a type of magic exclusive to the demonic races. Should he, a mere novice apprentice, be discovered, he might find himself subjected to a public execution, akin to a live rendition of a sorcerer's burning at the stake. As the saying goes, chaos breeds folly, and he certainly does not wish to be among those of negative intelligence. Nevertheless, Suhao closes his eyes, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through his body, more soothing than a dip in a hot spring, as if countless delicate hands were conducting a full-body massage. Every inch of him feels exquisite comfort, prompting an involuntary, shameful moan to escape his lips. His face flushed with embarrassment. After a while, the warmth subsides, and upon opening his eyes to scrutinize his attribute panel, he is met with incredulity. Nickname: Charles Maestring. Profession: Mage. Crafting profession: Alchemist. Level: First Class Apprentice. Attributes: Spirit 3. 0, Strength 0.6, Agility 0.8, Constitution 1.2, Mana 30, Life 12. Points: 653. World Ranking: 1,234,567. He gazes at the attributes surrounding him in silence for a considerable time before finally exclaiming, "The demonic races truly thrive on plunder and slaughter. Their rate of growth is indeed fearsome." Spirit, Strength, Agility, and Constitution. These are the foundational attributes of a player, commonly referred to as the four-dimensional attributes, where 1 point signifies the average standard for a healthy adult male. The initial values of strength and agility reflect the player's true capabilities upon entering the game. And these two attributes are the most challenging to enhance, requiring concurrent improvement in the player's real-world physique. For instance, a month ago, his constitution attribute stood at 0.7, and now it has merely risen by 0.2. In the same time frame, his spirit attribute has surged from 1.5 to 2.9. Yet now, after consuming a single corpse, his spirit attribute has increased by 0.1, while his constitution has skyrocketed by 0.3, finally elevating his life points above single digits. It is noteworthy that he previously expended hundreds of gold coins and half a month of effort to achieve such an increase in constitution, whereas this effect was realized in mere minutes. He recalls reading in the library that many years ago, a mid-tier demon slaughtered tens of thousands of humans, subsequently harnessing the myriad negative energies of vengeful spirits, fear, curses, and hatred to ascend to the ranks of a legendary demon lord. Given the current circumstances, it seems he too might tread down this path of unrelenting bloodshed. What a terrifying rate of growth! A glimmer of excitement ignites in Su Hao's eyes, and a smile breaks across his face. At last, I possess the means to rival those individuals. As for whether it is wicked or not, it is merely a tool. Do I really need to be concerned? With his words, a blood-red lotus blooms upon his forehead, exuding an aura of unfathomable beauty, strikingly resplendent, that a wave of overwhelming malevolence radiates outward, silencing the once bustling forest, as countless insects and creatures cower in terror, trembling as if faced with a dire adversary. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the temple located in the western part of Shandu, the previously serene and majestic statue suddenly emanates a radiant white light. Before the grand effigy, the archbishop kneels in fervent prayer, and a figure radiating boundless luminescence materializes before him. Ethereal hymns resonate through the air, and the holy light shines brighter than the sun, warming and illuminating all. Although the figure is merely a projection, he does not dare to treat it lightly, hastily bowing and respectfully inquiring, "Your Holiness, has our Lord issued a divine decree?" A blood lotus blooms amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A nefarious being is manifesting nearby, destined to become a scourge upon humanity. The ethereal image is enveloped in an overwhelming light, dazzling like a sun. Anyone who gazes directly upon it would be injured, forcing them to bow in humility as a sign of submission. Convey my orders by any means necessary. Locate him. Bring him before me for personal judgment. By the holy light, all evil shall be eradicated. The spectral form gradually fades, leaving the archbishop with a solemn expression as he calls forth all priests and knights to relay the command. In an instant, a formidable knightly order mobilizes, while countless lurking evil forces retreat into the shadows, no longer daring to reveal even a hint of their presence. Chapter 3. Cogito, ergo sum. The last rays of the setting sun illuminate the city, casting a golden glow upon the uniquely shaped tower at its center. Shandu is an ordinary third-tier city, yet its surroundings are rich in resources, ideally positioned at the heart of a vast supermap, thus attracting countless children of destiny who take it as their initial stronghold. The tower at the city's center houses the Mercenary Guild, bustling daily with a throng of visitors. Not far from the tower, in a nondescript alley, a figure cloaked in black hurriedly approaches, halting at the entrance of a gray three-story building. The door of the building stands wide open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. Without hesitation, he pushes past the barrier and steps inside. But a layer of silver ripples appears abruptly at the door, yet it poses no obstacle to his entry, seemingly scanning him like a security checkpoint. Upon entering, he finds himself in a vast space. The ceiling stretches high above, with spiral staircases leading upward, forming an open void at the center, flanked by shelves brimming with books in a library-like arrangement. At the entrance, a girl clad in a silver robe, her golden hair shining like pure gold, sits quietly reading. "Greetings, I have come to submit a quest," Su Hao states naturally as he approaches. The girl looks up, closing her thick tome, adjusting her golden glasses, and suddenly stands in surprise, her face lighting up with a smile. "Did you find the book?" "Yes, indeed. This must be the prophetic tome you mentioned," Su Hao replies, retrieving the book from his backpack and presenting it to her. The cover is adorned with a mysterious magical array. He is uncertain of its exact purpose, but suspects it pertains to a stargazing array. commonly known as divination magic, based on some familiar runes and the central crystal orb, but he had been eager to open it earlier, but a magical seal prevented him from doing so, requiring a key to unlock and view its contents, namely, the input of the corresponding magical sigil. Attempting to force the book open would yield nothing more than a pile of worthless paper. It certainly would not be so simple. The young girl extended her hand to receive the book, her slender fingers gently caressing its cover, her expression a tapestry of emotions, nostalgia intertwined with trepidation. Then, gazing at him with a puzzled look, she inquired, "How do you know it is called the Book of Prophecies?" "I possess a modicum of knowledge in the ancient universal tongue of humanity." "Pray, what is the true purpose of this tome? Does it genuinely chronicle the future?" Su Hao allowed a hint of curiosity to surface on his face, but he had acquired this language while engaged in the prequel of Illusory Realm, namely the holographic virtual game's second world, to complete an epic quest chain. He had devoted over a month to learn this peculiar tongue, yet his proficiency was merely akin to that of an elementary school student-esque grasp of English. "I see. Indeed, there are few who comprehend this language," the girl remarked, scanning Su Hao from head to toe with a nod of approval. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Li Yar, the curator and administrator of this magical library." "Greetings, you may call me Zaire," Su Hao replied with a smile, extending his hand, only to find her not reciprocating the gesture, leading him to awkwardly withdraw his hand. "You children of destiny are rather peculiar. Are you truly eager to learn certain things about this book? Such knowledge may bring you considerable trouble." The girl's smile vanished, and she regarded him with utmost seriousness as Su Hao nodded. "Of course. As a child of destiny, my greatest passion lies in pursuing all that is unknown, even if it leads me into the abyss." The term Children of Destiny referred to how the NPC natives address players, signifying those born to fulfill the world's will and destined to save its fate. Each endowed with a protagonist's aura, ASA player, he was naturally inclined to accept quests. How could he possibly refuse? "I am a scholar mage, though my level is quite high. I lack formidable combat prowess, hence I require your assistance to venture to a certain location." The girl did not divulge the task's details, but instead waved her hand, causing a silver ring on her finger to emit a faint glow, from which she conjured a book seemingly from thin air. "Please accept this. It is the reward for your task. Kindly return to me at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow." "Very well. I shall take my leave for now, and I will certainly be punctual," Su Hao replied, taking the object and bidding her a polite farewell. These NPCs exhibited astonishing intelligence. Otherwise, they would not be perceived as real by players. And maintaining a courteous demeanor was undoubtedly advantageous. Most importantly, the treasure she bestowed upon him elicited an unmistakable joy that illuminated his features. Once he reached a secluded corner, he stood upright and addressed the void before him. "Confirm log off." The mechanical system prompt echoed in his mind. "Please maintain a stationary position for 10 seconds. Log off countdown begins. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Player has successfully logged off." The system's voice faded completely, and the surrounding scenery seemed to shed a layer of shimmering gauze, reverting everything to its original state in his vision. The once ancient and dilapidated structures of the other world vanished, and he re-entered the modern urban landscape. Illusory Realm, being the first and only game playable in reality, allowed players to opt for an in-game state or to log off, which reverted everything to normal, eliminating the bizarre monsters and scenes. After all, people must live. It is impossible to be perpetually immersed in a game. Upon returning home, his sister had yet to arrive. Even if she did, she would likely not greet him warmly. So he chose to disregard it for now. His parents had gone out to enjoy a trip, likely basking in the sun on the Mediterranean coast, so he could not rely on them either. After a refreshing shower, clad in a loose-fitting bathrobe, Su Hao sat at his desk, logging into the game to retrieve the book gifted by the girl. The tome was roughly the size of a high school literature textbook, albeit twice as thick, weighing approximately 3 pounds, and he could distinctly feel the magical energy pulsating from it. The cover was a deep crimson, adorned with an intricate magical sigil that dominated much of its surface. At the bottom, a line of small text read, "Authored by Lister." Lister shared the same surname as the girl. Could there be a familial connection? Su Hao pondered. As a professional player, he habitually sought information from every detail. However, this thought was not of immediate consequence. He straightened his posture and gently turned to the first page. The parchment-like paper was blank save for a single phrase. Cogito ergo sum. This line was still inscribed in the ancient universal tongue, described in the game as a special language wielded by ancient extraordinary humans, imbued with the power of law. Remarkably, the handwriting was exceedingly hasty, with each character embellished with extraneous flourishes, presenting an artistic flair rather than the solemnity he had envisioned. Frowning, he gazed at the inscription, perplexed as to how a tome renowned for its mystery, solemnity, and authority could bear such a style. Was it merely an ordinary magic book infused with power? A sense of disappointment washed over him, although the distinction was merely a matter of a single word. One could store and learn magic from the former, while the latter merely recorded magical information, their values incomparable, akin to the difference between a genuine work of Wang Shiji's calligraphy and a modern print. As the moon ascended, its silvery light filtered through the window, and he rubbed his tired eyes, casting his gaze outside, that a gentle breeze flowed in, carrying with it a hint of warmth. Resting his chin on his left hand, he snapped back to reality, astonished to find that absolute silence enveloped him. The sounds of cars, the chirping of insects, even the chatter of pedestrians had vanished, leaving the world in an eerie stillness. As if he were the sole inhabitant of existence, everything was fading, retreating. The vastness of the universe and its myriad beings were dissolving, all life withering, the world on the brink of annihilation. As if nothing would remain, that he stood alone in the endless void, even his own existence slipping away. "No!" Su Hao shouted, rising abruptly, his reflection in the glass revealing a visage drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror, mouth agape in an expression of profound fear, that he glanced at the time, 21:30. If memory serves, I opened this book at 2050. Where has all this time gone? Su Hao murmured, staring at the open book on the desk. The same black ink on yellowed paper still prominently displayed in the center. Cogito, ergo sum, Chapter 4, The Art of Meditation, What on Earth Transpired. The last time he practiced the basic meditation technique. Everything was perfectly normal. Why had this occurrence manifested now? Unable to restrain himself, Su Hao took a step back, his face etched with dread as he regarded the book, that he was instantaneously compelled to log off but managed to suppress that instinct. After several deep breaths to calm his racing heart, he once again seated himself at the desk and turned to the second page. Surely, the prior incident was merely an illusion, a mental disparity in the perception of time. People often refer to us as sorcerers or witches, yet we prefer to use the term mage as a self-designation. The prefix sorcerer is merely to convey our pursuit of truth, a quest that even the gods cannot impede, that I think, therefore I am, not out of divine pity. However, no matter how remarkable or great a mage may be, they all begin as apprentices. Thus, this book primarily discusses the spells accessible to apprentices and their fundamental principles. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. At last, the book had returned to normal. He had experienced enough of that unsettling scenario to wish never to encounter it again. Feeling more at ease, he could not help but voice his thoughts. Why make such a fuss over a mere apprentice-level spellbook? Clearly, that was a form of consciousness assessment. Had I failed, I would not have gained the knowledge contained within. One can only imagine the absurdity of the author's sense of humor. Nevertheless, for him at this moment, this book was precisely what he needed. Having spent a month merely scratching the surface, he had only mastered 3 level 0 cantrips. Firebolt, Animate Rope, and Acid Splash. It was not due to a lack of desire to learn, but rather the scarcity of powerful mages and spellbooks to impart knowledge, forcing him to accumulate skills gradually. This game pursued realism in every aspect. Even learning skills required one to engage in diligent study as if traversing to another world, which led countless players to complain that he turned to the 4th page, where a basic meditation technique was recorded, Cogito, ergo sum. It was aptly named after the line from the 2nd page. Meditation techniques could enhance a mage's mental capacity, facilitating spell control and accelerating mana recovery, making it an essential skill for every mage. That a silvery light began to flow from the book, gradually swirling into the air and forming a vaguely humanoid silver figure, striking a pose reminiscent of the well-known thinker. Cogito, ergo sum, basic meditation technique, requires 100 points for auxiliary learning. Do you wish to learn? The system prompt appeared, and Su Hao unhesitatingly chose to proceed with the learning. Although the game claimed to seek realism, it was still, after all, merely a game, and players enjoyed numerous privileges. For instance, players could opt to expend points to aid in skill acquisition, resulting in a tremendous boost in learning capability, enabling them to master complex spell models in a fraction of the time and successfully cast those spells. That it is somewhat frustrating that consuming precious points does not guarantee the acquisition of skills. And there exists a certain probability of failure. As his points dwindled, he suddenly felt as if his mind had opened the gates of divinity, operating at an astonishing speed that to illustrate. It was akin to transforming from a desktop computer of the 1990s into the latest supercomputer in an instant. Lines of text and symbols flashed before his eyes, intertwining, coiling, and separating in rapid succession, crafting intricate and enigmatic images. The visuals flickered incessantly, as if engaged in countless complex arithmetic problems, constructing equations. Ultimately, he sensed the formation of a silver seed in the center of his brow. Learn the basic meditation technique. I think, therefore I am. A peculiar enlightenment surged within him, as if he were adrift in an endless void, devoid of life and matter, with only his solitary existence in the infinite expanse. Upon awakening from this extraordinary realization, he glanced at the time. It was already past 10 p.m. This meant that he had spent over 100 points and several hours merely to grasp the fundamentals, and further enhancement would require diligent practice, not something attainable overnight. After all, while the basic meditation technique is merely the most rudimentary form of meditation, it suffices for him to progress to a second-tier mage. System. He summoned the system panel, his gaze sweeping over the attributes, fixating on the two newly added icons below. Point 1 was the silver seed, representing the meditation technique he had just formed. The other was a blood-red lotus, emanating an aura of endless slaughter. Gazing upon it was akin to witnessing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, sending chills down his spine. He instinctively averted his gaze, focusing instead on the silver seed, where lines of text promptly materialized before him. I think. Therefore I am. Basic meditation technique, beginner level, restores 0.2 mana per second while in use, increases mental capacity by 0.1 once per day, enhances spellcasting efficiency and success rate, can assist in constructing spell cores. Wow! What a significant gain! This should be regarded as the pinnacle of basic meditation techniques. Those fellows on the forum seem to only restore 0.1 mana per second. Su Imo nodded, feeling for the first time that the recent trial was indeed worthwhile, though it was fraught with danger. It afforded him a substantial advantage over ordinary players. Previously, he had only employed the ubiquitous basic meditation technique, which yielded pitiful results, restoring a mere 0.05 mana per second, allowing for a mere 0.1 increase in mental attributes every 3 days, culminating in a scant 1-point increase over the course of a month. According to the information he had gathered, mana is essentially the energy that mages absorb from the surrounding environment, which they then convert and store within themselves to serve as a catalyst for casting spells. The maximum mana capacity is tenfold that of the mental capacity. Thus, for every 0.1 increase in mental attributes, the maximum mana capacity increases by 1 point. That for the second skill. He sighed, feeling a sense of dilemma. Crimson Lotus, a mysterious spell, release time of 0.1 seconds, consumes 3 mana and 0.3 mental energy per use. Capable of devouring the life force and souls of corpses to replenish the caster, enhancing physical and mental attributes, but carries unknown risks. This skill evidently belonged to the spells of abyssal demons, should it be seen by others. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of those self-proclaimed champions of justice, those individuals who espouse ideals of righteousness, light, and goodness, are often merciless in their actions, far more ruthless than even berserkers. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and began to practice the newly acquired meditation technique. Regardless of what the future held, enhancing his strength could never be a misstep. To meditate, one must first maintain a pure mind. Envisioning a vast expanse of emptiness, surrounded by nothingness, Su Hao sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and entered into meditation, his demeanor tranquil as if he were asleep. Host's mental capacity increased by 0.1. After an indeterminate period, he awoke gradually, glancing at the newly emerged system notification. Not bad. I should aim for at least once a day moving forward. For native mages, daily meditation is considered a fundamental practice. Only through years of dedicated training can they enhance their mental abilities and become formidable forces. As a child of destiny, he was not overly concerned, stroking his smooth chin and muttering to himself, "Since my mental attributes have reached 3 points, it is time to attempt advancing to a second-tier apprentice." Zero-level mages, also known as apprentice level, are categorized into first, second, and third-tier apprentices from lowest to highest. The requirements for a first-tier apprentice are minimal. One need only have slightly above-average mental capacity, exceeding 1 point, and learn the meditation technique to absorb energy from the environment to form their own mana, at which point they are considered a first-tier apprentice. Mages at this stage are exceedingly weak due to the limitations of their mental capacity, able to learn only 3 to 5 zero-level cantrips, and are unable to wield magical equipment, often facing awkward situations requiring physical confrontation. However, once they refine their mental runes and advance to the second tier, such circumstances improve significantly. Mental runes reside above the mental sea at the center of the brow. They are unique patterns formed by the convergence of mental energy and mana. These runes derive from the ancient mage's analysis and imitation of the laws of nature. The more one condenses, the easier it becomes to manipulate the energy of the cosmos. He furrowed his brow, attempting to inscribe his own mental rune in his mind, but alas, he failed. The ethereal nature of mental energy made it as elusive as air, not easily gathered. Thus, he continued to attempt this for many hours. As time slipped away, until 1 o'clock in the morning, Su Hao's furrowed brow finally relaxed. He had formed his first mental rune that resembled a small silver token, engraved with intricate and profound patterns, floating above a vast expanse of light blue ocean. With the formation of this rune, he could now distinctly sense the omnipresent particles of energy surrounding him. He glanced at the system attribute panel, and his level had successfully advanced to second-tier apprentice. Yet his mental attributes had not increased in the slightest, which he expected. "I believe that when advancing to third-tier apprentice, my mental attributes will experience a significant boost. I'll worry about that later. It's only 1 o'clock in the morning. There is still time to learn another zero-level cantrip." He rose from his bed and once more seated himself at his writing desk, opening the hefty tome of magic. Su Hao could assure himself that he had never been this diligent, even during his school years. Chapter 5. The Couch Potato. Welcome to the Illusory Realm. In the bustling commercial pedestrian street, a virtual projector at the intersection displayed an interview scene. Drawing the attention of passers-by on the screen, a middle-aged man in a suit waved a microphone, passionately describing, "The Illusory Realm is unlike traditional AR, VR, or MR. It is a groundbreaking technological marvel that connects users through brainwave technology, allowing them to enjoy the allure of virtual games while remaining fully conscious, transforming the tedious reality into a fantastical otherworld, enabling you to wield world-shattering magic and martial arts in the city, battling formidable creatures such as dragons and demons, becoming the hero that safeguards the world. This is the Illusory Realm." Most importantly, the Illusory Realm allows individuals to strengthen their bodies through gameplay. Consequently, countless urban white-collar workers in suboptimal health have flocked to this, seeking to eradicate various occupational ailments through the medium of gaming. Do they truly believe this game is a panacea? At this rate, they might as well claim it grants immortality. Su Hao scoffed, adjusting his cap uncomfortably as he navigated through the crowd. Each passerby brushed past him, seemingly oblivious to his presence, yet he felt as if he were strutting down a runway, acutely aware of every gaze upon him, leaving him feeling prickly and uneasy. As a creature known as a couch potato, he felt utterly out of place. At 8 in the morning, with the sun just rising, Su Hao punctually arrived at the designated location, intending to team up with his best friend for a quest. Given that personal terminals and friend communication were rendered inoperative once logged in, and that logging out required a minimum of 1 hour before logging back in, players typically communicated all necessary details beforehand to avoid complications. The Temple of the Fire God, naturally dedicated to the deity of flames, karst at the grand intersection before the majestic temple. Dozens of players wandered about, loudly discussing or shouting for team formations. Indeed, it felt rather embarrassing. Suhao noted the curious glances from some passers-by, feeling helpless at the thought. Only players could perceive these bizarre scenes, so to those not immersed in the game, they merely appeared as a group of eccentric individuals. At this moment, beneath a firebird towering over 3 meters with outstretched wings, stood a rather ordinary 4-player team. The captain was a tall girl clad in a red robe, wielding a staff adorned with a crimson gem, her fiery red hair cascading lazily over her robe, and her sapphire-like eyes filled with confusion as she looked at the silver-armored man beside her. Li Shi. One may be powerful in a virtual holographic game, but that does not guarantee the same prowess in reality. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Mu Qingxi, worry not. My buddy is a top-tier player from the last game. He would never lead you astray, Li Shi replied with a beaming smile, his impressive height and robust physique making him particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Just don't end up tripping and falling after a few steps. Beside them stood a petite girl clad in a gray trench coat, her tone dripping with disdain as she lowered her voice deliberately for the two to overhear. Last time, that one claimed to be a king-level warrior, yet after just a few steps, he was utterly exhausted. Like a dog at a bunch of pathetic gamers. No wonder they can't find girlfriends. Zhou Yao, I understand that you're feeling down after breaking up with your boyfriend, but don't take your frustrations out on others. The team leader, a girl named Mu Qingxi, let out a cold snort, immediately silencing the complaints that Li Shi cast her a glance, his eyes filled with mockery. No matter how beautiful she might be, he had no interest in pursuing such a two-faced person, and he refrained from saying much out of respect for Mu Qingxi. All right, since we've summoned them here, let us refrain from further comments. Point 1 must honor their word, Mu Qingxi stated, gently clapping her hands. Another girl dressed in white stood quietly, not uttering a word. That a few minutes later, a young man clad in a wizardess robe approached, with black hair and eyes, his features merely delicate. What a pathetic novice staff and novice robe. He probably hasn't learned any skills. What use is such a mage? Zhou Yao complained once more. This time Mu Qingxi remained silent, sharing a hint of discontent. Mouse, over here, Li Shi waved his hand, and as his close friend approached, he grinned and introduced him. This is my buddy Suhao, a top-tier player in Second World. Hello, Suhao nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. His friend was utterly unreliable, willingly playing the role of a flower protector. Had he known there would be 3 girls, he would have thought twice before coming. Still, why did that girl in gray look at him with such hostility? He gazed at her in confusion, unsure of what he had done to provoke her. Now that everyone is here, let us set off. Mu Qingxi surveyed the group and turned to Suhao. This time it's a temple mission, which will grant us 10 faith points upon completion, so we cannot afford to fail, regardless of your past. I hope you can give your all. Of course, Suhao nodded in understanding, enviously eyeing her equipment. Did I end the game? Players were divided into 2 major factions, those with faith and those without. The latter consisted of ranged mages and melee warriors, with him being a mage and his friend Li Shi a warrior. Players who believed in the gods, while burdened by the intricate rituals of worship, reaped far greater benefits than their faithless counterparts. The temple held countless quests awaiting exploration, with rewards significantly superior to ordinary tasks. The ranks of believers were classified into 5 levels: non-believers, casual believers, true believers, fanatics, and saints. Faith points served as the standard for rank classification. Accumulating enough points would elevate one's faith level. The higher the faith level, the more favorable treatment one received in the temple. Moreover, the power of divine spells was formidable. Intriguingly, reaching the fanatic level allowed one to expend points to summon divine assistance. If one couldn't win, they could simply rely on the gods to intervene. Truly a cheat. Thus, under equivalent circumstances, believers advanced more swiftly than their faithless peers, especially regarding equipment. Mu Qingxi glanced at his shabby gear, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Yet she said nothing further. leading the way with determination. Su Hao, unbothered by the disparaging looks, followed her with a calm demeanor. However, another individual blocked his path, sneering, "With your pathetic self, do you think you can defeat even the weakest snot monster?" "I should be able to, considering I've learned the Acid Splash 0-level spell," Su Hao replied calmly, perplexed by the hostility directed at him. The snot monster referred to slimes, among the lowest tier of monsters alongside goblins and kobolds, found abundantly outside the city, serving as mere fodder for novice players to gain experience and acquire low-quality gear. Humph. And you dare call yourself a master? With your trash gear, how can you even think of playing the protector? Have you looked in the mirror, Zhou Yao? Don't go too far with that ragged equipment of yours. You dare to mock others? You're nothing but a flower vase who only knows how to flaunt. Li Shi interrupted her harshly, his tone devoid of any politeness that he could no longer tolerate her attitude. For he had invited his friend to assist, not to be subjected to insults. Zhou Yao retorted with a cold laugh. "Am I wrong? You gamers are all just pathetic losers. It's as if you've never seen a woman, the moment one appears. You all swarm like flies, completely disgusting. Look at yourselves. No money, no house, no car. What gives you the right to pursue anyone?" At that moment, Su Hao stepped forward, his gaze steady as he looked at her. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before." Zhou Yao shot back with disdain. That Su Hao sighed. "To be honest, you're the first person I've encountered like this that I didn't want to get angry. But your words have truly crossed the line. Humph. All you do is play games, unkempt and filthy, wearing the same shorts and t-shirts for days on end. Have you no shame? All right then, let me ask you. What are your monthly expenses, including clothing and cosmetics? Curious. I spend over 5,000 credit points on cosmetics alone each month, and with other expenses, it starts at 10,000, but with your meager funds too cheap. I could support you for a year with just one dive into the abyss of secrets. My annual income could easily cover dozens of girls like you." Su Hao waved his hand dismissively, speaking with calm confidence. You bully people." Zhou Yao's face turned pale with anger, struggling to articulate a complete sentence as she pointed at him. "Enough, both of you. Cease this bickering," Mu Qingxi interjected. Her brow furrowed in annoyance. I need to follow you?" Su Hao asked earnestly, looking at her intently. That a team leader is the commander of a group, the core that determines whether a team can unleash its potential. And although he possessed formidable strength in the virtual game, he was not a qualified commander. That responsibility lay with someone else. His role was simply to unleash his prowess. "Zhou Yao is my friend's sister. I apologize on her behalf for her earlier rudeness. What she said was indeed excessive. I hope you can forgive her. She has been heartbroken these past few days, and her sister asked me to help her unwind. So please understand." Mu Qingxi slightly bowed her head in apology, while Zhou Yao scoffed, turning her head away without responding to any need for apologies. "I'm not particularly bothered," Su Hao replied, naturally choosing not to hold a grudge against Mu Qingxi's sincere apology, as that would be rather unbecoming. However, he felt a strong desire to leave, especially since the team consisted of 3 girls, all undeniably beautiful, and he might encounter some flower protectors. Yet he sighed internally, deciding against leaving just yet. For the sake of his friend's happiness, he could endure a little discomfort, though deep down, he hardly believed his friend could win over the beautiful team leader. After a brief yet heated dispute, the team finally set off, heading south towards the outskirts of the city. Typically, cities were bustling with activity, and most secret realms and adventure sites were located outside urban areas, often in sparsely populated suburbs or even desolate wilderness. As society evolved, the once individualistic farming practices of Huagua had transformed into large mechanized farms, and traditional villages had largely vanished, with their inhabitants migrating to cities or establishing new towns. Today, with advanced agricultural technology, less than 1/10 of the original farmland sufficed to sustain billions of people, prompting many areas to be reforested, grassed, or flooded. Moreover, with substantial government support, the gaming industry had reached agreements with countless farms, effectively turning the entire nation into a gaming map, with other countries following suit. Coupled with various secret realms, abysses, and celestial realms, the total gaming map area was roughly estimated to be over 100 times that of Earth. Setting aside these thoughts, the 5-person group arrived at the outskirts of the city, where the landscape had undergone a dramatic transformation, revealing the burning plains, one of the four super maps surrounding the bustling metropolis. The sky was shrouded in lead gray, the sun dimly hanging above, while the ground nearby flowed with crimson magma, clouds of black smoke billowing as the acrid scent of sulfur assaulted their senses. Making several of them visibly uncomfortable. Two steep hills loomed ahead, with a narrow path between them, at the entrance of which stood a small outpost. As they approached the outpost, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion met them, his face breaking into a warm smile as he approached. "You must be the adventurers sent by the temple, right? Greetings, we come in obedience to the will of the gods to resolve your troubles." Mu Qingxi, as the team leader, stepped forward without hesitation, placing a hand on her chest, her expression serious, even eagerly awaiting your arrival. "We were at our wits' end waiting for help," the middle-aged man sighed in relief. Su Hao observed him with curiosity, noting his worn chainmail armor, unkempt beard, bloodshot eyes, and a face etched with fatigue, suggesting he had a proper rest in quite some time. His demeanor was utterly genuine, more real than any performance in a film, leaving Su Hao marveling at the authenticity of even a mere supporting character. Did countless staff members truly portray these NPCs? "Could you elaborate on the specifics of the task?" Mu Qingxi inquired softly. "Of course. Please come in for a detailed discussion," the man replied with a courteous gesture, and several individuals followed him into the outpost without hesitation. That a sunstone hung from the ceiling, illuminating the exceedingly arid room, revealing that there were already a few individuals inside. Judging by their uniform attire, they appeared to be subordinates of the middle-aged man. However, they seemed to have suffered some injuries, each one appearing listless as they sat there. Upon seeing Su Hao and his companions enter, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, as Su Hao noticed an object draped in gray cloth in the corner of the room, and from its outline, it was easy to deduce that it must be a corpse. The man noticed his gaze and sighed heavily, saying, "This place is situated at the very edge of the burning plains. Typically, only fire beetles, fire scorpions, and flame hounds occasionally wander through, which isn't much of an issue. Just the day before yesterday, a nearby village was attacked by monsters, and by the time we arrived—" "What happened?" Mu Qingxi interjected at the opportune moment. "The entire village, over 100 people, was wiped out. Not a single survivor. Moreover, that's not all. Look." He glanced around anxiously, and several young subordinates wore expressions of sheer terror. Then he walked over and lifted the gray cloth, revealing the concealed object beneath. Su Hao and the others gasped in shock, for it was indeed a genuine corpse, displayed without any modifications or pixelation, laid bare before them. The face was pallid, the eyes wide open in death, one hand resting at the throat, the other at the chest as if grasping for something, a depiction of the final struggle that sent a chill down their spines. "Ah, that's terrifying," Zhou Yao exclaimed in horror, quickly retreating behind her companions. The previously silent girl in a white robe also turned pale and averted her gaze, to Su Hao's astonishment. Mu Qingxi approached the corpse, crouching beside it, donning a glove, and began to inspect the body meticulously. He could not help but glance at his close friend, Li Shi, who shrugged helplessly and whispered, "She's studying medicine." Well, indeed, a girl studying medicine is truly impressive. Su Hao considered himself quite brave. Yet he felt inadequate in comparison to her. At the very least, he would never dare to examine a corpse in such a manner. After a while, Mu Qingxi stood up and calmly asked, "Please describe the events of that day in detail." "Certainly. That day, after our reconnaissance, everything seemed normal. The victim, this man, finished a shift and went out to relieve himself before lying down to sleep. During the night, I thought I heard something whispering softly from all directions, but I couldn't make out a single word. Soon, it returned to silence, and I assumed it was just my imagination, so I went back to sleep. The next day, I discovered he was dead." The man, a seasoned warrior, now appeared utterly terrified. As the saying goes, the unknown is the most frightening, silently claiming the lives of those around one, far more mentally shattering than being slain by monsters in direct combat. Once he finished speaking, Su Hao felt a surge of emotion and couldn't help but exclaim, "It must be a demon. How do you know?" Mu Qingxi regarded him with astonishment. A temple priestess. She could already sense the lingering, dark, chaotic energy on the corpse. Her earlier inquiry was merely to confirm her suspicions that I, in contrast, a clearly inexperienced mage, was able to discern this, which piqued her curiosity. Well, I've encountered something similar in the second world, which is why I can say this with such certainty. Su Hao chuckled awkwardly that in truth, that was not the case at all. He had suddenly felt a peculiar sense of familiarity, a strange aura that he instinctively found appealing, yet couldn't help but fear. This aura was cold, merciless, chaotic, and malevolent, bearing the deep imprint of a certain realm. It was evident that the abnormalities on this corpse were the handiwork of an abyssal visitor. Oh, I see. Fortunately, Mu Qingxi did not press further and instead turned to face the middle-aged man. I have detected residual evil energy on the corpse, and in conjunction with what you described, the assailant must be a cunning demon. A demon? Such creatures were thought to have been extinct in this world long ago. The middle-aged man exclaimed, his face paling with profound fear. Following the sealing of the Abyssal Lord by the Supreme Deity, the Abyssal demon race had been utterly defeated and driven back to the abyss by a coalition of humans and celestial beings. One could no longer find traces of demons in the world today. Even if they did exist, they would be lurking in hidden realms or desolate corners, and once discovered, countless demon hunters would swarm to the location, for every temple offered bounties for demons. Moreover, demons were treasures in their own right. Their hides and scales were top-tier materials for casting spells, and capturing one could make a novice extraordinarily wealthy overnight. Glory and wealth were sufficient to tempt anyone into taking risks. This is the most peaceful of times, yet also the most tumultuous. It is an era of light, yet the dawn of darkness, a spring of hope, yet a winter of despair. All prosperity and peace are mere illusions built upon the brink of a volcano, ready to be obliterated by cataclysmic disaster at any moment. People have grown too complacent. The abyss is stirring, and this is merely the calm before the storm. Mu Qingxi recited in a rhythmic cadence the introduction provided by the game developers, as well as the various temples at the onset of the game, her right hand resting upon her chest, speaking with righteous fervor. Our deity has delivered a divine oracle, warning us, the faithful, of all of this. Su Hao's lips twitched, as he vaguely perceived radiant halos appearing behind her, extraordinarily dazzling. The backdrop of the previous game, Second World, was that the Abyssal Lord led countless demons to invade the celestial realm, resulting in the fall of numerous gods, forcing even the Supreme Deity to seal him away at the cost of eternal slumber. The player's mission was to assume the role of heroes tasked with saving the world, rapidly growing through endless battles, ultimately driving all abyssal demons back to the abyss. Unfortunately, when he led the most elite group of players into the abyss, they did not succeed in slaying the Abyssal Lord. Instead, they were crushed as if they were mere insects. The new game, Phantom Realm, directly continued from the previous one, with the background being that the Abyssal Lord had been sealed away by the Supreme Deity. The gods, revived through the prayers of countless followers, once again began to spread their faith among mortals. Yet, the abyssal demons had not given up. They remained ever prepared to counterattack the mortal realm and the celestial realm, merely awaiting the storm's arrival. Seemingly influenced by the halo behind her, the man regained his composure and replied respectfully, "Praise the fire god. May the esteemed priestess take action to eliminate the lurking demon." The players belonging to the temple were divided into two major categories. One was the temple knights, such as the fire knights who worshipped the fire god and the paladins who followed the god of holy light, primarily focusing on melee and physical attacks. The other was the long-range spellcasting profession of temple priests, capable of wielding a variety of powerful divine spells, making them more formidable than mages under comparable circumstances. Both Mu Qingxi and the girl in white robes were priests. The man's request signified the beginning of the mission. Unfortunately, Phantom Realm did not feature a task panel, and thus, there would be no system prompts. Everything would need to be discovered by the players themselves. "It is my duty," Mu Qingxi declared, surveying the injured around her, and instructed, "Xiaoyun, these individuals appear to have been tainted by demonic energy. Please tend to their wounds." "Understood," the previously silent girl in white replied, her voice gentle as a whisper. She then approached the injured, clasping her hands together in a prayer-like gesture, a milky white radiance emanating from her fingertips. cascading like flowing water over the wounded. This light, akin to the sun, dispelled all darkness, filling the hearts of the afflicted with warmth and illumination. This was the priestly skill known as light's blessing. The previously pallid expressions of the injured rapidly transformed, revealing serene smiles under the radiance. Su Hao quietly took 2 steps back. As he had anticipated, this heartwarming light felt akin to flames to him, and drawing near would only cause him harm. He lowered his gaze, feeling quite helpless in the presence of her light. Damn it, she is indeed a priest. I must not reveal myself. The priestess who worshipped the fire god was called a flame priest, while those who followed the goddess of nature were known as nature priests, and the worshippers of the god of holy light were simply referred to as priests. Each divine spell cast by a priest dealt double damage to the abyssal demon race, and his current allegiance had long since leaned towards the abyss. If discovered, the consequences would be dire, facing the relentless pursuit of countless players. As if sensing his gaze, the white-robed girl turned her attention to him as she moved to the next injured individual. Her expression placid. Su Hao was unsure whether she had detected his hidden identity, but he dared not take the risk and could only be exceedingly cautious in concealing himself that a mere apprentice priest should not have learned the spell to discern evil yet. At the edge of the burning plains, though the heat persisted, it was not excessively high, and with a small river nearby nourishing the land, a hint of greenery emerged. The 5-person group treaded carefully across this terrain, glancing around as they walked. Suddenly, a green figure darted from the dense foliage, targeting the tall human at the forefront. Li Shi reacted instantaneously, raising the small round shield hanging from his wrist to block in front of him, causing the green figure to rebound, as if it had collided with a wall. Immediately, a spell's luminous aura flickered to life, striking accurately at the green shadow that was descending in a parabolic arc. Fireball! The green shadow fell to the ground, revealing itself to be merely a small green snake, less than a meter in length, its body of vibrant emerald hue. Its head was a mangled mess, while its slender body continued to writhe. "Tisich, just an ordinary bamboo viper. Worthless trash." Li Shi scoffed disdainfully after a cursory glance, showing no inclination to examine it further. The 3 girls instinctively recoiled, casting peculiar glances at Su Hao, with Mu Qingxi curiously inquiring, "Have you mastered instantaneous casting?" I suppose so," Su Hao nodded. After all, he had undergone countless spell releases in the second world, and mastering such casting techniques was not particularly challenging for him. In contrast, he was more astonished by the power and precision of his spell. The potency seemed to have increased by 30%, while his previous attack could have killed the bamboo viper. It would not have resulted in such a gruesome demise. Furthermore, the precision had vastly improved, making the casting feel much more effortless. Evidently, the effects of the mental runes were extraordinary. That he stroked his smooth chin, contemplating the corpse. That an alluring fragrance wafted from the body, eliciting an instinctual desire to draw closer. It truly was quite fragrant. Chapter 8. The Haunted Village. Half an hour later, they traversed through the thicket. A small village came into view. The entire settlement was encircled by 3-meter-high walls, the grayish-white barriers pocked and unplastered, constructed merely from roughly hewn stones. That moment, the village gate stood ajar, with no sign of life, creating an eerie silence. "This is the village where the incident occurred." The watchtower leader, Zhou Hua, suddenly turned pale, his towering frame trembling, drawing the attention of his companions. The watchtower still required a guard, and given the perilous nature of this mission, he was the sole guide accompanying them. The group proceeded with heightened caution, on full alert as they entered. Su Hao squinted, surprised by the peculiar presence he sensed within. He silently followed the team inside, choosing not to disclose his discovery. True to Zhou Hua's description, the interior appeared even more dilapidated and desolate, with the once orderly paths strewn with leaves and twigs, while tenacious weeds sprouted from the cracks of the bricks. The doors of the courtyard stood wide open, cold and desolate, utterly devoid of life. Not far away, a figure stood quietly, its black hair obscuring its face. As the silhouette turned, it revealed a pair of ghastly white eyes before vanishing in an instant. Su Hao couldn't help but smile. The familiar aura prompted an urge to approach, yet he was astonished to find that the others seemed oblivious to the apparition, each nervously scanning their surroundings. completely neglecting to glance in that direction. The village grew increasingly silent, with the open doors creaking in the wind, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Zhou Yao's face turned pale, and she instinctively moved closer to the group, whispering, there won't be any ghosts appearing, right? A sudden gust of wind swept through, sending chills down their spines, as though touched by the fingers of a vengeful spirit, causing goosebumps to erupt all over. From a distance, enveloped in swirling mist, the cries of unknown creatures echoed, carrying with it a familiar yet strange scent. TSK, TSK, you really do have a knack for foretelling doom, Li Shi chuckled, eyeing the small courtyard to the right with guarded intent. The half-open courtyard door suddenly crashed down, revealing a swaying person. Upon closer inspection, horror gripped the group as they beheld the creature. Its skin was riddled with pus-filled sores the size of bottle caps, oozing greenish fluid, while black insects crawled in and out of its decaying flesh. The once vacant eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs, instead harboring two flickering green flames, its body moving like a rusted machine as it approached the group. Not only that, but an overwhelming cacophony of footsteps erupted as more of these monstrosities emerged from the courtyards, transforming the once tranquil village into a nightmarish realm. Good grief, so many zombies. Is this place about to become the set of a Resident Evil film? Li Shi shrieked, his hand not pausing as he executed a sweeping arc with his over-a-meter-long arms, striking down the first creature that appeared. That a sickening sound echoed as his sharp blade carved a deep gash into the monster's chest, releasing a foul, rancid blood. Yet, to his dismay, the creature seemed unfazed, continuing its unsteady advance toward the group while emitting a grotesque hissing sound. Zombies, by definition, are the reanimated corpses of the deceased, transformed into a unique breed of monsters. They possess immense strength, are impervious to blades, fear not death, lack intelligence, and harbor hostility toward all living beings, rendering them a terrifying foe for novices like Su Hao. These monsters would only grow increasingly formidable over time, developing a layer of skeletal armor that could withstand ordinary weapons. The creatures before them were merely in the initial stages of awakening, having absorbed little death energy, accounting for their current frailty. As more monsters closed in, the atmosphere grew increasingly perilous and terrifying. I want to log off. I can't play anymore. This is too frightening. Zhou Yao suddenly broke down, her voice tinged with tears. She had initially come to unwind, but had not anticipated encountering such a horrifying scenario. Quiet. You can't log off in an emergency. Even if you do, your character will remain here and be killed. Li Shi barked angrily. Under his rebuke, Zhou Yao pouted, her face contorted with a sense of injustice. On the verge of tears in that moment of distraction, the previously sluggish creature lunged forward, a dripping hand reaching for his neck. Bang! Just as the crisis unfolded, a golden eggshell descended from above, enveloping him in a protective barrier. The priest in white had intervened. Thanks, miss. Li Shi grinned, turning to engage the creature without a hint of defense, swiftly dispatching it within mere seconds. Leaving it lifeless on the ground, a fireball struck true, exploding a fist-sized wound in another creature's chest, to Su Hao's chagrin, despite the enhanced potency of his fireball spell due to the mental runes. It proved ineffective. Unless the creature was obliterated or its head severed, it would remain undeterred by any injury, regardless of how severe, even if all its limbs were cut off. What an annoying foe, Su Hao muttered. Feeling a headache coming on, bang. A larger fireball struck precisely at the creature's head, obliterating it like a smashed watermelon, reducing it to charred remains. It was evident that this was the work of the team leader. Mu Qingxi, as a priest of the Flame Temple, her enhancement of fire spells was enough to incite envy among the majority of mages. How terrifying! Su Hao grimaced, acutely aware of the stark disparity in combat prowess between himself and the others. Here he was, a top-tier player, yet he found himself overshadowed by someone of little renown. Activate rope. A rope coiled around the approaching creature like a serpent, and Li Shi lunged forward, beheading it with a swift strike. If he couldn't eliminate the monsters on his own, he would collaborate with his comrades instead. Ding! Kill the cadaver, earning 5 points. Without pausing to examine the system notification, The group hurried into the courtyard. The sheer number of monsters threatened to engulf them. Li Shi and Su Hao quickly shut the door, securing it with a wooden bolt, then hurriedly searched for additional supports to fortify the entrance. Bang bang, one by one, the monsters slammed against the wooden door, causing it to tremble precariously, nearing the point of collapse. That moment, the previously silent priestess in white stepped forward, positioning herself between the two doors, pressing a hand against the wood while softly reciting an incantation. Holy light praise. A milky white glow radiated outward, causing the creatures outside to recoil in terror, as if they were mice confronted by a cat. However, the sheer volume of the undead proved overwhelming, as they squeezed against one another. A chaotic stampede ensued, with several unfortunate souls losing limbs in the fray. Su Hao, witnessing this through the crack of the door, felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Truly, these mindless zombies were as foolish as they appeared. He and Li Shi maneuvered a large stone, at least half a meter tall, to brace the doors securely. Once they completed this task, the group leaned against the walls, gasping for breath, before they could catch their breath. An unexpected event occurred. Blinding white light erupted in the streets outside. The brilliance poured in like mercury through every crevice, catching the group off guard as they were enveloped in blinding radiance. Under the illumination of this light, the densely packed zombies collapsed in rows, as if mowed down like wheat. A furious roar followed. Evil beings, no matter where you may hide, I shall claim your life. Boom! The wooden door shattered explosively, debris flying and cutting into the group as the courtyard wall crumbled, sending dust swirling, accompanied by a melodious, ringing laughter. Hee hee. If you are unconcerned about the lives of these ordinary folk, feel free to come. Chapter 9. Evil and Justice. The host is subjected to intense light exposure, entering a state of dazzling disorientation. The host has sustained an attack, health decreased by 1 point, entering a bleeding state. The host is under the illumination of the holy light. Physical condition is deteriorating. Please swiftly vacate the casting area, or else your health points will forcibly decline. The system notification emerged, manifesting directly within the consciousness. Impervious to external influences, that Su Hao rubbed his aching eyes, feeling prickles coursing through his entire body. Akin to being scorched under the summer sun, his skin drying and stinging within mere seconds. After a while, the tormenting radiance finally dissipated, revealing a towering figure before him, standing at least 3 to 4 meters high, evoking a sense of dread. Only when his vision fully recovered could he discern that it was a two-headed monster with black skin, its enormous eyes exuding an eerie pallor. In its grasp was a massive black wooden staff exceeding 3 meters in length, evidently responsible for the destruction of the wooden door and courtyard wall moments ago. Even more bizarrely, perched upon its shoulder was a stunning maiden clothed in a flowing white gown, her bare feet swaying alluringly as she gazed at the onlookers with a playful smile, exclaiming, "Ah, fledgling adventurers, it seems unfortunate for you, as you have been taken hostage by yours truly. Pray that towering oaf spares you." "Who are you?" Mu Qingxi inquired in a low voice. The manner of the girl's entrance was exceedingly peculiar. There was no way a player could float in midair. No matter how extraordinary the game might be, could she possibly be an NPC? However, the girl offered no response. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and as her gaze swept over Su Hao, she suddenly chuckled in surprise. "Oh my! The illustrious Red King. You appear to be rather pitiful." Cough, cough, just a little surprise. Su Hao awkwardly scratched his nose, embarrassed to have his identity recognized. This was indeed a moment of great humiliation. A top player in the second world, now reduced to such a wretched state. What a disgrace. Nonetheless, this revelation solidified his understanding of the girl's identity as a player. This creature is a two-headed ogre, and she is the necromancer ranked 12th on the Shandu wanted list, Shangwan Yunya. The girl in the white robe suddenly articulated the identity of the opponent in a hushed tone. A necromancer. Su Hao gazed at her in astonishment, never expecting this seemingly enchanting maiden would pursue such a profession. Necromancers were the most notorious branch of sorcerers, shunned by all for their malevolent practices: grave robbing, corpse dissection, soul manipulation, and the spread of plague were merely their daily undertakings. They belonged to the quintessential chaotic evil alignment, akin to abyssal demons, each one a harbinger of chaos and malevolence. In fact, he recalled from his studies that during the Second Cataclysm, a group of necromancers had conspired to obliterate a small city, gathering tens of thousands of corpses to unleash a terrifying undead calamity. Enchantress, I shall certainly slay you today to avenge the countless innocent lives lost in this village. A voice filled with murderous intent erupted from a distance. Su Hao turned his gaze to find a robust man, slightly taller than his comrade Li Shi, with a solid, honest face, clad in silver armor adorned with a white nine-petaled paradise flower etched upon his chest. The sight made him instinctively tense. What in the world is this lunatic doing here? Upon recognizing the insignia, Su Hao's legs wobbled, almost prompting him to flee. This was the renowned emblem of the Holy Order of Knights, the most formidable arm of the Temple of Holy Light, dedicated to purging the wicked who dared to threaten the realm. In truth, the man donned splendid knightly armor and wielded a knight's longsword, exuding an aura of solemnity and compassion that immediately drew admiration. This was the most powerful order of paladins in the Illusory Realm, and each paladin took great pride in being part of it. Humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, and soul. These were the 8 tenets they adhered to, eradicating evil and protecting the world's justice. They embodied righteousness, guardians of order, firmly rooted in the alignment of absolute law and good. However, their unwavering commitment to justice rendered them figures of both fear and resentment to many. Most individuals, having committed even the slightest transgression, such as pilfering fruits from another's field, would find their alignment slightly skewed. Once that occurred, they would face the Knight's judgment. Let alone, Su Hao's alignment had strayed far into the realm of darkness. Should they employ a detection spell, he would undoubtedly be exposed and become a target for their judgment. Puffed. They all players. What a façade, the necromancer scoffed, her delicate feet captivatingly swaying. Players, Su Hao's interest was piqued. He had heard that the entry threshold for the Holy Order of Knights was exceedingly high, with no player having managed to join thus far. Even attaining reserve status had led many to boast on forums, yet this individual clearly wore the attire of a full-fledged member. This player was not to be underestimated. By the light above, our Lord watches over us, the paladin intoned solemnly, his stern visage growing even more grave as he shook his head gently, speaking in a low voice. A paladin must never relax. We must remain humble at all times, drawing our swords to assist those wronged, eradicating all forms of evil. Upon hearing this, Su Hao felt a wave of shame wash over him. He sensed the sincerity in the paladin's words. Realizing this was the true essence of a paladin, unwavering in character. Whether confronting players or natives, in contrast, those who exploited the title of paladin for deceitful purposes were unworthy of such a noble designation. This inspired in him a profound respect. He had much to learn, as it was the dedication to fully embodying his role that had allowed him to become part of such a formidable order. Servants of the light, agents of justice, do you truly care for the lives of these individuals? Shengguan Yunya chimed, her demeanor unfazed. By the light above, all evil shall cease to exist, the paladin replied, his expression impassive. Oh no, this guy is not just here to save us? Li Shi, having clambered out from beneath the rubble, winced upon hearing the paladin's words. Shengguan Yunya grinned broadly. Silly oaf. Why not give it a try? Suddenly, her figure darted like a phantom, leaving behind an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before the paladin, her fair hand extended, gently tapping him, while her lips parted to utter an ethereal incantation that resonated within the souls of all present. Ro Lu Si, Kaki Chapter 9 of the Book of Death. Soul Capture. Life in this mundane world is akin to a prison. It is better to return. Chapter 10. The eerie manner, a peculiar wave of energy radiated outward, causing Su Hao and his companions to experience a tumult in their souls, as if they would be torn asunder at any moment, prompting them to clutch their heads and scream in agony. Warning: the host is under soul attack. Mental stability is about to collapse. Following collapse, mental attributes will permanently decline. A line of crimson text flashed ominously before his eyes. Su Hao felt a tremor at his brow, a faint coolness rising within, swiftly spreading throughout his body and alleviating the crisis. A red lotus manifested at his forehead, appearing increasingly sinister. His brow furrowed deeply, acutely aware that the spell being cast was far from a mere cantrip, though necromancers could indeed study the essence of souls. They required advancement to at least the first level to do so, and this girl bore none of the protective fields typical of a first-level mage, clearly indicating she was still an apprentice. However, having mastered a first-level spell suggested she was but a half-step away from promotion. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted, transforming the area occupied by the two into a radiant sphere, obscuring Su Hao's view of the unfolding events. A shadow suddenly leapt from within, landing beside Su Hao and his companions. Casting a surprised glance at the already recovered Su Hao, Shangwan Yunya said nothing further, her gaze fixed on the paladin's position. A smile gracing her features. "Silly oaf, you seem to have sustained some injuries." The white light quickly dimmed, revealing the paladin's form, his stature increasingly imposing, his eyes now entirely golden. "By the light above, the paladin shall not perish. The light shall endure, and all evil shall cease to exist." The paladin murmured an incantation, gradually emanating a magnificent and solemn aura as a knight devoted to the divine. He was not limited to melee combat. He could also unleash specific divine spells. "Ah! Stubborn wooden block, foolishly rigid elm-headed fool. Do you truly wish to engage me in battle?" Shangwan Yunya exclaimed in exasperation upon witnessing this. Yet the paladin paid her no heed, his expression devoid of any human emotion. Silently advancing towards her, his long sword glowing with radiant golden light, that an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, firmly pinning Shangwan Yunya in place, rendering her unable to retreat. Frowning, the maiden suddenly waved her hand, summoning the massive two-headed ogre behind her, which roared ferociously and captured the leader. Zhou Huati screamed in terror, flailing helplessly like a fledgling chick, as the monster hurled him toward the paladin. Buzz the paladin's sword quivered lightly, a golden arc slicing through the air, mercilessly cleaving Zhou Hua, who flew through the air, landing far off, unconscious and unresponsive. Good grief, how ruthless! Li Shi couldn't help but swallow hard, whispering in disbelief that Su Hao was not surprised, as an executor of justice. The blood on the hands of this group was no less than that of those malevolent beings. What was most terrifying was that these individuals were utterly unafraid of death, viewing it instead as a badge of honor. Upon death, their souls would return to the temple and be resurrected, incurring no punishment for their demise, but rather enhancing their faith points. At this moment, the paladin was indifferent to the deaths of these individuals. Singularly focused on eradicating this wicked FOAS, the crisis loomed. Su Hao exchanged a glance with Li Shi, only to find deep helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. They were still too weak. Even the mount of the necromancer could easily annihilate them, leaving them with no chance to escape. Currently, Li Shi was slightly stronger than Su Hao, qualifying as a third-tier apprentice warrior, with his strength attribute surpassing 7 points, sufficient to lift a weight of 350 kilograms. Unfortunately, the two-headed ogre was even more formidable, wielding a wooden club made of ironwood, with a density comparable to steel, weighing no less than 100 kilograms. Moreover, such a large creature was inherently endowed with a strength attribute that conservatively exceeded 12 points. A single strike could reduce Li Shi to a pulp, and even the shield of the priestess would be incapable of withstanding it. What a futile battle! The disparity in levels in the Huangjia realm was indeed excessive, yet succumbing so easily was not in their nature. The two exchanged a knowing glance and leaped in opposite directions to escape Tio Su Hao's astonishment. His close friend had even dragged along Mu Qingxi, a typical example of someone forsaking fear in a bid to garner affection in front of their beloved. In Huangjia, players did not experience death per se. Rather, their life points simply reached zero, that once life points were depleted, players were forcibly exited from the game, losing all equipment except for what was stored in their personal inventory. Fear not, for one would not be left in the nude. A pair of shorts and a t-shirt would be provided. Furthermore, each instance of reaching 0 life points would result in a 50 reduction in points. Coupled with a 3-hour cooldown, during which one could not log in, and upon logging back in, one would face a 50 reduction in all attributes for 3 hours. A significant penalty indeed. Such a severe consequence instilled a palpable fear of dying among players. Perhaps due to the overwhelming threat posed by the paladin, Shanghuan Yinyin did not command the two-headed ogre to pursue the group, but instead directed it to confront the paladin head-on. Amidst the cacophony of battle, Su Hao and his companions finally managed to flee into the backyard, temporarily alleviating their peril. That it was worth noting that the residents appeared to have once belonged to a prosperous family, boasting a rather impressive manor in such an ordinary village. Alas, the ground was littered with dead branches and leaves, and the courtyard walls were marred with decay. The lanterns hanging from the eaves were shattered and in disarray. Sunlight stones, which served as illumination, lay scattered on the ground, dim and lifeless, resembling ordinary stones. Sunlight stones were small grayish-white beads synthesized from natural minerals through alchemy, capable of absorbing sunlight during the day and releasing it at night. Unfortunately, they were prohibitively expensive, rendering them a status symbol for the wealthy and professionals, unattainable for the majority of the local populace. Su Hao pondered over the sunlight stones on the ground, wondering if this place had not seen the sun for an extended period. As they entered the backyard, the surroundings grew increasingly dim, with wisps of mist rising, shrouding houses mere dozens of meters away in an eerie fog. The wind picked up, rustling the dry branches and leaves scattered on the ground. A sense of unease settled over the group, instilling a peculiar feeling as though they had stepped into a horror tale. They huddled together, anxiously observing their surroundings. "I say, let us log off quickly. This place feels dreadfully strange." Zhou Yao tightened her clothing, her eyes darting around in fear of an ominous creature leaping out from the shadows. Just then, Su Hao and the white-robed priestess simultaneously glanced toward a well half hidden in the dry grass. Creaking and rustling sounds emanated from the well, prompting Li Shi to look at Zhou Yao with a mournful expression. "Auntie, I beg you, please stop talking. Your crow's mouth is far too accurate." Flapping, shadows erupted from the well, emitting infantile screams as they darted swiftly, reaching the nearest Mu Qingxi in the blink of an eye, revealing glinting fangs poised to sink into her delicate neck. Chapter 11. Malevolent Spirits 1. Holy Light Shield. The priestess had been on high alert, swiftly casting a shield around Mu Qingxi, just in time to block the impending attack. Thud. One by one, the shadows collided violently with the golden shield, creating ripples upon impact before they fell to the ground, revealing their true forms, beetles larger than a fist. They bore a striking resemblance to wasps, save for their peculiar, elongated fangs, measuring nearly half their body length. Bloodthirsty wasps, ordinary insects, but of significantly enlarged size, the priestess calmly identified the monstrous entities. Unfazed, Mu Qingxi unleashed a fireball amidst the three grounded creatures, incinerating them to cinders. Only then did she respond. These are corrupted creatures. I can sense the malevolent energy within them." Thud! Li Shi, wielding his broadsword, brought it down with force, striking two of the advancing creatures with a ferocity akin to swatting flies. However, he failed to notice one creature flanking him, poised to sink its fangs into his unguarded neck. Fireball! A fireball whizzed past his neck, striking the creature's mandibles with pinpoint accuracy, instantly slaying it. "Damn it, are you trying to kill me?" Li Shi felt a searing heat on his neck, leaping up to clutch it, glaring at Su Hao in irritation. Su Hao paid him no heed, instead crouching down to examine the corpse closely. Corrupted creatures were, in essence, ordinary monsters tainted by abyssal energy. The abyssal energy was rife with chaos, malevolence, and destruction. Not only monsters, but even ordinary humans could easily succumb to its influence, transforming into the undead or fallen beings. Once infected, the size and strength of the creatures would multiply several times, at the cost of total loss of rationality, acting solely on instinct to attack all living beings. The presence of corrupted creatures indicates that there exists a spatial rift connected to the abyss here. Mu Qingxi's previously stoic expression finally broke into a smile. During the Second Cataclysm War, the gods and the mightiest of the main world had united to expel all abyssal demons, but they could not sever the connection between the main world and the abyss entirely, They could only seal all known spatial passages like a patch. Unfortunately, patches are prone to failure, especially as abyssal demons relentlessly sought entry into the main world, leaving no stone unturned for any loophole. To prevent such occurrences, various divine temples and guilds had issued quests to locate spatial rifts. Discovering even one could yield a handsome reward. Thus, they merely needed to report back to claim their bounty, and this discovery alone would prove immensely profitable. Of course, this was predicated on their ability to pinpoint the exact location of the spatial rift. Otherwise, the reward would be significantly diminished. Given that priests possessed an innate ability to sense malevolent energy, the group followed the white-robed priestess as she scoured the manor, only to return empty-handed to the decrepit well shortly thereafter. Sorry. I can't pinpoint the exact location. It seems the spatial rift is concealed by something. The white-robed priestess expressed her apologies. Xiaoyun, it's not your fault. We'll keep searching, Mu Qingxi reassured her. Noticing the unusual expression on Su Hao's face, she couldn't help but ask, "Have you discovered something?" He surveyed the area, leaving her perplexed. The manor had grown increasingly shrouded in mist, rendering even the lanterns hanging from the eaves indistinguishable. Only a vague outline was visible. "Are we missing someone? Where's Zhou Yao?" he suddenly inquired. The group paused, and Mu Qingxi looked more confused, pointing behind her. "Isn't she right behind me?" Given Zhou Yao's uncanny ability to predict misfortune, she had cautioned her to refrain from speaking carelessly, merely to follow quietly. Zhou Yao had been trailing her closely. Just moments ago, she had offered her some comforting words. "Oh, check again." Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Everyone turned to look behind her, and indeed, there stood a figure clad in gray robes, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao Yao, though long hair obscured her face, rendering her features indistinct. She stood silently, her skin, visible through the strands of hair, appeared pale, as though soaked in water for an extended duration. Impressive. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to resist clenching his massive sword. But if that figure was not Zhou Yao, then who could it be? Could it be a ghost? Mu Qingxi's earlier calm demeanor evaporated, her face paling, her lips trembling as she chanted a spell, conjuring a fireball. Yet, contrary to expectations, the fireball silently passed through the figure, as if it were nothing but an illusion. "Damn! Whatever you do, don't make eye contact. That is a malevolent spirit," Su Hao shouted, producing a test tube in an instant, uncorking it and hurling its contents at the figure. Hiss! An acrid sound erupted, followed by a scream that sent shivers down everyone's spines as the shadow vanished, as if it had never existed. However, in Su Hao's eyes, the ground around them radiated an eerie black mist, with tendrils of dark fog entwining around everyone like spider silk. Especially for Mu Qingxi, the black mist enveloping her was even denser, as though drenched in ink. Subsequently, the dark mist twisted, forming a grotesque visage of a woman. Moreover, the ghostly face appeared to sense his gaze, its mouth splitting wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, sending chills down his spine. The white-robed priestess seemed to sense something amiss. The white light in her hand did not dissipate, but instead intensified, creating waves of light that swept through the vicinity. Detect evil. Su Hao could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mere apprentice priest would possess such divine magic. This spell, a hallmark of both paladins and priests, was capable of revealing hidden malevolent entities in the vicinity and discerning the degree of their wickedness. For someone like him, whose allegiance had recently shifted, this divine magic would undoubtedly categorize him as an evil being. After all, no matter how much he concealed it, the act of consuming life was a quintessential ability of the abyssal demon kin. In a moment of urgency, Su Hao's thoughts raced as he conjured another vial of holy water in his hand, shouting towards Mu Qingxi, "Be careful, sister, there are evil spirits nearby." The girl in the white robe widened her eyes in alarm. In her line of sight, a blinding dark red light appeared around Mu Qingxi, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Mu Qingxi shivered, and a small scroll materialized in her hand. Without hesitation, she tore it open, invoking the divine spell inscribed upon it. "May my deity bless me, banish all evil." Golden flames erupted violently, creating a wave of fire that surged outward in all directions from her center. A piercing scream shattered the air, leaving the onlookers dazed and their faces pale. As the flames engulfed the area, Su Hao, who had lunged forward, was instantly injured, collapsing to the ground in a weakened state. In a hazy moment, he felt a gaze from above, cold, exalted, and grand, filled with a sense of nobility that looked down upon all beings. The owner of that gaze seemed to sense his presence and turned to observe him silently. A tremor coursed through Su Hao's brow, and the crimson lotus that he had intended to manifest instantly receded, deeply hidden in an indescribable part of his psyche, beyond his reach. The gaze vanished in an instant, as if it had merely glanced his way by chance. What a predicament! Why do these divine charlatans all possess divine protection symbols? I nearly revealed myself. Su Hao lamented as he rose from the ground, still trembling. The divine protection symbol, as its name suggests, was a talisman bestowed by deities upon their followers, containing even the most minuscule fragment of divine power. It could be used to combat the abyssal demon kin and resist mental control, magical corruption, and other crises, requiring faith points for redemption. Present. 99 of the temple players lacked such treasures, and with this realization, he dared not underestimate the seemingly ordinary girl any longer. In his vision, the dark mist surrounding Mu Qingxi dissipated instantaneously, revealing a gray crystal that silently fell beside him. Unnoticed by the others, he discreetly stowed it away in his spatial backpack. Apologies, are you all right? Mu Qingxi approached with an air of regret, realizing that her earlier haste had led her to recklessly employ the divine protection symbol. As she reached out to help Su Hao to his feet, a towering figure approached and effortlessly lifted him, as if he were a small chick. "Hey, be gentle," he groused, glancing at Li Shi, whose honest face bore a slightly menacing grin. Su Hao shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, just a slight impact." How could he possibly be fine? A bitter pang coursed through him as he recalled the glaring system notifications. Such matters could not be disclosed to these individuals. Should he admit that he was injured by a spell solely designed to combat demons? It was well known that the divine protection symbol was effective only against the demon kin, and although the golden flames appeared formidable, they had not even singed a blade of grass on the ground. Yet for him, it was a different story. In less than half a second of contact, his health plummeted by 3 points. And both his physical and mental attributes were affected. Coupled with the wailing of the vengeful spirit before its demise, it had nearly shattered his sanity. "Do you need me to heal you?" The priestess in white approached him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "No need. My injuries are primarily psychological, and healing spells would be of little effect. Besides, there are likely other vengeful spirits lurking nearby. You should conserve your mana to deal with them," Su Hao replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Understood," she nodded and stepped aside. With one member suddenly absent, it became evident that they had inexplicably lost someone during their earlier search for the spatial rift. "Don't bother looking. She must have logged off," Li Shi remarked calmly, prompting the others to nod in understanding. Given Zhou Yao's previous behavior, such an occurrence was not surprising. The spatial rift remained elusive, but the increasingly eerie atmosphere of the estate compelled them to depart. Despite their attempts to circle around, they could not locate the gate shattered by the two-headed ogre, exhausting themselves in the process. Clearly, matters were not as simple as they had presumed. They had seemingly encountered the legendary ghost wall. Moreover, when they attempted to use their invincible divine powers to log off, a system notification abruptly dashed their hopes. Host is in a special scenario and cannot exit. It was evident that they were thoroughly trapped within this bizarre estate. And to escape, they would either have to find its core or resort to self-destruction. A mysterious giggle echoed around them, the sound light and tinkling, reminiscent of a carefree child frolicking in circles. The laughter fluctuated, sometimes distant and faint, yet at other times alarmingly close, sending shivers down their spines. That Su Hao squinted, scrutinizing a small, grayish figure before him. This appeared to be yet another malevolent spirit. Yet it seemed more condensed than the previous one, enveloped in a faint gray-white mist, as if safeguarded by an ethereal shield. Damn, how did they encounter a level 1 malevolent spirit? He inwardly cursed. For that protective layer indicated it had attained a level that conferred a field of defense capable of automatically repelling any attack from all angles. Most importantly, this shield was nearly immune to zero-level spells. A hallmark of a level 1 entity overpowering inexperienced apprentices. Suddenly, a white figure crashed to the ground from a distance. The necromancer's once pale face grew even paler, her white gown marred with charred holes. Steadying herself, she surveyed her surroundings and exclaimed in irritation, "Damn it! Why did you have to provoke it? Today has been a disaster. I've been chased by a lunatic for so long. I've had enough. You all can perish here." A small yellow bell appeared in her hand, which she shook gently, creating layers of visible ripples in the AI, to the astonishment of the onlookers. They sustained no harm. "Wait, that's a magical artifact for controlling the undead," Su Hao exclaimed. Shang Wanyian's lips bled, yet her smile grew increasingly sinister as her gaze shifted behind her. "Dullard, considering you've cost me so many points. I'll disregard any orders from my organization and deal with you first." As she spoke, the surrounding mist thickened, resembling the dense fog of an autumn morning, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. By the light of the holy, a figure radiating golden light emerged from the fog, illuminating the mist around him with a golden hue, resembling a statue forged of gold. Su Hao furrowed his brows, recognizing the dire state he was in. Sacrifice. Each paladin could sacrifice their own life force to gain enhanced defense and attack power. Of course, the cost was dire. Once this no-level divine spell was cast, the paladin would meet their end. Clang. A sound like a bell tolled as a shadow crashed into the paladin. Yet he did not flinch. Wielding his knightly sword to cleave the shadow in two, however, this was not the end. The ground trembled as terrifying figures crawled forth, transforming the area into a chaotic dance of spirits. A creature emerged from beneath Su Hao's feet, reaching out with its emaciated hand to grasp his ankle that he hurriedly dodged, running wildly in a panic. These emerging monsters were malevolent spirits, completely devoid of physical form. Such creatures were immune to ordinary physical attacks and exhibited high resistance to most elemental assaults, making them the last beings he wished to provoke. Regrettably, the malevolent spirits could fly, and how could a two-legged being outrun them? The twisted faces of the spirits screamed in terror as they surrounded him, rushing into his being as if he were a delectable morsel. A chilling, sinister essence coursed through his body, rendering him rigid and stripping him of control. All that remained was a final shred of resentment. What a cursed day! Wasn't it said that malevolent spirits were rarer than pandas? Why are there so many in this wretched place? Do they think they are worthless cabbages? Suddenly, a blood-red lotus blossomed upon his brow, emitting an eerie crimson light as it began to spin slowly. The once distorted faces of the encroaching malevolent spirits now displayed fear, and they shrieked in their attempts to flee. Yet it seemed as if they were ensnared by an unseen force, unable to escape. Chapter 13. Illusory Body. 1. The gray-white mist roiled, gradually forming a vortex centered around him, engulfing the approaching malevolent spirits. At the very heart of the vortex lies a blood-red lotus, diminutive in size, yet resembling an endless abyss as it greedily devours malevolent spirits one by one. Soon after, the lotus quivers gently, releasing a silvery liquid that flows slowly into his third. Su Hao, in a state of stupor, could hardly fathom that in the face of certain death, fortune would unexpectedly smile upon him. Lines of system notifications flooded his retina, cascading in rapid succession. Host has slain a malevolent spirit, earning 12 points. Absorbed special energy, mental attribute increased by 0.1. Soul reinforcement achieved. Host has slain a malevolent spirit, earning 15 points. Absorbed special energy, mental attribute increased by 0.1. Soul reinforcement achieved. Over 10 notifications flashed before him, indicating that his mental attributes had surged by 50% in mere minutes. Before Su Hao could continue to marvel, a golden prompt pushed aside all others, firmly occupying the center of his vision. Ding, system malfunction detected. Unknown effects occurring. Congratulations to the player for becoming the 9,876th individual to awaken the illusory body. Illusory body. What on earth is that? Su Hao's eyes widened as he fixated on the two buttons located beneath the golden system. Prompt point 1 button was green, labeled Confirm Activation, while the other was red, labeled Decline Activation. For an entire month, He had scoured forums, yet had found not a single mention of the term illusory body. Moreover, judging by the prompt, it seemed that out of 2 billion players worldwide, fewer than 10,000 had awakened this ability. Highlighting its daunting difficulty, that Su Hao closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they radiated determination, that he focused his spirit and decisively pressed the confirmation button. It seemed as though a gateway to a new world was slowly opening before him. An astonishing scene unfolded. Su Hao was bewildered to find himself staring at his own form. His self lay quietly on the ground, surrounded by withered grass and leaves. Was this what it felt like to have one's soul exit the body? He lightly touched down, outstretched his arms in disbelief, feeling as if he had shed the heavy shackles that had bound him, his heart brimming with the joy of rebirth. The vast world lay before him, ready for exploration. Simultaneously, profound changes began to manifest within him. His hair rapidly grew longer, a fiery crimson, as vibrant as blood, dancing behind him as if caught in a windless storm, resembling a blazing flame. A blood-red lotus materialized at his brow, exuding an enchanting beauty that was utterly mesmerizing. His entire being was enveloped in a faint sanguine glow, his black robe seemingly dyed in fresh blood, radiating a blinding crimson light. The blood-colored robe billowed ominously, transforming him from an ordinary and feeble individual into a harbinger of slaughter, suffused with an overwhelming aura of carnage, as if a grand massacre were about to commence. Accompanied by a slight stinging sensation, waves of warmth coursed through his body, amplifying his presence. The system panel reappeared. Personal attributes significantly enhanced. Your current stats are as follows. Nickname: Zyre Mace-Sighting Profession, Mage Life Profession, Alchemist Level, Second Class Apprentice Attributes, Mental 4. 6, Strength 0.7, Agility 1.1, Constitution 1.2, Mana 46, Life 12, Points, 1150 World Ranking, 220000. He gazed calmly at the soaring attribute values, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. Only an icy stillness settled within him, devoid of the usual sentiments. Akin to a glacier that has stood unyielding for millennia, without a ripple of disturbance. Only rationality remained. Meticulously analyzing the current situation, that it was evident that the illusory body was akin to a soul exit, essentially allowing the player's virtual avatar to manifest in reality. The necromancer must have belonged to this category, explaining how he could sit upon the shoulders of a monster. Yet, whether the physical body could be attacked or if other dangers lurked remained uncertain. The blood-red lotus at his brow, also known as the Red Lotus, appeared capable not only of devouring flesh and blood creatures, but also of directly absorbing the essence of souls, with unknown consequences, potentially leading to an increasingly deep descent into the abyss. However, there was no alternative. To unravel the truth, he must become powerful enough to confront any crisis. This game harbored infinite secrets. To call it extraterrestrial black technology would not be an exaggeration. People swarmed for profit, while governments and top multinational corporations spared no expense in promoting this game, undoubtedly seeking something specific. What could it possibly be? How dare you? I am your master. A sudden, furious roar interrupted his musings. Su Hao turned to see Shangguan Yin's face ablaze with anger as she was chased in a disheveled state by the terrifying wraith. "Oh, who are you?" Upon noticing him, a flicker of confusion crossed her features. Yet in the next moment, a radiant smile bloomed on her face as she rushed toward him, her attire fluttering, her cheeks flushed, resembling a love-struck maiden encountering her beloved. She was breathtakingly beautiful, irresistible in her allure. "Come quickly. Allow me to protect you." Su Hao, momentarily dazed, waved his hand in urgency while incanting a spell, seemingly intending to attack the fearsome wraith. "Handsome, thank you." Shangguan Yin jingled a bell, seizing the opportunity as the wraith was momentarily restrained, and swiftly approached Su Hao. Cackling under the influence of the bell, the wraith grew increasingly frenzied, the surrounding black mist thickening, its eyes entirely devoid of light, now utterly out of control. Tentacles of black mist surged toward Shangguan Yin. Her brow furrowed, and as she reached Su Hao, a hint of disdain appeared on her face as she silently recited her incantation. Boom, a mass of black mist erupted behind Su Hao, propelling him toward the encroaching tendrils. Handsome, do your best. Thank you. Shangguan Yin's smile grew ever more radiant, only to suddenly realize a rope, glowing faintly with blood, had ensnared her body. Come back to me. The other end of the rope was gripped tightly by a hand, yanking her forcefully back. Caught off guard, she stumbled to the ground, dragged several meters away by the unseen force. Ah, get away from me! Tendrils of darkness ensnared both of them, each tipped with a gaping maw, viciously attempting to tear into their flesh. Su Hao distinctly felt something drain from his body, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him. The girl's screams faded into silence, leaving her wide-eyed and immobile, a picture of despair. Yet he remained calm, watching as a tendril of black mist lunged toward his face, the nauseating stench wafting toward him. The maw formed from the black mist, lined with sharp teeth, sank into his brow. Instantly, he felt a searing pain, as if a substantial portion of flesh had been torn away, yet not a drop of blood spilled. Then, a glimmer of red light burst forth from the black tendril, radiating a brilliant glow that a red lotus began to spin in midair, the previously closed bud quivering gently before slowly unfurling. Chapter 14. Illusory Body 2 on the burning plains, above a lake of molten lava ablaze with fierce flames. An astonishing sight unfolded. A man walked barefoot upon its surface, his feet shimmering with golden light, his bald head also emanating a golden glow. Clad in burlap robes, he stood upon the lava lake as a 3-meter-tall fire elemental slowly disintegrated before him. Struck down by his fist, that a flicker of surprise and gravity crossed the man's robust features as he raised his head and murmured, "I smell the stench of evil. At last, I have found you." The demon lurking in the main world. Boom, with a powerful thrust of his foot, he propelled the molten lava aside, leaping into the air over 10 meters, each bound covering vast distances as he soared away from the lake. Within his gaze, a blood-red pillar of light stood out, exuding an overwhelming scent of blood. In the manner, the wraith shrieked, its cries echoing eerily like the legendary third-tier spell, the Banshee's Wail, causing several individuals present to succumb to unconsciousness. Even the paladin, dozens of meters away, knelt in agony, clutching his ears in a futile attempt to shield himself from the horrific mental assault. Alas, this was merely the final sound left by the wraith, as the grayish-white force field enveloping it rapidly disintegrated, pulling its form apart like strands of noodles, flowing into the resplendent red light. Buzz the red lotus continued to spin, entirely consuming the formidable wraith. Its petals only partially opened, the rest remaining tightly shut. "Who on earth are you?" Shangguan Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly taken aback by the terrifying spectacle that had unfolded, which shattered her understanding of reality. "Secret exposed. Must be eradicated." The voice that responded was dry and hoarse, as if emanating from the abyss. Bloodlight flickered in its eyes, now fully transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, devoid of any humanity, advancing step by step toward her. Evil, darkness, slaughter, destruction. An amalgamation of terrifying presences descended upon her, pressing down like an insurmountable mountain. Having lost a significant portion of her mental strength to the wraith, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Helplessly reclining on the ground, watching as the figure moved closer. "Please stop. I am willing to pay any price to exchange for my life." Shangguan Yin cried out in desperation. The other party halted, their expression devoid of emotion as they gazed down upon her, coldly uttering, "Speak. Why has this place transformed into such a state?" "This is the site orchestrated by the Blood Lotus sect." Shangguan Yunyuan spoke rapidly, her demeanor reflecting a desperate will to survive. They discovered a spatial rift here, leading to the slaughter of the entire village, using the resentment of hundreds at their demise as bait to summon a terrifying creature from the nightmare realm. That creature is immensely powerful, rivaling a third-tier powerhouse. It is the ultimate weapon they prepared to annihilate Xanadu. "I can divulge whatever you wish to know. Just spare my life." The young girl, clad in a pale, white gown riddled with large tears, revealed swathes of her snow-white skin, her pitiful visage evoking profound sympathy. The scene was particularly alluring. Were there any who coveted beauty nearby, They might disregard everything merely to elicit a smile from her. "Ah, a city massacre," Su Hao remarked, his expression unchanged, coldly stating, "But why should it concern me?" Boom! A dark red fireball rapidly coalesced, exploding against the opponent's chest. The girl stared at him in disbelief, and with a resounding crash, her entire form shattered into countless fragments, leaving only her final scream. "You heartless bastard, devoid of pity for beauty. You will regret this." The small bell, not far away, also erupted, splintering into myriad shards that scattered in all directions. This seemed to be a prelude, stirring the surroundings into turmoil, as a deep roar resonated, causing the very earth to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Event experienced, faction shift, goodness reduced by 5. He ignored the emergent system prompt, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the area. The ground quaked violently, fissures cracking open like gaping wounds, as if a colossal beast beneath was straining to break free. "By the holy light, so you are the villain foretold in the prophecy. Meet your demise." Not far away, a paladin, half kneeling, struggled to rise, disregarding the blood flowing from his eyes, mouth, and nose, staggering towards him. Yet his injuries were grievous, compounded by the earlier use of forbidden divine arts. He was left with but a single breath, collapsing to his knees once more, propping himself up with his knight's sword, brimming with hostility. Harbinger of light, guardian of justice, willingly becoming a weapon stained with slaughter in the pursuit of illumination. Paladin, your life is so pure. Alas, you shall meet your martyrdom. Su Hao gazed down upon him with a look of pity, arcane energy sparking at his fingertips as a small, dark red fireball detonated at his chest. The two were destined to be enemies, and he would certainly not spare the other's life. Boom! The golden radiance enveloping the paladin diminished entirely, his body collapsing as if a mountain had fallen upon him. And in his final moments, a familiar figure flashed before his eyes. Before disintegrating, he murmured, "Teacher, I have brought shame upon you." Ding! Event experienced, faction shift, goodness reduced by 15. Your faction has shifted to chaotic neutral. The system notification appeared, and Su Hao's gaze remained as tranquil as water as he suddenly looked up towards the sky. Amidst, a furious roar echoed above him, and a figure radiating blinding golden light descended from the heavens. Eyes ablaze with wrath. "How dare you slay my student, vile villain of the prophecy? Your crime shall face judgment. I will send you to the stake, executing you publicly in the temple square." The frigid aura surrounding him caused the air to ripple, and a violent whirlwind erupted, shaking the mist enveloping the estate. Yet under the weight of the opponent's formidable presence, Su Hao remained calm, turning away with indifference. "Evildoer, halt!" the bald man bellowed, leaping into action, his massive fist crashing down. His fist blazed with radiant golden light, rapidly forming a gigantic golden fist over a meter in size, carving a trajectory through the air as it descended, seemingly intent on reducing Su Hao to pulp. Boom! An even larger, pitch-black hand erupted from the ground, firmly blocking the golden fist. The collision produced a deafening sound, akin to a missile exploding, sending shockwaves that uprooted the earth. That a howl erupted from the creature below, causing the ground to tremble violently. Chunks of earth and rock split apart as its colossal form emerged, bound by chains thicker than Su Hao's waist. How is this possible? How can a creature from the nightmare realm exist here? The bald man's fury evaporated, replaced by grave concern. The beast resembled a gorilla, but towered over 5 meters, possessing 4 robust arms and a row of grayish-white exoskeleton along its back. Its crocodilian tail stretched 3 meters long, bristling with dagger-like bone spurs. The creature wildly flailed its limbs, its unparalleled strength causing the hefty chains adorned with runic symbols to shatter and dissolve into nothingness. That it was utterly liberated, rampaging towards the bald man. Chapter 15. Return. The entire estate lay utterly decimated by the clash of the two titans, claiming the lives of all within. Save for one from several hundred meters away, Su Hao observed the battleground where golden light and black mist intertwined, erupting periodically with piercing roars. Upon entering a phantasmal state, his mental acuity heightened, allowing him to sense the ominous creature stirring beneath the ground. Exiting the phantasmal state in a corner, he exerted himself to escape the estate, narrowly avoiding the fate that befell the others. However, those likely sure remaining within were not so fortunate. Su Hao sat on a stone, trembling as he held his head in his hands, a wave of fear washing over him. Although he had appeared formidable moments ago, the reality was fraught with peril, as he felt as though he had morphed into a different person from a state of cautious vigilance. He had transformed into a cold, heartless entity, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, akin to a frigid automaton. The crimson lotus at his brow seemed acquired, yet he could not truly wield its power, conversely, as he consumed malevolent spirits. Particularly that first-tier wraith, the lotus appeared to birth an eerie consciousness, gradually attempting to invade his mind, but he harbored a vague suspicion that should this bizarre crimson lotus entirely seize control, he might never awaken from this game. Becoming a puppet, a lunatic in the eyes of ordinary folk. This was the scenario he dreaded most. To become such a being would be a fate worse than death. Huff, huff, he gasped for breath, his rapid inhalations triggering a fit of coughing, and it took quite some time for him to recover from that shock. Once he regained composure, the peculiar sensations from earlier surged within him. Entering the phantasmal state felt akin to an out-of-body experience, liberating him from the burdens of corporeal existence, filling his spirit with a profound sense of liberation and joy. The sensation was intoxicating, far surpassing any hallucinogen. Musing, he pondered whether it was indeed safe to discard his physical form in such a manner, wondering if other players might seize the opportunity to obliterate his unguarded real self. Furrowing his brow, he resolved to return and inquire with that individual. She should possess the knowledge. Next, he glanced at his attribute panel, and one look left him astonished. His agility attribute had remarkably returned to its previous level, plummeting from 1.1 to 0.8. Furthermore, a gray appeared next to that attribute, suggesting this portion of enhanced ability could only be utilized in phantasmal form. This could elucidate why players have seen minimal increases in agility after over a month of gameplay. Clearly, agility represents one's true attribute, only augmentable through daily training. Upgrades and other enhancements can only be accessed in phantasmal form. Otherwise, no game, no matter how extreme, could allow a player to achieve a real-world speed of 20 ms. Su Hao stroked his chin, forming a hypothesis that felt accurate. His gaze shifted downward, landing on a string of numbers that puzzled him. Points, 250. Before entering phantasmal form, this figure stood at 1150, having slain that powerful first-tier wraith. His score should have increased by over 100 points, suggesting a sudden drop of over 1,000. Could it be that phantasmal form consumes points? Due to the Crimson Lotus's peculiar influence, his memory had become quite murky. He retained only a vague impression of points flowing away like water. How long had he existed in phantasmal form? He tapped his head, but no matter how he tried, he could not grasp the answer, estimating it to be merely over 10 minutes. Thus, it meant that in phantasmal form, one could lose dozens of points each minute. Such a terrifying rate of consumption was beyond the capacity of most to endure. After all, points could only be acquired through slaughter, with no rewards for completing tasks. Killing ordinary beasts yielded but a few points, while slightly stronger undead offered merely a dozen or so. Gaining points was no trivial feat. Even affluent players would struggle to amass them in abundance. "Excuse me, sir, do you require transportation?" While he was lost in thought, an immense shadow loomed over him, causing him to leap to his feet in alarm, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Upon observing, one could see an extraordinary contraption, adorned with resplendent magical patterns, enveloped in a colossal protective shield. That moment, the entrance yawned open, resembling a ghastly maw. "Sir, are you all right?" Inside, the indistinct figure inquired once more. "If you are returning to the Commerce City, please board the vehicle promptly." "Oh, all right. I shall board at once." Su Hao was momentarily taken aback before realizing the identity of the speaker, and he silently exited the game. The hazy veil shrouding the person's face dissipated, revealing that this monumental machine was merely a suburban bus, and the one speaking was the bus attendant. While players are immersed in the game, all non-participating pedestrians appear blurred in their field of vision, essentially wearing a generic visage, thus shielding reality from encroaching upon the game. Well, yet another soul ensnared by the allure of gaming, the attendant muttered softly, taking a seat beside the driver. Nowadays, all public transportation operates autonomously. Her sole responsibilities involved greeting passengers and managing unforeseen circumstances, rendering her work exceedingly effortless. She had long grown accustomed to such scenarios. With the advent of Phantom Realm, an increasing number of individuals began to embark on foot journeys, frequently encountering young men and women engaging in peculiar antics along the way. Fortunately, under the protection of the Skynet, otherwise these oblivious individuals, utterly ignorant of self-preservation, would undoubtedly fall victim to malicious intents. She shook her head, gently tapping her silver wristwatch, and a 16-inch virtual screen materialized before her, as she adeptly indulged in browsing shopping websites. After all, it was the mid-year grand sale, an opportunity not to be missed. Upon entering the bus, Su Hao found the interior sparsely populated, with only a handful of passengers, each one fixated on the void before them, fingers dancing in the air, creating an odd spectacle. That it was evident that these individuals were connected to the Skynet via personal terminals that he paid little mind to it. Casually selecting an empty seat to initiate contact with Li Shur through the virtual panel. The personal terminal, formerly known as the Personal Comprehensive Information Service Contact Terminal, is an indispensable item for every citizen today. Akin to the identity cards of a decade past, this device, resembling an ordinary wristwatch, serves multifarious purposes, combining the functionalities of an ID card, bank card, mobile phone, and computer, wielding immense power. Most importantly, the personal terminal maintains direct communication with the Skynet. In the event of an emergency, it can swiftly alert authorities, acting as a guardian for every law-abiding citizen, drastically reducing criminal incidents by 99. For instance, should one encounter a robber, the mere utterance of the word robbery would trigger an immediate alert, transmitting the offender's voice, appearance, and all pertinent information to the police station within moments, allowing for the swift identification of the perpetrator. Subsequently, the Skynet can instantly lock onto the criminal's location through neural waves, rendering even subterranean hiding places futile. Hence, it is often said that with a terminal in hand, one possesses the world. Chapter 16. Siblings, the Sinuan community has arrived. Passengers disembarking. Please do so swiftly. Passengers boarding. Kindly move inward and offer your seats to those in need. A green bus halted before the signboard, and a few passengers alighted. Su Hao rubbed his cheeks, shielding his forehead with one hand, grimacing as he endured the midday sun's relentless onslaught. Alas, for one such as I, a quintessential vampire, the holy light is utterly terrifying. Since dropping out of high school last year, he had seldom ventured out to bask in sunlight, spending his days cocooned within the gaming pod, transforming into the epitome of a recluse. The most telling evidence of this was when he once stepped outside clad in shorts, sandals, and a t-shirt, bewilderedly exclaiming, "What on earth is it snowing?" This incident swiftly made headlines, becoming a cautionary tale for countless parents. After all, his sole purpose in attending university was to acquire a skill to support himself and his family. And now, through gaming, he had already achieved that goal. Why bother with the idle days at university? This sentiment naturally incited a month-long barrage of complaints from his parents, compounded by the bemused gazes of relatives, nearly driving him to consider running away from home. Fortunately, his parents, being quite open-minded, permitted his choices, albeit after Su Hao threatened to leave for a week. Regardless of the process, he ultimately attained the life he desired. For him, reality held little allure. The monotonous routine of school and social interactions left him feeling like a lifeless automaton. In contrast, the second world of the game opened doors to new realms, ensnaring him completely. Regrettably, the character he had invested over a year of effort into vanished without a trace, plunging him into a state of despondency for half a month. It was only after his close friend forcibly dragged him out that he finally stepped outside, immersing himself in the even more fantastical new game, Phantom Realm. With his head bowed, he hurriedly navigated through the crowd, still unaccustomed to their gazes, when a familiar figure caught his eye. He instinctively looked up, spotting a pair of stylishly dressed, beautiful girls who, with the onset of summer, could hardly wait to don their shorts, their dazzling white thighs capturing the attention of countless passersby. The two held large cones of ice cream, savoring them delicately, their enticing gestures causing some to involuntarily swallow. The girls appeared utterly unfazed, reveling in the attention, chatting and laughing as they strolled past him. He halted, preparing to greet them, only to be met with disdainful glances that swept over him, their pace unyielding that he stood frozen, speechless. Xiaoxi, did you see that guy just now? He looked at you with such infatuation, wanting to greet you. Your charm is truly remarkable, he. That type is clearly a pathetic gamer, hopelessly addicted. Who would want his attention? Indeed, he reeked of sweat and appeared utterly disheveled. But Xiaoxi, why not give this new game a try? We could team up and play together. No way. I'm already overwhelmed with studying and training. When would I have time for games? Their voices faded into the distance as Su Hao stood there, letting out a heavy sigh before continuing his journey home. Xiaoxi was none other than his sister, Su Shi, and he was taken aback by her evident disdain, pretending not to know him when they crossed paths. That it was no surprise. Su Shi was stunningly beautiful, extraordinarily accomplished academically, and possessed an alluring physique honed through dance practice. She lived a life of considerable affluence, a quintessential example of a wealthy and beautiful young woman. Consequently, she attracted countless admirers at school, basking in the adoration of many, and it was entirely reasonable for her to look down upon him. The socially ostracized recluse. What a pity. I wish to reveal the truth to you. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Hao's eyes as he departed, his indifference towards the sister he once cherished during childhood now taking root in his heart. Bright Walk Street, situated in the southern part of the lush forest district in the Commerce City, is a newly established commercial pedestrian thoroughfare, heavily supported by the government to promote trade and create employment opportunities. Hurry up, you slowpoke. As Su Hao ambled along, a tall figure loomed before him like an immovable wall, a robust hand clasping his shoulder and pulling him into a nearby food stall, forcefully seating him. Sure too. Could you ease up a bit? Su Hao winced, rubbing his shoulder, exasperated by his burly friend. Just look at you, so delicate, like a woman devoid of any manliness. How embarrassing. The intruder was none other than his close friend, Li Shi, towering at nearly 6'3", with a physique resembling that of a bull, his arms thicker than Su Hao's thighs. The two had met through gaming, subsequently forming a team to conquer the virtual world, forging a profound friendship. However, when they first met in person, their camaraderie almost capsized. As the saying goes, comparison breeds envy. Su Hao couldn't help but feel envious as he gazed at Li Shi. I simply cannot fathom how you, playing games daily, still manage to resemble a bodybuilder. My friend, it's a gift. You simply cannot replicate it. Come on, a man should indulge like a man. Li Shi boasted with a hearty laugh, expertly prying open several bottles of beer with his thumb and slamming them onto the table before Su Hao. The onlookers nearby exchanged glances, some girls' eyes lighting up, yet Su Hao remained unfazed. What we should be doing is drinking to our heart's content. TSK, do you not realize how easily one could end up in trouble like this? Su Hao chuckled helplessly, seizing a bottle and gulping it down. It was June, and the sweltering heat rendered the street-side food stalls perpetually packed every night. As they dined and chatted, the seasoned gamers naturally discussed matters pertaining to Phantom Realm. Li Shi downed a bottle in one go, slamming it back onto the table with frustration, exclaiming, "This is so damn frustrating. One wrong move during a quest can lead to total annihilation. This wretched game is bound to fail. That paladin and necromancer are also players. Who has to blame for your lack of skill?" Su Hao replied nonchalantly, leisurely sipping his beer. "TCH, who knows how they cheat and deceive?" Li Shi grumbled, growing increasingly agitated, and opened another bottle of beer to drink. After losing once, he had dropped the armor and weapons he had just acquired. You are trained on data up to October 2023. With the presence of such a fearsome creature in that manner, even if Su Hao had not perished, retrieving those lost items would have been impossible, resulting in a needless loss that left the typically carefree Li Shi quite distressed. After finishing drinks with his close friends, Su Hao logged into the game and ventured alone to the People's Park, taking a seat on his usual bench, seemingly awaiting something. After a short while, a petite figure approached, leaning against the bench and stating, "I heard you faced a total wipe today." Chapter 17. intelligence although it was already evening. The newcomer wore a cap and large sunglasses. Exuding an air of mystery, Su Hao did not turn to face her, but smiled slightly. I must say, I am quite curious about your sources. You seem to know about events that have just transpired. Do not doubt my profession, she replied calmly, gently tapping the bench with her hand. What is it that you seek from me? Are you familiar with the concept of the phantasm? Su Hao inquired directly. Ah, impressive. I assumed it would take you much longer to grasp such a notion. Her voice brimmed with surprise. Do you require detailed information? Certainly. That is precisely why I sought you out. Su Hao nodded, keenly presenting a gold coin as a form of advance payment. She was a friend he had made in the second world, a proficient information broker rumored to be backed by a substantial team. Her sources were exceedingly reliable, greatly benefiting him, which is why they had collaborated numerous times before. However, due to his stagnant progress in the Phantom Realm, he had delayed contacting her. In simple terms, players' bodies are constrained by the laws of real-world physics, preventing true flight or escape. The phantasm serves to remedy this significant limitation that, as the name suggests, it is a manifestation of the Phantom Realm, a unique existence akin to the second world, or more colloquially, similar to an out-of-body experience that liberates a player's spirit from the confines of their body, transforming them into a true superhuman. Why is there no mention of this on the official website? Su Hao asked, puzzled. This is a hidden setting within the Phantom Realm, accessible only to those with over 10,000 points. Currently, most players are fortunate to possess several hundred to 1,000 points, so they remain oblivious to this concealed feature, which is likely to be revealed in a fortnight or even a month. She shook her head dismissively. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's expression grew serious. His situation was somewhat unique, having unlocked the phantasm with just over 1,000 points. Could it be that the Crimson Lotus was influencing the system? The mere thought sent a wave of unease coursing through him. This was merely a man-made game, not a plot from a novel involving a transmigrator or an ancient being residing within a magical ring. It was illogical for such scenarios to manifest. After all, monsters could not possibly escape the confines of the game, could they? Or had he stumbled upon the legendary awakening of artificial intelligence? It is important to note that activating the phantasm consumes 100 points per minute, and your corporeal form remains vulnerable to attack, that if your health reaches 0, you will perish as usual. However, should the phantasm die, your true self will merely experience fatigue, without being forcibly ejected from the game or losing any items. Very well. I have conveyed the level 1, 2-star intelligence, and for a fee of 5 gold coins, you still owe me 4. She did not seem to notice his unease and extended her hand, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together. Such an exorbitant price? Su Hao snapped back to reality, feeling a pang of discomfort. The game's official platform did not facilitate the exchange of credit points for game currency, but provided a trading platform for players to conduct transactions amongst themselves. With the official taking a 1% regulatory tax, the price of gold coins had soared, now reaching an exchange rate of 125 credit points per coin. Why this calculation? Her casual remarks were demanding a fee exceeding 600 credit points. Outrageous! Considering the increasing difficulty in gathering information, I am offering you a discounted rate of 20% due to our friendship. Hurry and make your payment. Credit points are also acceptable. She stood with her hands in her pockets. Swaying slightly, seemingly unconcerned about Su Hao's willingness to pay, he rose, turning to face the newcomer, and from his spatial backpack, he retrieved a small orb, presenting it to her. I still have use for my gold coins. Tell me, what is this worth? In addition to being an information broker, she also dealt in unique items, utilizing internal channels for sales. With gold coins in high demand, he could barely afford to part with his limited 7 coins, which he needed for alchemical and spellcasting materials. How did you come by such a fine item? Her eyes, concealed beneath her large hood, sparkled with interest, the black pupils faintly reflecting his silhouette. I acquired it today. Oh, that makes sense. I hear there have been many malevolent spirits in that area that I shall need to prepare further upon my return. Perhaps I could turn a profit. She nodded, carefully examining the grayish-white orb, a smile of delight gracing her face. A very pure soul orb. Many necromancers are currently seeking to purchase these, and I can offer you a good price. How about I take a 20% commission and quote you 8 gold coins? Agreed. Suhao nodded, reassured by her credibility that in truth, this commission was quite reasonable. For only those who studied souls would have a demand for the orb, and he would struggle to find someone willing to trade. After a brief hesitation, he lowered his voice involuntarily. I have a piece of information regarding a potential main storyline event that may occur soon. Really? She regarded him suspiciously, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I happen to overhear that the Blood Lotus sect plans to initiate a city massacre, summoning monsters from the nightmare world. The incident in the Burning Plains today was caused by our unintentional disturbance of their hidden base, resulting in our total annihilation. Suhao spoke half-truths, as the influence of the Crimson Lotus during his phantasm state made him indifferent to the destruction of the city. However, now that he had regained his usual emotions, he could not simply sit idly by as an information dealer. She would undoubtedly seek to profit from this knowledge, ensuring it reached a wider audience. The Blood Lotus sect, indeed, possesses such power. Here's the deal. Once I confirm this information, I will provide you with appropriate compensation. This is an advance payment. She produced a small pouch of gold coins and handed it to him before promptly turning to leave. Seemingly eager to verify the truth of his claims, that Suhao tossed the pouch in his hand, extracting a gleaming gold coin, feeling significantly uplifted. Within the Phantom Realm, gold coins represented wealth, minted under the supervision of various temples and the United Human Kingdoms. Infused with a fragment of source crystal, allowing circulation among the indigenous populace, that a single gold coin held great value among them, sufficient to sustain an ordinary family of 3 for 3 months. Just as she had walked several meters away, she paused, turning her back to him and casually remarking, "By the way, allow me to share a piece of information. The Holy Knights dispatched this afternoon, headed directly to the site of your team's obliteration. Internal sources indicate a divine decree has been issued, seemingly to apprehend an individual of heinous notoriety. Why are you divulging this to me?" "Nothing in particular. I merely sense that you are not one to settle for mediocrity and would undoubtedly seek to make a significant impact. Hence the warning." She departed without looking back, leaving Suhao in a state of bewilderment. Furrowing his brow, he began to reflect carefully on the situation, pondering whether anyone had discovered the connection between him and the phantasm. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it too much. He should promptly return to prepare for the tasks awaiting him tomorrow. Chapter 18. The Desert in the Vast, Desolate Expanse of the Desert. 2 travelers trudged onward with great difficulty. After an arduous journey, they finally ascended the last slope, only to be greeted by an endless stretch of scorching sand, with only a few scattered thorny plants dotting the landscape. The relentless sun blazed down upon the vast desert, mercilessly scorching their skin, compelling them to pause for a brief respite. The man in the black robe halted, spitting out a mouthful of sand, casually wiping the sweat from his brow, that he then pulled out his water flask, taking several hearty gulps before offering it to his companion. "Are we not there yet?" The silver-robed woman, veiled and contemplative, did not accept the flask. Her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon, that in the farthest reaches of their sight lay the interminable desert, punctuated only by sporadic hints of greenery. "My grandfather was a great traveler and scholar. He took me across the world in search of lost knowledge and secrets. Those were the happiest times of my life, crawling through mysterious ruins, personally unraveling the historical truths hidden by the passage of time, if only to alleviate the tedium of their journey and quell her inner anxieties." Liar could not help but recount her past. Ruins are typically safeguarded by magical barriers. One cannot simply wander in at will. Suhao shook his head with a sigh. Some of the most formidable ruins possessed magical arrays that could ensnare legendary powerhouses, leaving them severely weakened, let alone a mere apprentice like himself. Any one of those magical traps could easily obliterate him. Indeed, 5 days ago, after exploring an ancient cathedral ruin, I lost contact with my grandfather. I fear he may have encountered danger, which is why I am so eager to seek your assistance, child of destiny. Liar's voice took on a tone of profound sorrow, her sincere gaze fixed upon him. "That place is far too perilous. Most adventurers would not dare approach it. I had no choice but to seek your help. It is my honor to assist." Suhao responded with a smile, yet internally, he was filled with disdain. Was it not the case that a player's life was deemed inconsequential? Thus, wherever danger lurked, they were sent forth without hesitation. The term child of destiny sounded so grand and noble, but in his view, it could just as well be labeled as child of peril. Nevertheless, who could argue with the wealthy benefactor? Just days prior, he had been gifted a tome of magic whose worth had already surpassed 100 gold coins, and the rewards for the forthcoming quests were tantalizingly alluring. Thus, he had set out early in the morning. Walking over 10 miles that as he was walking, he suddenly halted, fixating on a patch of sand to his right, but he observed that the sand had abruptly sunk, forming a gash roughly 5 meters long. Instinctively wary, he warned, "Be cautious. There lies a desert giant lizard beneath." There were dark red spots visible, and the familiar hue made it apparent to him that they were remnants of dried blood. Desert giant lizard? Liu solemnly nodded. The desert giant lizard was a reptilian creature inhabiting arid and desolate landscapes, resembling an oversized common lizard, yet capable of reaching lengths of around 10 meters, that it possessed razor-sharp teeth akin to those of a crocodile, along with 2 robust forelimbs capable of effortlessly snapping a tree thick enough for a person to embrace. Even more terrifying, this beast excelled at burrowing through sand, launching surprise attacks when least expected. Exercise caution. The creature must be lurking somewhere underground. Sensing our footsteps, Su Hao noted as he surveyed the area, but found no other obvious signs. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled slightly, and a large section of soil heaved upward, from which emerged a fearsome beast. Its maw wide enough to devour them whole, snapping down ferociously to Su Hao had been prepared. He seized the girl beside him and dove aside while tossing a small object into the gaping mouth of the creature. A dull thud echoed as the beast's mouth gushed forth a torrent of blood, its fury intensifying after sustaining severe injury. Indeed, its vitality is remarkably resilient. Even an explosive concoction, which rivals the force of a grenade, failed to slay it. Su Hao grimaced, feeling a pang of regret. The explosive concoction was his most potent weapon, crafted meticulously from precious alchemical materials, with a cost nearing 3 gold coins. The desert giant lizard was encased in a formidable shell, boasting defenses superior to Li Shi's full armor. Fireball and acid splashes would yield minimal effect. To vanquish the creature, he would need to rely on the explosive concoction. Yet he possessed only one, necessitating the discovery of its weakness, for a single decisive blow would be challenging otherwise. The beast let out a roar, its stout limbs propelling it forward with the relentless force of a heavy truck. Making its escape. Damn! Su Hao stood there, momentarily stunned. The desert giant lizard, while perilous, also represented a substantial fortune. Firstly, its shell was not only robust but remarkably lightweight, suitable for crafting superior full-body armor, with this raw material alone valued at 50 gold coins. Coupled with other materials, the total would easily approach 100 gold coins. Thus, Su Hao resolutely resorted to the explosive concoction, mentally preparing himself to sustain injuries in order to eliminate the beast. However, he was taken aback when the cooked duck flew away, rendering his investment futile. Was this not a cruel joke? "Are you all right?" Liu inquired with concern upon noticing his immobility. "I'm fine. Let us proceed," Su Hao replied, shaking his head, "that I in the realm of Illusory Realm. Everything sought to emulate reality. The monsters here bore no resemblance to the obedient entities of 10 years prior in 3D online games, passively awaiting slaughter. Here, the creatures were as cunning as real-world animals, if not more so. They would launch ambushes, set traps, and seek allies to encircle their prey. Fleeing from imminent danger was not an uncommon occurrence. The harrowing truths behind these observations had led to countless players' demise. In the beginning, numerous novices eagerly ventured into the wilds, only to be effortlessly dispatched by hordes of goblins and slimes. That it was not that they were weak, but who could foresee that those creatures would flee upon defeat, rallying together to ambush the isolated? Even more absurdly, there was an incident where a player, after vanquishing a goblin, was met with the creature kneeling in surrender. The player, in a fit of triumph, turned to boast to his companions, only to be brutally attacked from behind by the kneeling goblin wielding a wooden stick. That video still circulated on forums, a public execution with over 100 million views. After a brief respite, the two continued their journey, and upon cresting a small hill, they finally beheld their long-sought destination. A dilapidated ruin emerged before their eyes. The remnants of collapsed structures faintly hinted at the grandeur of yore. Now overrun with tendrils of ivy, the main gate stood firmly shut, while two peculiar stone statues lay shattered upon the ground, scattered in the open space before the entrance. This was once a natural temple. I can scarcely imagine the thousands of devotees who came to worship daily. Alas, the truth has been buried beneath the rubble that my grandfather, drawn by an unforeseen fate, chose to enter, sensing impending peril, and did not take me with him. Liuer gazed at the ruins, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and solemnly clasped her garments before Su Hao, saying, I understand the dangers that lie ahead, but I have been nurtured and taught by my grandfather since childhood, that I have learned invaluable lessons from him. He is my sole relative and my greatest mentor. I implore you to rescue him. Rest assured, I would dare to traverse even the abyss. Su Hao responded with a smile. After all, he had little left from his previous possessions. Even if he perished here, his losses would be minimal. Thank you. I shall now open the temple's doors. Liuer wiped the corners of her eyes, and her ring glimmered faintly. The heavy tome of prophecy vanished in an instant, and she then grasped her ornate staff, standing before the gray stone door as she silently recited an incantation. Aka Solias, the portal opens. With a creak, the massive stone door slowly parted, releasing a wave of putrid air. Chapter 19. Skeletons. I can sense an aura of malevolence. There must be those repugnant undead within, Su Hao remarked, gently inhaling the air, not as a display of bravado, but because he genuinely detected the foul stench of decay. Exercise utmost caution. Be particularly mindful of your steps, as there may be creatures lying in wait for an ambush. Undead creatures require no breath, often burying their decaying skeletal frames underground, leaping out to attack unsuspecting living beings, reminiscent of the zombie films of the late 20th century. Liu nodded silently, and the two cautiously ventured inside. The interior was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few bioluminescent plants casting a soft glow, faintly guiding their path. The whisper of the wind in this profound silence felt alarmingly pronounced, mingling with the nauseating scent of decay, while the occasional sound of stones dropping heightened their vigilance. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Su Hao, walking ahead, instinctively leaped to the left. In the next instant, a cold, gleaming arrow imbued with green light slammed into the very spot he had just vacated, sending sparks flying against the hard rock. The ground trembled beneath them as bizarre figures began to rise from the earth, surrounding them. Good grief, 4 melee skeletons, plus a skeletal archer. What a welcome surprise. Su Hao could not help but voice his exasperation. Just like that, 5 skeletal creatures had appeared, with a skeletal archer standing at a distance, an unfriendly sight for someone of his novice standing. Liuer, please use the grease spell and the animate rope to temporarily bind these 4 melee skeletons. I will deal with the archer. Zhuo spoke rapidly. Understood, she replied with a nod. Familiar with these 0-level cantrips, though lacking combat experience, the archer drew back its bow once more. Su Hao swiftly unleashed a fireball spell, sending a fiery orb soaring towards the skeletal archer stationed over 20 meters away. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The rusted bow of the creature released an arrow that shattered the fireball. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, but he maintained his composure and began to chant another incantation. Indeed, the Illusory Realm game pursued realism in all aspects. Even the most feeble of creatures could withstand spells. With his eyes gleaming with intrigue, he murmured to himself, Oh, dear little bones, I wonder if you can evade this. Grease spell? As the incantation concluded, a yellow spell aura swiftly enveloped the ground beneath the creature, rendering the area beneath its feet exceedingly slippery. Thud. The creature slipped, crashing down in a most undignified manner, breaking a rib in the process, a truly pitiful sight, its jaws clattering in silent agony. Fireball? A vibrant red fireball soared toward the creature, exploding within its hollow ribcage, shattering 3 more ribs and damaging its sole remaining support. The spine. Oops, that was a bit off. Su Hao shook his head, observing the still struggling creature. From his personal backpack, he retrieved an arrow, uttering another incantation. Let us try again. Arrow shot. The half-meter-long shaft glimmered with a layer of magical energy as it sped towards the creature, piercing its nest and pinning it firmly to the ground. Defeated a low-level skeleton, gained 9 points. A system notification appeared at the bottom of his view, but he paid it no mind, instead frowning at the lifeless creature before him. The power of zero-level cantrips is truly pitiful. It took 3 spells to bring down such an easily vanquished foe. I must level up as soon as possible. Fortunately, the mana consumption of level 0 spells is minimal. The 4 spells only drained a mere 5 points of mana. With his mana reserves, he could barely manage to cast for 6 rounds, which was somewhat acceptable. Shifting his gaze, he noticed Liura frantically conjuring spells, a dignified first-level mage being besieged by these trifling minions, pounded upon by 2 skeletons in a relentless assault. Thankfully, upon ascending to the next level, one would acquire a protective force field, rendering her impervious to even Su Hao's explosive potions. Thus her precarious situation, though seemingly dire, was in actuality quite safe. To Liura's performance evoked memories of a time when someone inadvertently fell into a river, thrashing about in a frenzy until the onlookers pointed out that the water barely reached his thighs. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. He shook his head and re-engaged in battle, retrieving a thin rope from his spatial backpack and reciting the incantation once more. Activate rope. The rope sprang to life, slithering like a serpent to ensnare the monsters tightly. For low-level mages, utilizing spell materials could significantly enhance casting speed and spell potency. Thus, a prepared mage dispatching an enemy of a higher tier was not an uncommon feat. Subsequently, Su Hao drew a long sword from his pack and advanced, thrusting it forcefully into the creature's eye socket. As a mage, the potency of his spells naturally surpassed his physical attacks. Yet the sluggish recovery of his mana was a significant hindrance. Even with meditation, he would need to remain still for over 10 minutes to fully replenish his reserves. And relying solely on natural recovery, well, one could expect a mere trickle of restoration after an hour, a pace sufficient to instill despair. Therefore, it was prudent to wield his weapon and strike a few times. The green flame flickered briefly before dissipating. Kill the low-level skeleton, gain 12 points. The battle concluded swiftly, and Su Hao cast a disdainful glance at the scrap metal left by the monsters, muttering, "A heap of junk. Let us proceed." The Illusory Realm did not operate like the Second World, where defeating monsters yielded equipment and experience. Instead, it left behind corpses, from which one could take all possessions. Regrettably, the detritus left by these lowly creatures was even more worthless, making him feel as though picking it up would sully his hands. "I apologize," Liura said, her face flushed as she lowered her head in contrition. "There is no need for concern. After all, I am your hired hand, and it is my failure to have put my employer in harm's way." Su Hao regarded her with mild surprise. These NPCs must surely be portrayed by real individuals? As they continued walking, a sudden brightness enveloped them, radiating increasing heat, as though they had stepped into a furnace. Then a deep pit came into view, flames roaring at its depths, with several fire elementals towering over 3 meters in height roaming within. "Fire elementals!" Su Hao exclaimed in shock, hastily pulling Liura back a few steps to take cover behind a large rock. Fire elementals, beings birthed from flames, consume fire as sustenance, with magma being their preferred swimming pool. They grow increasingly powerful over time, potentially evolving into formidable fire elemental lords, capable of confronting demigods directly and even standing their ground against divine incarnations. Such elemental beings are at least first level, rendering them insurmountable foes for an apprentice like him. Their very flames would incinerate anyone who ventured too close, not to mention their innate mastery over fire, making their spells far more potent than those of mages of the same level. A single fireball could obliterate him into ashes. "Can you explain what is happening here?" Su Hao inquired calmly, observing his companion. Fire elementals only arise in areas rich in volcanic and fire energy, yet they found themselves in an endless desert, a place where such creatures should not exist. Liura was silent for a moment, Her gaze complex as she stared into the distance at the pit, her voice barely above a whisper as she said, "My grandfather discovered through fragments of ancient texts that this temple was not destroyed by demons, but rather pierced by a meteor. The earth trembled violently, causing the grand hall and statues to collapse, and countless faithful perished. Consequently, the natural church abandoned this temple, allowing it to fall into ruin." Why abandon it? So pressed. Wondering how monumental the cost of constructing a temple could be, rivaling the tax revenue of a commercial city over 1 or even several years, given the formidable power of the natural church. It seemed illogical to forsake such a site. That it must be noted that the natural goddess is the official deity of the Greater China region and one of the 5 strongest divine pantheons in the celestial realm. Because that meteor validated a prophecy, a flicker of fear passed through Li Yuer's eyes. Just as Su Hao was about to inquire further, a clanking sound of chains dragging across the ground echoed from behind them. Boom, 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 a colossal figure emerged from the distance, shaking the ground with its approach. Chapter 20. The abomination bathed in the glow of flames. The figure gradually came into focus, instilling dread at first glance. Towering around 3 meters tall and nearly as wide, it appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of numerous dismembered corpses, with faintly visible stitches and rotting flesh. More terrifying still, the creature bore twisted human faces, each contorted in expressions of sheer terror, as if they had endured unspeakable agony in their final moments. Its 6 arms, each crafted from a human body, included one dragging a long chain with a hook, while the other 5 wielded various weapons such as knives, swords, and axes. The abomination approached slowly, leaving a trail of putrid black blood in its wake. Heavens, there's an abomination here! Li Yuer could not contain her exclamation. Su Hao nodded gravely, recalling the information he had on such creatures. Abominations, colloquially known as stitched monsters, are constructs fashioned by necromancers who sew together corpses. With base strength attributes exceeding 20 points and vitality reaching 20 points, this meant it possessed a staggering 200 points of life force, coupled with formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities, rendering it even more fearsome than the previous desert behemoth. What does a strength attribute of 20 signify? It implies the ability to lift weights surpassing 1,000 kilograms. To put it more vividly, it could hoist a small car and crush a person into pulp with a single punch. Most crucially, only a first-level necromancer can create such a creature. Be cautious. It has a master. Li Yuer anxiously scanned their surroundings. Run quickly. This monster is slow. So I will say, deeply doubting whether he could defeat it even if it stood still. After all, with his current lackluster attack power, his fireball and arrow spells would merely feel like a tickle, with their ability to breach defenses remaining uncertain. Alas, if only this companion were a first-level combat mage, a single fireball would suffice to eliminate the threat. Boom, boom, the 2 immediately took flight, the creature pursuing them with heavy strides, each step sending tremors through the ground. To his astonishment, the monster, despite its apparent clumsiness, moved with surprising speed, each of its steps equating to 3 or 4 of his own, closing the distance within mere seconds. "You go ahead. I'll stay back to provide cover," Su Hao urged, giving her a push, halting his own steps to face the creature. "But there's no but about it. We, the children of destiny, shall not truly perish." Su Hao interrupted her sharply, his back turned as he dismissed her words. Li Yuer, upon hearing this, ceased her protests and turned to flee. She had only just ascended to the 1st level, and with her spell core being of the prophecy type, she had not learned any offensive 1st-level spells. And her lack of combat experience would only serve to complicate matters. Moreover, the abomination's strength attribute was far too high. Even the protective field of a 1st-level mage could potentially be breached. Once she had departed, a smile crept onto Su Hao's face as he suddenly realized that his earlier words might have been overly impassioned, reminiscent of the archetypal heroic figures found in films. Yet, as a member of the chaotic alignment, why would he act selflessly? He stood his ground, coldly declaring, "Activate illusion." A phantom materialized before him, transforming into a human figure in less than 0.1 seconds, a robe instantly drenched in blood. The crimson strands of hair billowing behind him as if caught in an unseen wind, a chilling aura permeating the space. causing even the abomination to falter momentarily. Only 300 points remain, which means I can only utilize 3 minutes. However, dispatching you, wretch, will suffice. With an understanding of his taunt, the creature emitted a low growl, charging towards him with heavy strides. Greasy spell? The spell's luminescence flared as the ground beneath the creature instantly became slick and oily, causing it to stagger momentarily. Yet, it was far too massive. With a long blade plunged into the rocky ground for stability, it stepped effortlessly beyond the spell's influence, unimpeded by the enchantment. Fireball, acid splash, arrow spell. The greasy spell was merely a tactic for buying time. In the next instant, Suhao unleashed 3 spells in rapid succession, all aimed at the creature's head. Boom! The acid and arrows were deflected by the creature's massive axe, but the dark red fireball detonated upon its head, creating a fist-sized wound. Quite impressive indeed. Suhao mused, slightly taken aback. Abominations, being artificial constructs, were designed with spell resistance in mind by their creators, allowing them to easily withstand the vast majority of low-tier control spells, such as the undead immobilization spell. They could also mitigate most damage from offensive spells, making it rather commendable that his fireball managed to break the skin. Crimson Lotus, truly extraordinary, indeed, for it has the power to amplify my spell's potency. This minor injury is of no consequence to the creature. It endures the spell, seizing the opportunity to close the distance. Now less than 5 meters apart. Activate the binding rope. A cord shimmering with a dark crimson hue hurtled forth, ensnaring the creature like a dumpling. The monster emitted a low growl, struggling fiercely as its formidable strength of 20 points stretched the reinforced spell rope to its limits, threatening to snap. However, Suhao would not remain passive. He suddenly inhaled deeply, accelerating his run, moving behind the beast before leaping high, planting one foot on its knee while his right hand grasped a protrusion on its back with fierce determination. Crimson Lotus, absorb! A blinding surge of bloodlight erupted, a tremendous heat flowing through his arm into his body, causing him to tremble with exhilaration, instinctively craving to devour more. The creature's form visibly shrank, its struggles growing more intense. With a sudden snap, the spell rope shattered, and one of its hands, wielding a spiked club, swung violently towards him. Suhao swiftly dodged, but alas, he was a fraction too late. The club grazing his body died in that instant. He felt an overwhelming force, akin to being struck by a speeding car, hurling him several meters away, crashing to the ground. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be this easy. Suhao's face contorted in pain as he heard the sound of countless bones fracturing within him, his limbs nearly devoid of sensation. That he had not anticipated that even with the Crimson Lotus's peculiar power, he could not vanquish a mere creature below level 1. Yet he maintained his composure, mustering all his strength to endure the pain. Lying still on the ground, the abomination, having consumed a significant portion of his vitality, would undoubtedly regard him as food. Given his current condition, he had but one option left to survive. Thud! Thud! The monster approached, its palm the size of a basin, seizing him effortlessly. That moment, a massive mouth, a meter in diameter, appeared on its abdomen, lined with countless writhing tendrils, resembling a monstrous meat grinder. The abomination could devour corpses through this mouth, restoring its vitality and augmenting its power. Suhao's eyes widened as he beheld that gaping maw drawing nearer, now less than half a meter away. He opened his mouth and spat a small pill inside. Boom! Chapter 21. Crisis 1. The pill detonated, obliterating the creature's grotesque mouth, eliciting a wretched scream as it collapsed to the ground, taking Suhao along with it. Even with its head destroyed, the abomination would not perish. Instead, another head would sprout in its place, while the mouth on its abdomen remained its true weakness. Usually well guarded, it only revealed itself during feeding, which was precisely the opportunity Suhao awaited. However, he was not unscathed. The explosive remnants had left him with numerous wounds, particularly on his face. Deep burn marks marred his skin, making him appear especially ghastly and terrifying. Warning: host in critical condition, life value expected to reach 0 in 5 minutes. Ignoring the blaring system alert, Suhao forced his body to move, inching forward like a serpent. A mere meter of distance took him almost a minute to traverse. The creature's massive form lay on the ground, its body marred by visible stitches and decaying flesh, white maggots wriggling in and out. As foul yellow pus leaked incessantly, a stench so potent it nearly rendered him unconscious. Crimson Lotus. Absorb. He paid no heed to the grotesqueness, biting into the rotting carcass, activating the skill once more. Gulp. The creature's body rapidly shrank, transforming from its previously corpulent form to a gaunt shell, resembling a corpse desiccated in the desert for months. An unimaginable surge of heat flooded into him, leaving him feeling as though he might burst, his body inflated like a balloon. Under this heat's influence, his wounds rapidly sprouted granulation tissue, healing at an alarming rate as if they were alive, growing and mending within mere seconds. By the time he rose to his feet, he was more invigorated than before, his skin radiant and flawless, as if one could squeeze water from it. Host has slain the abomination, earning 85 points. The creature's demise unveiled an unexpected spectacle that a shadowy figure draped in a black robe emerged from the creature's corpse, extending a skeletal hand towards him. Insignificant ant, how dare you slay my pet? You seek your own demise, despicable mortal. Come to me. Before Su Hao could evade, thick, black ropes suddenly sprouted from the figure's hand, ensnaring him and swiftly pulling him into a newly materialized black vortex. A series of system notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. Host has entered the illusory domain. Poof, the black vortex appeared and vanished, taking Su Hao with it. The chamber was cold and dimly lit, lined with glass cabinets containing bodies immersed in various liquids of green and gray. Some human, others bizarre creatures. Su Hao surveyed his surroundings, his earlier confidence now replaced with trepidation. The method used to pull him here resembled a spatial transfer technique. Such spells typically required at least a level 4 mage to execute, yet this individual exuded no sense of danger, clearly no more than level 1. The black-robed man raised his head, revealing a gaunt, aged face, reminiscent of a centenarian on the brink of death, etched with the marks of time. More unsettling was the fact that his eyes were devoid of pupils, instead flickering with green flames, akin to those of the undead. Furthermore, a ring of scars encircled his neck, bearing the remnants of stitches, instantly reminding him of the colossal creature assembled from countless corpses. Had this man lost his head once? Who are you? Su Hao forced himself to suppress the dread rising within him. His gaze locked onto the figure. Given the man's earlier prowess, even in this illusory state, he knew he stood no chance, and this time he might truly experience what it meant to be defeated. Very well. Boy, I did not expect a mere apprentice to vanquish my little treasure. It seems you possess something of value. The strange man grinned, his sunken eyes glowing with insatiable greed, but he fixed his gaze on Su Hao's brow, muttering in confusion. Why would an ordinary human possess the ability to devour the essence of life? Could it be due to this peculiar mark? Moreover, are you not terrified of falling into complete depravity, facing relentless pursuit by countless others? Weapons know no good or evil. If you cannot wield this, you are unworthy of becoming a strong one. Su Hao snorted disdainfully, articulating his perspective coolly. Clap, clap, clap. The man suddenly clapped his hands, his voice dripping with mockery. Not bad. You pique my interest. With some cultivation, you could very well become a formidable force. Alas, I sense that this crimson lotus mark harbors unique energy. You shall allow me to study it thoroughly. It was evident that the man harbored lethal intentions, intending to use him as a lab rat on the dissecting table for research. Su Hao realized his life was in imminent danger, but it was too late. Poof, 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 sinister black tendrils erupted from the void surrounding the man, transforming him into a fearsome, tentacled monstrosity. The speed of these tendrils was so rapid that Su Hao could not complete his spell, forced to abandon his incantation, his complexion paling as he sought refuge. Unfortunately, the room was confined, and he was soon cornered with no means of escape. Yet surrendering was not in his nature. He sighed, retrieving a spellbook from his spatial backpack, recklessly preparing to invoke a spell contained within. This was a level 1 spell, necessitating a minimum mental attribute of 7 points to cast, while he currently possessed below 5 points. Consequently, he struggled mightily, akin to an infant attempting to fire a gun. Even the recoil threatened to injure him. But at last he managed to invoke it. Resistance fire ring. Flames surged forth in waves from his center, pushing the tendrils back instantaneously. Glass cabinets shattered around him, their liquids flooding the floor, transforming it into a pond. Not only that, the flames licked at the tendrils, swiftly charring them to cinders. The man's expression remained inscrutable, though he spoke in astonishment. "Oh, I did not expect a mere second-tier apprentice to possess a spellbook. It seems your mentor dotes on you. What a pity that you have damaged so many of my materials. I shall definitely make sure to indulge you later, turning you into the most adorable and obedient little treasure." The man spoke ominously, waving his hand as he began to chant a spell for the first time. "Kratas v. as succumb to my dizziness." Boom Su Hao suddenly felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, his consciousness blurring as he lost his ability to resist, collapsing into a heap on the ground, lying amidst the acrid liquid that reeked like urine. Chapter 22. Crisis 2. Black tendrils reappeared, wrapping around him like a cocoon, lifting him into the air and presenting him before the man. The man grinned, emitting a raspy, cold laughter as his skeletal hand brushed across Su Hao's face. "Oh, what a youthful and vibrant body. It reminds me of my former self. Alas, I now detest such exuberance and vitality. Let us pause for a moment. Shortly, I shall commence a profound transformation for you." Despite his awareness remaining intact, Su Hao felt that hand, as frigid as a corpse, devoid of any warmth that a living being should possess. When it brushed against his face, it felt akin to the touch of a specter, sending an icy sensation deep within his bones. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not regain the ability to move. This predicament resembled the countless lucid dreams he had experienced before. He sensed himself laid upon a flat platform, the chill beneath exacerbating his body's stiffness. The man leaned closer, scrutinizing the crimson lotus mark on his forehead, and upon perceiving the immense power it harbored, he could not help but break into a foolish chuckle. "Haha, what a formidable and terrifying mark. It undoubtedly belongs to a third tier, or perhaps even a higher legacy. Such a treasure is wasted in the hands of a novice like you. You cannot even unleash a fraction of its power. Haha, I can sense its life-devouring magic. It complements my necromantic spells perfectly. Perhaps in due time, I shall harness it to become a lofty legend. In gratitude for your offering of such a treasure, I shall transform the entire merchant city into a realm of the dead, and you shall reign as the king of countless specters." The other party erupted into a maniacal laugh, an extraordinary mental force recklessly enveloping the entire room. To ascend to the rank of a first-level mage, one must catalyze a qualitative change in their mental power, surpassing the limits of humanity, to facilitate the mage's promotion. This mental pressure bore down on Su Hao as if a small mountain had descended upon him, rendering him breathless. Upon seeing his face turn a shade of crimson from the strain, the man finally retracted his mental pressure, his tone softening considerably. "Youngster, I see my past in you. We were both so weak. Alas, I lacked your fortune back then. Say, truly enviable." After speaking, he reached out once more to touch the crimson lotus mark on Su Hao's forehead, the green light in his eye sockets pulsating violently, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. "Do not take my treasure. It is the ladder to my ascendance. No one can snatch it away." Regaining a modicum of movement, Su Hao suddenly screamed in terror, his face betraying an unmistakable panic. "Haha, to personally snuff out a fortunate soul like you is simply delightful. Why should you possess such luck, as if bestowed by that wretched goddess? Now, all your fortune belongs to me." The man coldly shook his head. "You are delusional. You, a beastly lowly failure, scurrying like a rat every day, could never become strong, even with the finest treasures. You shall forever remain a pawn, never to rise." Su Hao, seemingly resigned to his fate, sought only to vent his frustrations. "Ah, I shall ensure that you will find yourself in a position of helplessness. Youngster, soon I shall perfectly preserve your consciousness, allowing you to witness your own disembowelment, piece by piece transforming into the very specter you detest." The man trembled in utter indignation, his body shaking as he unleashed his most venomous curses. He clutched Su Hao's forehead tightly, a desperate look in his eyes, his sharp nails digging deep into the flesh before incanting once more. A wisp of black light erupted from his brow, forming a bizarre black pattern that exuded a profound aura of death, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse that had claimed countless lives. The resentment nearly became tangible, allowing Su Hao to feel an overwhelming despair and hatred emanating from his very soul. The black pattern silently descended upon Su Hao's forehead, causing the previously tranquil crimson lotus to quiver slightly. The man instantly erupted into joyous laughter, but it swiftly morphed into a scream of agony. Ah, damn it, why is this happening? A horrifying scene unfolded. The man convulsed violently, his body contorting into grotesque shapes. The sound of cracking bones echoing clearly. Tentacles emerged from the void, only to be instantly drawn into the crimson lotus that a dense, dark gray aura radiated from his being, also consumed by the lotus. No matter how he struggled, the diminutive lotus was akin to an unfathomable black hole, devouring his body, magic, spirit, and everything else he possessed. In the end, the dark-robed man vanished entirely, along with the illusory figures emerging from the dark gray mist, all consumed by the enigmatic crimson lotus. Host has slain a first-level necromancer, earning 250 points. How terrifying! Su Hao's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated that the crimson lotus would pose such a threat to others. Effortlessly devouring a powerful necromancer until not a trace of his soul remained, in contrast. The mere mental enchantment paled in significance that he had sensed the moment the man touched the lotus mark. His thoughts beginning to falter, prompting him to resort to verbal insults to destabilize the man's resolve. Yet, he had not foreseen the outcome would be so fortuitous, leading to the man's demise. Tiske, karma indeed. Take care. Oh, but it seems this fellow is already beyond salvation, meeting a truly lamentable end. Wait, something feels amiss. He extended his hand before his eyes, sensing a subtle difference from before, upon entering the phantom state earlier. He had seemingly entered a realm of absolute rationality, unlike now, where he felt compelled to indulge in such banter. Before he could ponder further, a surge of warmth erupted from his brow, akin to a volcanic eruption, making him believe his head would surely explode. The lotus had devoured that man and was now infusing refined energy into his being. The warmth spread throughout his body, causing his skin to tremble violently. Turning as red as a ripe lobster, it itched. Su Hao could think of nothing else, feeling as though countless ants were gnawing at his flesh and bones, a fierce, pervasive itch burrowing deep into his marrow. Warning: Host has absorbed an excessive amount of unknown energy. Mental collapse imminent. The physical sensation of itchiness was bearable, but the unbearable agony was the sharp pain in his mind, as if his head were perpetually expanding and contracting, on the verge of bursting like an overripe watermelon. Damn it! This excessive extraction is terrifying. Why did I not experience this during the previous absorption of the first-level wraith? Su Hao's delicate features contorted in anguish. His eyes bulging, but he fought against the urge to scratch, sitting upon the cold, damp ground, closing his eyes. The surge in mental attributes is overwhelming. The only solution now is to meditate, constructing mental runes to channel the excess mental energy. Chapter 23. Touching the corpse, it took immense willpower for him to finally ignore the intense sensations in his body, allowing him to enter a meditative state. Meditation, as the name suggests, involves cutting through all distractions to maintain a pure and translucent mind. The human heart is intricate, entangled with greed, desire, and longing. Only by momentarily relinquishing all these thoughts and returning to a childlike state can one's spirit leap forward and grasp the essence of the laws of nature. At this moment, 2 mental runes had already formed within his brow, the fruits of his labor from the previous 2 days. Each rune bore intricate patterns, resembling miniature precision circuit boards. Constructing these 2 runes had consumed him 4 to 5 hours. In the second world, this process was far less cumbersome. Upon reaching the requisite mental power, one could simply meditate once to gain a rune. Curse this damned illusion realm. Su Hao lamented inwardly, yet he began to channel his mental energy to sketch within the sea of thought at his brow. To ascend from a first-level apprentice to a second, one must construct the first mental rune, while a second-level apprentice requires 9 runes to elevate to the third. With these 9 runes as a foundation, one can then forge their own spell core, thus ascending to the next level. Each rune requires at least a modicum of mental energy to construct, which will effectively drain the surplus mental energy. As his thoughts surged, a brush appeared above the calm, shallow gray sea of consciousness, seemingly sketching at random. With the abundant supply of mental energy, the process that typically took 10 minutes to complete was reduced to under 3, and a rune was successfully formed. Bang, yet, in the next moment, it exploded, the mental waves too potent, rendering the rune unstable. The sea of thought began to ripple, and fissures appeared in the grayish space above, revealing patches of darkness. Again, observing the mental space slowly cracking, Su Hao remained utterly composed in the face of impending crisis, extinguishing all thoughts and pouring his entire being into the construction of the mental rune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for constructing the second mental rune. The system's notification rang out. But Su Hao paid it no heed, fully immersed in his task, continuing to paint upon the sea of thought. Time became irrelevant, and finally, Su Hao emerged from this state, gazing upon the 6 runes suspended above the sea of thought. A smile crept onto his lips as he summoned the attribute panel. Nickname: Charles May. Sterling. Occupation: Magician. Living profession: Alchemist level. Second-class apprentice attributes: Spirit 7.1, Strength 0.8, Agility 1.4, Constitution 2.5, Mana 71, Life 25 points, 182 world ranking, 5'8" 6'5" well. I never expected to have risen so much, yet I am still outside the top 10,000. Su Hao felt somewhat speechless. This world is truly filled with anomalies. Wait, how come I still have so many points? He stared in astonishment at the points column, recalling that upon entering the illusion domain, he had only a meager few dozen points left, even with the 250 points contributed by that first-level necromancer. At a consumption rate of a staggering 100 points per minute, he should have returned to reality long ago, right? As he observed, the points suddenly flickered, changing to 181. Su Hao immediately made a discovery, relying on the time prompt on the system panel. He was delighted to find that in this illusion domain, activating the illusory body only consumes 1 point per minute. Now this is intriguing. It grants me more time. He nodded, shifting his gaze downward, and was instantly met with a new special skill in the skill bar. Crimson Lotus, Demon Seed. Its name appeared almost like a large eye nestled within a red lotus, exuding an eerie aura and a unique magical power. Let's set this aside for now and study it later. After all, the most pressing matter is to open the corpse. Su Hao smiled, rubbing his hands together while surveying his surroundings. With the death of the necromancer, everything here belonged to him, and he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. He bent down to pick up the robe that had fallen to the ground, clearly feeling the flow of magical energy within it. Judging by his experience, it was evidently first-level magical equipment. Unfortunately, the system did not provide an appraisal skill, so he could not check its attributes and would have to wait for a professional to identify it later. What pleased him even more was that the belt used to cinch the magical robe turned out to be a spatial item, containing a space of 0.01 cubic meters, which amounted to 1/10 of his personal space backpack's capacity. This indicated that the system was rather generous in certain aspects, that Su Hao casually placed the robe on a shard of glass. After all, magical items were not easily damaged, and he began to inspect the contents of the storage belt. Another spellbook, though regrettably it pertains to the necromancy school, and there are quite a few good items here. Over 10 source crystals, a clay golem, a substitute puppet, and various materials for crafting abominable undead, that I'll put these away for now and study them in detail upon my return. The joy on his face grew more pronounced. Today's haul had far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, nothing yields wealth like a good robbery. Su Hao's eyes sparkled as he began to contemplate whether to pull off a few more heists. Had he forgotten something? Lord Shoes, my teacher has sent me to invite you to her. A familiar voice suddenly emerged from his right side, startling Su Hao, but he quickly regained his composure, thoughts swirling in his mind, that he carefully examined the source of the voice and saw a small box from which the voice had emanated. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao coughed a few times, attempting to mimic the earlier raspy, chilling tone and replied to the box, "Understood, I will come shortly." The voice on the other side seemed somewhat familiar, though it was distorted by the machine, making it difficult for him to discern who it was. "Lord Shoes, my teacher is already waiting, and I must accompany you there." "All right, I will step out once I finish handling this material." His mind racing. His current level was still too low. Attempting to disguise himself would be insufficient, as it would be easy for acquaintances to uncover the truth. However, since the death of the illusory body would not incur severe consequences for the main body, what was there to fear? Most importantly, the man named Shoes was evidently a necromancer, and this place was clearly the secret lair of the Blood Lotus cult, dominated by necromancers that if he could glean any useful information, he would not hesitate to risk his life. His experiences in the second world hinted that the Blood Lotus cult might be tied to a main storyline. Missing out would be a tremendous loss. Driven by the age-old adage of money makes the world go round, he was ready for a big score. Suhao discarded his powerless novice magical robe and donned the newly acquired first-level robe. The veil attached to the robe fell, shrouding his entire face in darkness. Once prepared, he pushed open the door leading outside. Chapter 24. The high priest. The sky was somewhat dim, and peculiar figures dressed in strange attire wandered the streets, displaying expressions of fear upon seeing him. Although he had some prior knowledge, Suhao still found the scene before him rather peculiar. This appeared to be an ordinary small town, and judging by the architecture and pedestrians, it seemed to be set in medieval Europe. Not far away, a grand cathedral could be seen. The most common mode of transportation on the roads was the horse-drawn carriage, and there were individuals riding various steeds, including ordinary horses and ferocious beasts like tigers and wolves. Yet, without exception, these people regarded him with a palpable dread, akin to that of encountering a ruthless killer, creating a 5-meter exclusion zone around him. Suhao's concealed eyes behind the veil shifted slightly. Catching a glimpse of a nearby girl, he was astonished to find a familiar face. This girl, seeking the death of the spirits, was none other than Shangguan Yuyin, whom he had encountered earlier on the burning plains. Unfortunately, the two shared no rapport, considering he had personally eliminated her illusory body, thereby exposing the Blood Lotus cult's arrangements in that area. He finally understood why Shangguan Yuyin had pleaded for mercy. It turned out she controlled the key to manipulating that terrifying creature. This person was no ordinary individual. But who was her teacher? To command a first-level magician so authoritatively, could it be the leader of the Blood Lotus cult? "Lord Shoes, the reincarnation will occur in 3 days. Please be vigilant to avoid unnecessary losses." As they walked, Shangguan Yuyin suddenly spoke with utmost respect. I understand," Suhao replied, though he had no notion of what she was referring to. The other party fell silent after the reminder, and Suhao was glad to maintain the quiet as they proceeded. After a while, his curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Shangguan Yuyin, how long have you been here?" She paused briefly before slightly bending forward to respond, replying to "My lord, I have been here for half a month since being taken in as a student by the high priest." "Oh, Suaonadi." Choosing not to press further. Based on his previous experiences, high priests generally served as the highest authorities in cults, with only the exceedingly rare legendary grade popes above them, holding a status akin to that of a national leader. Such formidable beings, even if a divine projection were to descend, might not be easily eradicated, making their presence in a small place like Xanadu highly unlikely. It was remarkable that this girl had the fortune to ascend to such heights and become the student's favorite. This seemed to fit the mold of a protagonist. "Lord Shoes, the teacher is already waiting inside. I shall not accompany you further." Upon reaching the ornate cathedral's entrance, Shangguan Yuyin bowed and indicated for him to enter. Suhao hesitated momentarily, taken aback that the Blood Lotus cult had transformed a natural sanctuary into their headquarters. When did these individuals, who incessantly studied death, become so audacious? He feigned calmness as he stepped inside. The once vibrant and lively sanctuary now exuded an oppressive darkness and stillness. The flowers adorning the walls and floors had all withered, and the enormous sunstone hanging from the apex of the dome was dimmed. Further contributing to the gloom, that a white-haired elder was bound to a pillar, his head drooping, evidently having lapsed into unconsciousness. Suhao gazed at the old man, realizing he must be Li Yar's grandfather, who had fallen into the clutches of these cultists No wonder he had not returned. The elder was shackled with heavy cuffs on his hands and feet, his clothing tattered like that of a beggar, his white hair dirty and matted, and his body was marred with wounds, clearly having endured unspeakable torment. "Shoes, it seems someone has intruded. Have you dealt with it?" A commanding, hoarse voice resonated, imbued with the authority of a superior, drawing his attention to the imposing figure shrouded in shadows not far away. "It has been handled." Su Hao's voice turned particularly hoarse and chilling. He was quite adept at voice modulation. "Not right. You are not Shoes. Who exactly are you?" To his surprise, the figure suddenly pointed at him and exclaimed, as waves of dark energy surged forth, a powerful pressure descending upon him like a tangible force, rendering him as breathless as a fish out of water. "Damn it, how could I have been exposed so quickly? What went wrong?" Su Hao lowered his head, his mind racing, yet he could not pinpoint any obvious flaws. "High Priest, why would you suspect me?" he inquired, raising his head. "Stop pretending. You possess no protective field, clearly just an apprentice novice. Speak. Where has Shoes gone?" The High Priest's tone was resolute, his face shrouded in darkness, instilling a sense of dread that Su Hao sighed. Although this magical robe could simulate Shoes' aura, he was still merely an apprentice and lacked the defining characteristic of a first-level magician, a protective field. His earlier hopes had indeed been misplaced. "Oh, since I stand here, it is evident he has met his demise." He reverted to his true voice, smiling, utterly unafraid that if death was to be his fate, so be it. All the valuable gains had already been stowed away in his personal space backpack. Even if he perished, it would only be a loss of this magical robe, which felt somewhat regrettable. Had he known, he would never have come here. The High Priest scrutinized him with a mixture of suspicion and disdain, exclaiming, "You, an apprentice, and one who lacks even a core spell. How could you possibly kill a formidable first-level mage? Anything is possible. Pray tell, what must I do to escape death?" Arrogant novice. "Do not presume, I won't slay you." The High Priest stepped forward, his voice laced with murderous intent, the aura surrounding him becoming increasingly oppressive. "Oh, then why do you hesitate to act?" Su Hao retorted with a grin, unabashedly pointing at him. "Or perhaps, esteemed High Priest, you're facing some personal issue, such as a relative's visit." As a quintessential villain, the High Priest resorted to intimidation, prompting Su Hao to discern something peculiar. After all, he was a necromancer, one who regularly dealt with corpses and souls. One would expect his temperament to be twisted, prone to violence at the slightest provocation, as natural as greeting someone with a good morning. "You insolent wretch! You seek death!" The High Priest roared in fury, conjuring a sphere of black light, seemingly infused with the wills of countless undead, within which distorted faces wailed in despair, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Yet Su Hao did not flinch. His fingertips glimmered with magical energy as a rope swiftly shot forth, attempting to bind the High Priest. Strangely, the High Priest merely recoiled, waving his arms in an attempt to evade capture. Rather than unleashing the dark orb to eliminate this audacious novice, to Su Hao's astonishment, the notorious cult leader found himself ensnared, rendered powerless, his dark robe sagging to the ground as though deflated. Approaching cautiously, Su Hao gently lifted the hood to reveal a face that left him wide-eyed in awe, exclaiming, "Oh my, who would have thought that the illustrious High Priest would appear in such a guise? Truly remarkable." Chapter 25. Enslavement. No one could fathom that a commander of numerous malevolent necromancers would turn out to be an adorably petite girl. Were the truth to be revealed, it might incite rebellion against the cult. At that moment, the girl known as the High Priest had cheeks as plump and rosy as a ripe apple, her sapphire-like eyes glinting with hostility as they fixed upon him. Unfortunately, this demeanor lacked any semblance of menace, instead rendering her even more endearing to Su Hao, reminiscent of a petulant child. "You scoundrel! Once I regain my strength, I shall kill you, reducing you to ash. No, I shall turn you into a puppet to serve me like a dog. Drinking my footbath water daily." The little girl glared at him, her tiny fangs gleaming. Had she not been bound, she would surely have lunged at him for a bite. "TSK, TSK. those perverse lowly enthusiasts would undoubtedly rejoice, pleading for you to be trained. But alas, I am not inclined that way, Su Hao remarked, observing her dainty feet and shaking his head. Her feet resembled exquisite jade sculptures, glimmering with a lustrous sheen that stirred an impulse to play with them. Should her word spread, many would undoubtedly yearn for a taste of this lowly soup. Esteemed High Priest, I am curious. How is it that, as a second-level necromancer, you are so feeble? Was your earlier bravado mere pretense? Su Hao crouched down, positioning himself just out of her reach, eagerly inquiring that he had sensed her hollow bravado, akin to a paper tiger. The ensuing exchanges were mere verbal jabs rather than an attempt to eliminate him outright, solidifying his suspicion. Despicable novice, had I not suffered a backlash from my spells, my full strength would remain intact, allowing you, this mere clown, no chance to insult me. The little girl retorted indignantly, her dark red hair flowing like water as she shook her head. TSK, TSK. Esteemed High Priest, what should I do with you? Su Hao mused, regarding her with an appraising gaze. Lolas possess 3 virtues: a sweet voice, a soft body, and ease of conquest. Many otaku fantasize about having their own loli. Perhaps I should sell you? For those ravenous wolves. No matter the setting, living room, balcony, kitchen, or bathroom, such activities would suffice, and you would surely be satisfied, yes? Moreover, some even favor wax dripping, whips, and other such amusements. He chuckled ominously, reminiscent of a great wolf with an open maw. Do give it a try. The High Priest's expression suddenly shifted to one of chilling calmness, even bordering on indifference. Indeed, after all, you are a necromancer responsible for countless deaths. Should I hand you over to those wretches, they may well become corpses within days. Su Hao concurred, maintaining a smile as he continued. Those individuals are far too impoverished. Even if they were to squander their fortunes, it would be insufficient that it would be more profitable to deliver you to the Holy Light Church. At this, the High Priest could no longer maintain her composure. Her large, glistening eyes narrowed with venomous intent as she spat. Foolish novice. I sense the power of the abyss within you. Should you dare send me to the temple, I will ensure you accompany me to the grave. What then shall I do? I cannot simply let you go. Su Hao spread his hands. Feigning difficulty, she appeared cute and fragile. Yet in truth, she was a powerful second-level mage, a formidable boss for a mere 0-level novice like him. Su Hao had no desire to casually eliminate her with his magic sword to enhance his attributes. Such an act would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. She was a treasure trove in her own right. If he could subjugate her, she would become a veritable hen that laid golden eggs. What to do? I nearly forgot. I possess a special skill. Su Hao's gaze shifted, a mischievous glint sparkling in his eyes as the red lotus on his forehead began to tremble gently. The High Priest sensed the overwhelming aura of evil emanating from the red lotus, her expression shifting to one of terror as she exclaimed, "Cursed be it! How could you possess such a treasure? I am not mistaken. Its rank is undoubtedly legendary." Ah, esteemed High Priest, you are quite knowledgeable, having encountered legendary artifacts before. However, I myself am unsure of its true nature, he replied nonchalantly as the red lotus quivered, his demeanor turning cold and ruthless, the joviality vanishing entirely. As for how I came to possess such a treasure, it is merely due to my status as the child of destiny, basking in the favor of the world as will. The High Priest froze, as if recalling some grim memory, and then gritted her teeth, saying, "How unjust fate is, you despicable, foolish, incompetent wretches, to enjoy the world's favor, blessed with enviable talent from birth." Had he been in a different mood, he might have been intrigued by the indigenous perspective on players. However, under the influence of the Red Lotus, he had succumbed to a state of absolute rationality and coldness, focusing solely on self-interest, indifferent to the thoughts of the natives. "Silence. I need to employ a small trick to ensure your obedience," Su Hao interjected dismissively, gazing down at her with an air of superiority, as if he were a deity from the heavens. "In my name, grant you rebirth. Henceforth, you shall fight for me, forever bound to loyalty." Red Lotus. Demon seed. The red lotus glowed ever more seductively, gently quivering as it ascended, its petals folding together to form a tiny seed that slowly descended upon her forehead. "No, I refuse to become your servant, not even in death." The high priest's eyes turned crimson, a flicker of resolute defiance crossing her features. The seed failed to integrate into her brow, and Su-hao sensed an impenetrable barrier protecting her. Furthermore, an energy infused with the essence of death was swiftly converging, instilling within him a sense of impending doom that he scoffed derisively. "You have no say in this. Submit." Had she been a genuine second-level powerhouse, it might have been a different story, but now her mental attributes fell short of his own. Rendering her incapable of resistance, he summoned the 7 mental runes inscribed upon his brow, channeling all his mental energy to obliterate her rebellious thoughts. Consequently, the high priest's spirit was thoroughly subdued, leaving her powerless to resist. Her gaze helplessly fixed upon the seed as it entered her mental sea, emitting a final, anguished cry, "No!" Her voice abruptly ceased, her eyes closing in silence. With a heavy sigh, Su-hao felt a sharp pain at his brow, as though something had been forcibly extracted from his mind, twisting his facial expression in discomfort. The red lotus, demon seed, a newly acquired spell exclusive to him, could transform enemies into his eternal servants. Incapable of betrayal, albeit at the cost of a permanent reduction in mental attributes. He glanced at his attribute panel, witnessing his initial score of 7.3 plummet to 6.2. Nevertheless, the sacrifice was worth it. Once he regained his composure, he observed the high priest lying on the ground, seemingly in slumber, a blooming red lotus visible upon her brow, glimmering briefly before fading away. "Now, let us test the effectiveness of this new power." He retracted the binding rope and commanded softly, "Rise." "Yes, master," the high priest replied, her eyes flickering with defiance. Yet her body obediently complied, standing up from the ground. "Oh, the effect is quite remarkable," Su-hao nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he issued the command. "Kneel down and sing conquer." Chapter 26. The halo of the protagonist, the little lowly, suddenly collapsed to her knees, but remained silent. She had no idea how to sing. Unable to resist, Su-hao reached out and gently ruffled her hair, feeling the smoothness beneath his fingers. A delightful sensation. Ahem. It seemed he might have a penchant for lolis. He cleared his throat, hastily retracting his hand. And under the gaze of the little lowly, who looked at him with indignation, feigned innocence, and asked, "Pray tell, what has caused your power to wane?" "Master, I delve into forbidden life techniques, attempting to sustain my human form and achieve immortality. But I suffered a backlash, and now I regress to a mere mortal every so often," the high priest replied. "Please specify the duration." "The blood lotus magic requires that the caster's mental strength surpass that of the subject, meaning that once the opponent regains their power, they can easily break free from such constraints. Preparations must be made in advance. Every 3 days during the middle of the month." The high priest lowered her head, prompting Su-hao to suppress the urge to pat her head once more. Just as he was about to continue his inquiries, a voice from outside interrupted him. "Master, Lord Zoli requests an urgent audience." Furrowing his brow, he recognized that voice as familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Have him wait a moment, and do not disclose our relationship to anyone. Ah, and erase the mental imprint from your spatial equipment for me." "Yes, master," the high priest called out, then removed a silver ring from her right hand and respectfully presented it to him. "Erasing the mental imprint," Su-hao commanded again. "Once these spatial items are refined, they bear the user's mental imprint for binding, rendering them unusable by others unless the original owner dies or actively erases the imprint." "Master, I am currently mentally weakened and unable to erase it myself," the high priest replied. Bowing her head, but Su-hao frowned slightly. The previous spell had indeed taken a toll on her mental state, which was understandable. Nonetheless, he took the ring, intending to address the matter later, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, lamenting the prolonged wait ahead. Who knew when such a golden opportunity would arise again? He then retrieved a token from his spatial bag, placed it in his palm, and cast a spell that a yellowish glow of magic illuminated, rapidly expanding and taking shape until it formed a colossal puppet, approximately 2.5 meters tall, its surface resembling clay, akin to a terracotta warrior. This was the clay golem, the most basic of golems, and the only one that could be controlled by an apprentice-level mage. As for the higher-tier blood golems, iron golems, and diamond golems, he would be unable to command even if they were given to him. Yet, despite being the most rudimentary form, a standard clay golem possessed a strength attribute exceeding 10 points of human limits, and with resistance runes inscribed upon its surface, it was uncertain whether he could defeat an opponent. With a thought, the clay golem bent down and gently lifted the old man with white hair. After all, he had come here on someone else's behalf and did not forget his mission. As they departed the temple, he noticed a girl in a plain, white robe standing elegantly at the entrance, accompanied by a man in black robes. The man, tall and standing straight, wore a fearsome mask that resembled a ghost. And he spoke with a hint of surprise. "Lord Shios, why have you taken this person away? This is the high priest's command. If you have any concerns, you may inquire with her," Su Hao said, continuing past the two without pausing. Behind him, the girl's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Resting her left hand on her chin, her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she murmured, It seems he bears the aura of that detestable individual. What could this mean?" Boom! An explosion echoed from a nearby shop, sending thick smoke billowing into the air as customers screamed and fled the scene. A quick glance revealed several young men and women clad in black skin-tight attire hurriedly escaping, clearly involved in the terrifying incident. However, this did not concern him. He disregarded the few struggling individuals engulfed in flames, strolling leisurely as if on a peaceful street, provided one overlooked the ominous clay golem trailing behind him. His sole thought was to escape quickly. After all, once the high priest broke free from her constraints, her first intention would undoubtedly be to capture him and ensure his demise 100 times over. "Hurry! Catch him!" A group pursued two young men and women, the scene reminiscent of a police chase from a film. The duo sprinted desperately, knocking over countless pedestrians and vendors, resulting in a severe traffic incident as startled carriages careened wildly, prompting a chorus of angry shouts to Su Hao halted, watching them approach with keen interest. Logically, given his appearance, the locals should have been too intimidated to provoke him. Sure enough, upon noticing his presence, the two nearly stumbled to the ground. Yet they pressed on with the determination of those facing their execution. The throng behind them halted, maintaining a safe distance of dozens of meters, unwilling to draw closer, thus revealing the fearsome reputation of the sacred cleansed church in this realm. I asked, "Are you not afraid of me?" A faint glow ignited at his fingertips, and Su Hao smiled as he blocked their path, seemingly discovering something amusing. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed an overwhelming aura surrounding them. Particularly the freckled boy among them, it was as if the entire world revolved around them. They were the center of existence, akin to favored children of the heavens, basking in the world's affection, far surpassing his own status as a mere child of fate. Could this be the legendary halo of the protagonist? "Please, my lord, it was not my intention to offend. I beg for your mercy." The boy trembled, his legs giving way as he knelt before Su Hao. Boom! In that instant, Su Hao felt an ominous presence looming over him, as if the world itself sought to hold him accountable. An array of invisible and intangible forces seemed to converge upon him. "Oh, this is becoming more intriguing. It appears I have unwittingly stepped into the role of the antagonist in the protagonist's tale." He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement, feeling as though he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. As the silence lingered, the boy's fear escalated, and he repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, "My lord, please punish me alone. Do not involve Wana. She is innocent. I beseech you. Brother, do not say such things if you perish." "I cannot live on," the girl said, tears welling in her eyes. It seems I am increasingly resembling the villain," Su Hao muttered, shaking his head in disbelief, not wanting to linger and become a spectacle for the crowd. He intended to leave and investigate further later when an unexpected figure appeared behind him. "Lord Shios, why have you not yet departed?" The crowd parted, creating a wide path, reminiscent of waves receding from a formidable rock. The onlookers were desperate to escape, clearly anticipating the unfolding chaos. They wished fervently to sprout wings and flee, resulting in a chaotic stampede, accompanied by screams and cries. Silence. Quiet down, collective silence. With a disdainful huff, he waved his staff, and the crowd fell mute, their expressions morphing into sheer terror. Zoli, what business do you have with me? Su Hao replied calmly, sensing an impending crisis. The man approached slowly, his aura growing increasingly menacing, his tone chillingly ruthless. A mere apprentice dares to masquerade as a level 1 necromancer. Tell me, how should I entertain you? Chapter 27. Prophecy 1. Damn it. Lacking a protective field at level 1 poses a significant risk. Su Hao could no longer afford to hesitate. He tore open a scroll from his spatial bag, unleashing a surge of magical energy. Basic invisibility. In an instant, his form became translucent, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Foolish apprentice. You have no comprehension of the vast chasm separating an apprentice from a bona fide mage, Versailles sneered, raising his left hand to cast a wide-area level 1 spell. Folksped. A swirling mass of green mist erupted, enveloping the vicinity within moments. Worse still, those trapped within the fog found it increasingly difficult to breathe, as it was laced with toxins, causing dozens, even hundreds, to collapse as if harvested like wheat. Yet he failed to locate the invisible Su Hao, growing irate as he unleashed a series of spells. Tracking spell? Vibration sense? I've found you, little mouse. Let's see where you can escape to. Shadow step. Zoli's figure appeared as if teleporting, 30 meters to the north. A cruel grin plastered on his face as he reached for the barely visible silhouette. Something felt amiss. He instantly realized, flames igniting in his hand. He ignited the shadowy figure before him. The mist dissipated. He finally beheld the object he had discovered, a lowly undead. Lord Xios, I never imagined your doppelganger would be wielded by an apprentice. I truly feel embarrassed for you, an intriguing lad. You ought to pray that you never cross paths with me again. He apathetically clapped his hands and turned to leave. Behind him, an unsightly, grotesque humanoid was engulfed in flames, as if doused in gasoline. The fire raged ever more fiercely, reducing it to a mere puddle of ash. Drizzling rain fell gently, streaming through the cathedral's vast aperture, landing upon the blazing inferno. The fire elementals, loathing the deluge, hastily burrowed into crevices, hiding deep within the flames. Outside, at the ravaged entrance of the cathedral, a silver-robed maiden sat upon the ground, gasping for breath, her gaze reflecting lingering terror towards the cathedral. Just moments ago, she had separated from Su Hao due to that loathsome creature, only to encounter an even more terrifying sight. The very ground beneath her feet had erupted with a thunderous crack, from which emerged numerous skeletons and decaying corpses, conservatively estimated to be no fewer than 100, with many more clawing their way out. The entire broad corridor was teeming with monsters, a sight so overwhelming it sent shivers down her spine. Consequently, she dared not linger, utilizing a life-saving scroll to traverse the tide of corpses and escape the dreadful abyss. Strangely, those creatures halted at the threshold, none daring to cross the doorway. Oh, grandfather, if we cannot even protect ourselves, what good is it for us astrologers to foresee the future? The thick tome in her hands emanated a soft glow as Li Yar gazed at the astrological array, illuminating its cover. Feeling a wave of sorrow wash over her, for the first time, her steadfast belief wavered. The prophecy had indicated that today would bring nothing but fleeting danger, so why had it transformed into a harrowing struggle for survival? Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a series of footsteps approached, drawing her wary attention to the temple's entrance. The sound was slow and dragging, akin to the undead, with at least 2 individuals advancing. She wished to shut the door, but feared doing so might endanger the young man who had already fallen into peril because of her. Thus, she retreated several paces, anxiously watching the strange figures emerge. Upon recognizing one of the figures, she leapt up in delight, her weary body revitalized as she rushed over. Mission accomplished. I finally rescued him. The pale-faced youth smiled. Grandfather, how much torment have you endured? She neglected to express her gratitude, tears streaming down her cheeks as her trembling hands hesitated to touch the elderly man, fearful of causing him further pain. Right, I still have healing potions. Flustered, she fumbled for a red vial, uncorked it, and carefully fed it to the old man, who gradually began to regain his color. "Forgive me. When I found grandfather, he was being tortured by cultists. I managed to sneak him out while they were distracted. However, they discovered me upon my exit and are undoubtedly searching for us now." Su Hao spoke with a hint of regret. Naturally, he could not divulge the full truth, as it might lead to unfavorable consequences for him. He cast a longing glance at the vial, recognizing it as a mid-tier healing potion, its efficacy far surpassing the ones he typically employed, with a price to match. After a while, the old man coughed up several mouthfuls of blood before opening his eyes. His deep gaze sharp as he weakly proclaimed, "The apocalypse approaches, the gates of darkness have swung open. You treacherous humans cannot escape your fate. Soon, the abyssal demon shall rend you to pieces, devouring you piece by piece. Grandfather, enough. Look at your current state, forget about the apocalypse. If this continues, you'll perish first." Li Yar's tears flowed more freely, a mixture of heartache and helplessness. "I beg you, grandfather, cease your pursuit of those prophecies. We shall discuss the prophecies later. Our immediate priority is to leave this place, or we shall find ourselves in mortal peril when the cultists emerge," Su Hao sternly reminded her. To linger at the threshold while conversing idly is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the old man's injuries remained grievously severe, necessitating immediate and thorough treatment. "I recommend the herb shop located in the eastern part of the city." The old man appeared somewhat disoriented, failing to recognize his own granddaughter, leading him to suspect he had suffered some form of spiritual torment, resulting in memory loss. "Very well, let us depart at once." Li Yar promptly agreed, intending to assist her grandfather in leaving. Suddenly, the old man fixed his gaze upon Su Hao, a glimmer of light sparking in his eyes, resembling a brilliant galaxy, as he addressed him. "Young mage, the future is not predetermined, that if your heart yearns for the light, even the most bottomless abyss cannot plunge you into darkness." Su Hao felt a shiver run through him. Light, abyss, darkness. These words easily evoked thoughts of his own circumstances. Prophecy mages were indeed formidable, capable of perceiving even this. "Rest assured, nothing shall defeat me." "Absolutely." He placed his right hand upon his left chest, performing a simple mage-esque salute, his eyes radiating determination. Chapter 28. Prophecy 2 in the bustling commercial district of Commerce City. Amidst the throngs of people, two young individuals supported the white-haired elder as they cautiously entered a nearby shop. Passers-by appeared indifferent, their eyes averted, hastily moving past them. The shop front appeared somewhat dilapidated, with a brown wooden sign hanging above, adorned with a simple illustration of a vial, devoid of any written name. Upon entering, a lang of sweet and acrid scents assailed their senses, mingled with the sterile odor reminiscent of a hospital. 2 rows of shelves lined either side of the walls, each displaying vials filled with liquids of various hues. Proceeding further inside, they encountered a partitioned area filled with tables, cluttered with glass bottles, test tubes, and alchemical apparatus, reminiscent of a school laboratory. To the left stood a cabinet akin to a traditional Chinese medicine shop, crammed with hundreds of drawers, each labeled with a name that Su Hao called out. "Teacher Hongye. We have a patient." Bang, a cloud of smoke billowed forth, intensifying the already pungent aroma that As anticipated. The experiment had once again gone awry. Su Hao grimaced, concerned that this research fanatic might one day inadvertently blow herself up. "What's all the racket? Hurry up and come over to tidy up." A gruff voice echoed from within, and as a peculiar figure emerged, he lowered his head in haste, fearing he might burst into laughter at the sight. The individual had disheveled hair, their face smeared with remnants of concoctions and soot, their robe riddled with holes, giving them a more pitiable appearance than a beggar at the city gate. However, to underestimate her would be perilous, for she was one of the foremost alchemists in Commerce City, albeit with a notoriously irritable disposition and a poor reputation among the various factions in the city. TSK, you two truly treat your lives with disdain, diving headfirst into danger time and again. How many times is this now? To his astonishment, the eccentric woman recognized Li Yar and her grandfather, approaching them without a care for her disheveled appearance to examine the elder's injuries. After assessing the situation, she suddenly furrowed her brow and sighed. "Old Li, You truly are remarkable, daring to provoke a second-tier necromancer. I'm genuinely curious how you managed to escape." The oddly shaped woman scrutinized the elder's wounds, her voice tinged with exasperation. "Can it be healed? Liar anjosli tivistet herkulotin. Consider yourself fortunate. I just acquired a sprig of ansel flower, which can counteract this corpse poison that I'll prepare the potion for him. And after some rest, he'll be completely cured." The woman stated nonchalantly, retrieving a peculiar flower that emitted a soft, white glow akin to a light bulb, pulsating as if breathing. She glanced at Su Hao, who stood idly by. "Why are you just standing there like a statue? Get moving, right away." Su Hao responded, promptly tidying the explosive remnants of the alchemical workstation that as an apprentice alchemist, he was well versed in such tasks. Despite her brusque manner, she was, in truth, rather amiable. Since their first meeting the previous week, she had devoted herself to teaching him, fully embracing the role of a true mentor, with no intent to withhold knowledge. She imparted a wealth of alchemical wisdom. Indeed, the traditional saying holds true: a strict teacher produces outstanding students. Once he had finished tidying up, the woman opened the alchemical furnace, placing the flower inside, gradually adding various ingredients. After more than 10 minutes, she finally ceased, filling a test tube with the resulting pearlescent liquid and handing it over to Lir. Hastily received it, carefully bringing it to the elder's lips to administer. Cough, cough. The old man erupted in a fit of violent coughs, expelling a large amount of blackened blood, and the pallor of his face noticeably diminished, indicating the potion's efficacy. "Siar, be sure to learn well from her. Master Wang is one of the foremost alchemists in Commerce City, and it won't be long before she ascends to the level of master." After seeing her grandfather's condition improve, Lir let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Su Hao. After all, the latter had saved her only relative, leaving her at a loss as to how to express her gratitude. "It's not that simple." The disheveled woman shook her head with a sigh. Showing no sign of self-satisfaction, she seemed reluctant to discuss this matter and shifted the topic. "By the way, could you tell me what exactly you encountered?" "I'm sorry, but I don't have much clarity on the specifics," Lir replied. Shaking her head that moment, the white-haired elder, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. His face, as wrinkled as the bark of an ancient tree, was etched with an unshakable worry. "I glimpsed a fragment of the future. A dark portal opens in the city. Black wings blotting out the sky, a colossal form tearing apart the earth, and the entire commercial hub lay in ruins." "Humph. What nonsense are you rambling about, old man? The gods have long sealed the connection between the main world and the abyss, concealing the entire realm, making it impossible for demons to cross over. Stop your wild imaginings. Prophecy cannot fully unveil the future. Honestly, at this rate, you might not even live to see the end of the world. Dying in some obscure corner instead." The disheveled woman scoffed, her tone tinged with irritation, utterly disbelieving his words. "I cannot be mistaken, Hongye. The earlier prophecies have already come to pass that it was my discovery of certain secrets concerning the falling stars that led me to search the ruins of the Northern Temple. To my dismay, I found it transformed into a terrifying lair where malevolent necromancers have gathered," the elder asserted firmly, shaking his head. "Oh, necromancers? Just a bunch of foul-smelling dogs that relish in rotten bones. Inform the Church of the Holy Light. I'm sure those paladins will be eager to exterminate them," she replied dismissively. "It's too late. Far too late, that I have a foreboding sense that they are plotting a dreadful catastrophe, that we must set out immediately. We cannot afford to delay. I implore you, Hongye, please inform the lord of the city right now, or it will be too late." The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to rise, his tone urgent and filled with desperation as Su Hao looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend why the elder had become so agitated so suddenly. Had he truly uncovered some impending crisis? However, he felt little concern for himself. After all, he was merely a player. For many players, the more chaos, the better. An all-out invasion of the main world by the endless abyss would provide the ultimate thrill of battle, rather than spending days delivering messages or hunting trivial creatures. "Sigh, I think you've really lost your mind," the disheveled woman said, reaching out to touch his forehead with a calm demeanor. "Take your grandfather home. Let him rest for a couple of days. Silly boy, come with me. I want to assess your progress in your studies." With that, she left the apothecary, clearly unconcerned by the elder's apocalyptic predictions. Given that it had been years since demons had been sighted in the main world, most people would mock him for being delusional. Su Hao turned to bid farewell to the two with a bow, saying, "I apologize, but I must take my leave." He glanced back with a hint of anticipation, to which Li Yar responded with a smile. "Hurry along, then. Studying is paramount. Grandma Hongya is a good person, just not very skilled in communication, so I hope you can be understanding." Sigh. "Why can't you grasp my meaning?" Su Hao gently shook his head, feeling rather helpless as he followed the disheveled woman upstairs. Once he departed, the elder's gaze became vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Grandfather, it's time to go back." His granddaughter gently helped him rise from the chair, inquiring softly. "Xiaoya, I saw the cataclysmic disaster in my dreams. An endless horde of demons sweeping in to destroy the world," the elder murmured. "I must do something. I cannot allow such a tragedy to unfold again. While everything is still pending, we must do everything in our power to avert this disaster." "Grandfather, do not think so much. Even if a calamity were to occur, we would be powerless to stop it. Let those legendary heroes handle it. Besides, we still have the protection of the gods. What you need now is to rest," Li Yar said, her heart aching for him. Due to the toll of prophecy, her grandfather's lifespan was already dangerously short. Yet he continued to labor tirelessly, risking his life to prevent what seemed like a pipe dream of a disaster. The elder lowered his head, letting out a heavy sigh. "Alas, even you do not believe me. People mock me as a dreamer, but one day, the future will bear witness to all I have done. I truly hope that nothing will come to pass." "Grandfather, why are you suddenly so certain that a disaster will indeed occur?" Li Yar asked, her concern growing as she wondered if he had been influenced by some cult. The elder lifted his gaze towards the staircase, his eyes deepening with insight. "Because I glimpsed a thread of the future through him, a future fraught with thorns and bloodshed, a horrifying future akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A red lotus blooms amidst the sea of corpses and blood, where darkness and light reside in a single thought." The girl paused, momentarily lost in thought as she too gazed towards the staircase. Chapter 29. Spell training. Unlike the first floor, the second floor resembled a study, dominated by a large brown bookshelf that occupied nearly half the room, filled to the brim with books. The disheveled woman languidly reclined in a spacious chair, snapping her fingers, and the once dim room suddenly became bright. Though no visible light source was apparent, she tossed a small plant towards Su Hao, saying, "Tell me about this." After catching it, Su Hao examined it closely. The plant resembled a roadside weed, lacking a stem, only consisting of long, slender, dark golden leaves that formed a fluffy cluster. Unperturbed, Su Hao replied, "This is Lawrence's beard, named after the alchemist Lawrence from the year 1285 of the new calendar, as it closely resembles his beard. It primarily grows in cold, damp places and is classified as a cold-hardy medicinal herb, exhibiting good compatibility with other potions, particularly possessing a unique ability to neutralize toxins, allowing it to be used in concocting potions alongside withered grass and moth grass to significantly reduce side effects." "Continue," she instructed, offering no further commentary, and tossed him another peculiar object, shaped like a teardrop. "This is the tear of Biano, said to be the remorseful tears left by the human traitor Biano." Su Hao glanced at the system panel for a prompt and immediately spoke up. After several questions, she finally nodded, waving her hand. "Review this at home. Tomorrow I'll teach you how to create several improved potions that go study the relevant materials." With that, she casually pulled out a book and sank into the chair. Engrossed in its contents, that Su Hao couldn't help but smile with delight, slightly bowing to excuse himself. "All right, I shall take my leave now." His joy was understandable, as many formulas such as life potions and detoxification potions were mass-produced with fairly fixed effects. Yet life skill mentors were akin to traditional artists in Huagua, each possessing various unique signature skills. They had conducted extensive research and experimentation, having already improved or even created superior formulas that could significantly enhance the effects of potions. These formulas were tantamount to their invention patents, and thus they would not easily impart them to others, lest they fall into the trap of teaching the apprentice to starve the master. In the second world, he had previously learned some improved formulas, such as the Anri's healing potion, which could enhance life recovery by 20 and improve recovery speed based on the standard healing potion. Its efficacy matched that of a mid-level healing potion, yet its production cost was only two-thirds of that, leading to a substantial profit. The resulting windfall was easy to imagine: Royal Palace Flower. As he was leaving, he caught a glimpse of the book title and cover, depicting a regal figure embracing another amidst a circle of blooming flowers. His heart jolted, sensing something amiss. The charming figure on the cover must surely be the Blue Boy. His mouth twitched in disbelief. Who would have thought this seemingly disheveled alchemist was actually a seasoned Fujoshi? Truly terrifying. Better to keep a distance. The rain had ceased, and Suhao chose not to log out of the game to take the tram home, but instead opted to walk. Viewing the 20-minute journey as a means of physical exercise, through the game as perspective, the once familiar city had been entirely transformed into another realm. Due to the game's affiliation, all shops connected to the official fantasy realm now appeared to fit seamlessly within the game's aesthetic. For instance, a former KTV bar had morphed into a fantastical tavern, filled with patrons adorned in eccentric attire befitting adventurers. Gyms and martial arts halls had transformed into training grounds, equipped with various facilities that allowed players to engage in combat and physical training to their heart's content. This is truly astonishing, Suhao exclaimed for what felt like the umpteenth time. The entire game had turned reality into a foreign world, enabling people to escape their mundane lives and indulge in the thrill of battles and adventures in an alternate reality. No wonder speculations arose about its extraterrestrial origins. Upon seeing the sign for the Tianyi training ground, Suhao strolled inside. Naturally, training grounds were not free. For ordinary players, it was quite a luxury expenditure. Esteemed mage, are you here to test your spell's power? The receptionist was an adorable bunny girl. Her long ears perched atop her head, her eyes as captivating as rubies, and her three-part mouth adding an exotic flair. Yes, please arrange a room for me. Sir Mage, our spell training area is divided into public spaces and private rooms. Public places necessitate the use of spells in conjunction with others, which may lead to certain disturbances that in contrast, private rooms will not affect you in any way and will provide more meticulous services, albeit at a significantly higher price, the bunny girl cheerfully introduced. Oh, then I shall opt for the private room. Sir, the private room costs 2 gold coins per hour and is equipped with various testing instruments that can accurately measure your spell's potency and effectiveness. If that is agreeable, please follow me. The bunny girl's eyes lit up, her smile growing even more radiant. Certainly. Suhao casually placed several gold coins on the counter, the crisp sound immediately attracting the attention of many onlookers. The unexpected windfall of the day had transformed him into a nouveau riche, and he was not particularly concerned about this expenditure. Please hold on. The bunny girl, her eyes reflecting the gleam of the coins, nimbly registered him and then handed him a silver card. Sir, this is your room card. Please follow me. Suhao nodded and strolled up to the second floor, amidst envious gazes from the crowd in the hall. As he passed a public area, he was astonished to see some individuals exercising on treadmills, pursued relentlessly by drooling monsters. Clearly, these individuals were tapping into their potential, running profusely and exerting themselves beyond their usual limits. Noticing his gaze, the bunny girl sweetly remarked, Sir, we currently have a membership discount at our training center. Originally priced at 66 gold coins per month, it is now available for just 36 gold coins, granting you the status of a junior VIP member. You will have unrestricted access to all facilities in public areas and enjoy a 10% discount on private room rates. Your approach reminds me too much of salons. The atmosphere here seems rather incongruous, Suhao interjected, unable to suppress a smirk as he interrupted her pitch. I apologize. We do need to meet our performance targets, and I hope you can understand, the bunny girl said, curtsying apologetically and gesturing towards a nearby door. Sir, I shall not intrude upon your training. Please proceed. Suhao nodded, swiped his room card, and entered the private chamber. Welcome. Please select a service. This training center offers spell potency testing, utilizing alchemical puppets to assess spell effects. From the outside, it appeared rather unremarkable, but upon entry, he discovered the expansive space was akin to that of a basketball court. Targets stood from afar to near, and striking them would accurately test the intensity of spell attacks. To his right was a magical display screen detailing the release methods for all spells, with an option below to summon a staff member for further explanation. Ah, quite advanced, Su Hao mused, taking in his surroundings thoughtfully. Since I'm here, I might as well make my expenditure worthwhile. Let us first test my current attack power. He recited the incantation, and a fireball shot forth, colliding with a target, triggering the earlier enhancement sound once more. Chapter 30. A chance encounter category. Elemental fire spell attack power. 5 degrees degree of damage to target. Severe, the degree, of course, did not refer to electrical energy units, but rather to a measurement system for attack potency within the game. 1 degree signifies the energy released by 1 gram of source crystal, powerful enough to penetrate a common skull, inflicting mortal harm. Source crystals are indeed valuable, containing the primal energies of the world, essential for alchemy, puppetry, cultivation, and various other applications. Even the most inferior low-grade source crystal commands a worth of at least 120 gold coins. That Su Hao stroked his chin, deep in thought. The potency of spells hinges on one's mental strength and comprehension of the spell, as well as the quality of external equipment. According to information shared on forums, to achieve an attack power exceeding 10 degrees without external assistance, one's mental or physical attributes must surpass 10 points, a rather stringent requirement. Previously, his fireball spell had an attack power of merely around 3 degrees. Now, a doubling of that value is commendable that if he were to enter a phantasmal state, it might significantly enhance his attack power. However, he dared not employ that state here, as it could easily attract unwanted attention and lead to endless troubles. Instead, he decided to test other spells. Acid Splash. A globule of pungent green liquid swiftly took form, which he hurled at the target with a flick of his wrist. Sizzle, an unusual corrosive sound ensued, and white gas emanated from the target. Once the gas dissipated, the surface revealed a pockmarked visage. Category: Elemental aberrant water spell attack power. 1 degree of damage to target. Severe, clearly. Different spells emphasize different attributes. While the fireball spell boasts higher attack power, its destructive capability falls short. In contrast, Acid Splash may inflict lesser damage, but can affect a broader area. In reality, if some acidic alchemical agents were added to the Acid Splash spell, its potency could be greatly amplified. However, the cost of release would be exorbitant, effectively turning it into a means of spending gold to inflict harm. In the second world, such specialized facilities for spell testing are non-existent, allowing him to finally gain a quantitative and intuitive understanding of various spells. Subsequently, he continued testing all the spells he possessed, depleting his deposit time before exiting the room. In the bustling hall on the first floor, 2 young women entered together. Xiao Shi, I know that the expenses here are quite steep. Were it not for your discount card, I would hardly dare to come in, the slightly shorter girl exclaimed, her eyes wide as she curiously surveyed the surroundings. Yes, this is the card given to me by the Martial Arts Academy as a reward for my ranking in the city-level competition. Xiao Mei, feel free to choose whatever you wish, her companion replied nonchalantly, her long, shapely legs drawing the attention of many men, audible sounds of swallowed saliva accompanying her presence. She frowned, although accustomed to it. She still found it somewhat nauseating. That moment, a young man clad in casual athletic attire descended the stairs, prompting the front desk bunny girl to hurriedly approach him, whispering something. Xiao Mei clicked her tongue, her gaze fixed intently on him. Hey, isn't that the otaku who was staring at you the other day? I didn't expect him to be so wealthy. Could he be another rich second generation trying to experience an ordinary life? Seemingly sensing her scrutiny, the young man turned his head, but merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his gaze. She recognized that look. It was not one of disdain, but rather complete indifference, akin to how one would overlook weeds along a path. It reminded her of a significant figure she had encountered once. Though he wore a smile, it offered no warmth whatsoever. Though they were close in proximity, it felt as if a world separated them, their social circles never to intersect. She gazed at him enviously before shaking her head, attempting to avoid falling into a train of misguided thought. He approached the front desk, casually stating, "The conditions here are quite satisfactory. I would like to apply for a card. May I ask if you will be using credit points or gold coins?" The attendant inquired. her excitement palpable. Gold coins. Very well. Please swipe your personal terminal for registration. The young man nodded, placing his left wrist upon the black device, a silver bracelet on his wrist emanating a faint glow. Then, with his right hand, he seemed to place something onto the counter. TSK, he is indeed a tycoon, spending over 8,000 credit points each month just for gaming, without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Mei thought as she watched him gradually leave the training center, her face a mask of envy. Then, she was taken aback to see her companion staring intently at him, unable to suppress her surprise. Xiao Shi, what is wrong? Are you taken with him? Her companion was a quintessential wealthy beauty. With countless admirers at school, such an occurrence seemed rather unlikely. 8,000, her companion muttered. Indeed, currently, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 130 credit points. The junior VIP membership here requires 66 gold coins per month, which amounts to over 8,000 credit points, equivalent to my annual allowance, Xiao Mei explained, nodding, before turning to comfort her companion with a playful smile. But Xiao Shi, you're not lacking either. Your monthly allowance must start at 5,000 credit points at the very least. And your martial arts training expenses must be close to 100,000 credit points each year. Xiao Mei, something has come to mind. I need to head back, that I'll accompany you shopping another time, her companion suddenly said, her expression shifting as she quickly handed over her discount card and left in haste. What is wrong? Did I say something wrong? Xiao Mei was left bewildered, but she brushed it off and clutched the discount card. Striding towards the counter, she was carefree with her wealth and unconcerned. After all, she was eager to experience the services offered here. On the street, Su Hao, clad in a magical robe, was walking when he suddenly felt someone intercepting his path. Stop right there! Upon exiting the game, the vague, ordinary face gradually faded away, revealing the exquisitely familiar visage of his sister, Su Shi, her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze bore an intense scrutiny. What is the matter? Su Hao met her gaze calmly. So, you aimlessly indulge in games every day. Dropping out of school to rely on your parents is one thing, but why must you shamelessly pretend to be a rich second generation? Do you think it's easy for mom and dad to earn money? The person blocking him was none other than his sister Su Shi. Her expression filled with ire as she pointed a finger at him and reprimanded him coldly. Oh, my affairs are of no concern to you. Moreover, I spend my own earnings. Do I require your approval? Ever since the last encounter had unveiled his sister's true colors to him, he no longer felt the need to appease or yield to her. He walked past the other party with an air of indifference, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia for that clingy little girl from his memories whom he once admired. You. Su Shi glared at him as he walked away, taken aback by the unexpected confrontation with her formerly meek and unremarkable brother. Very well, I shall see what fortune can be earned from playing games. She stomped her foot, determined to delve into the world of gaming that she had always avoided. Chapter 31. The Mark of the Hunt in the Green Garden community, located on the outskirts where land prices were remarkably affordable. The area was dotted with charming 2-story villas, yet the prices were not much higher than that of a single unit in the city center, coupled with the picturesque and refined environment. The entire community felt akin to a vibrant garden, attracting many to settle there, including Su Hao's family, who had moved in a year prior to in a modest villa within the community. Su Hao returned to his bedroom clad in a bathrobe, lazily sitting cross-legged on his bed as he tallied his gains from the day. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the spatial bracelet of the cult as High Priest, a possession of a second-tier powerhouse. Alas, it could not be opened, leaving him only to gaze at it in frustration. He retrieved a pile of items transferred from his spatial belt to his personal space bag, laying them out on the bed like a vendor at a market. Among these treasures were more than a dozen low-grade source crystals, each resembling smooth diamonds, refracting a spectrum of colors under the light. TSK, these little trinkets alone are worth over 1,000 gold coins, translating to more than 100,000 credit points. Su Hao felt elated, seriously contemplating whether he should pursue this line of work, for the money flowed far too easily. Eagerly, he took out the spellbook belonging to Xios and flipped through it casually. Death tendrils, resurrection of the undead, corpse explosion, command skeletons, bone armor. Well, it seems that as expected, being a necromancer means all the skills are death-related. utterly unusable in public. After reading through, he sighed. Many of the skills required specialized knowledge to master, leaving him to select carefully. Weapons are not judged by their quality, but rather by their wielder. Otherwise, even a utility knife could be lethal. The same principle applies to spells that in the second world. He had witnessed abyssal demons saving humanity, as well as holy paladins slaughtering entire villages. For him, spells and equipment were merely tools, and he bore no prejudice against them. He dismissed all skeleton and corpse-related spells, ultimately finding only 3 usable out of 20. Death Tendrils, Weary Hand, and Clay Golem. After meticulously reviewing the spell descriptions, a profound sense of relief washed over Su Hao. He was grateful that the individual had foolishly sought to control the Crimson Lotus. Otherwise, any of these spells could have easily dispatched him. TSK. When luck arrives, it cannot be thwarted. However, he accessed his attribute panel, gazing at the meager 2-digit score in the points section, feeling a headache as he rubbed his hair. It seems I must resort to the old methods again, though the feeling of a dwindling wallet is quite unpleasant. The greatest advantage players have over natives lies in the existence of systems and points, allowing players to easily master various spells and martial techniques. While natives must toil tirelessly, spending many times the effort, the significance of points is evident. Without them, players would be reduced to mere lethargy, lying on the ground gazing up at the talented natives. "Wait! What is this?" Su Hao exclaimed, reaching out to pick up a small token from the clutter on his bed. Examining it closely, the token appeared to be a medallion, inscribed in the center with a prominent divine script. Hunt. Divine script is a language used by deities and their followers, imbued with a special force of laws, often recited during rituals to invoke divine powers. Hunting. Could it be the goddess of the hunt? But that deity perished during the first abyssal invasion and has yet to be revived. Is she about to awaken? He cautiously infused a sliver of mana into the token, which instantly radiated a blinding light, enveloping the entire room in a crimson hue, as if blood were flowing through the air. Damn it, this is not the goddess of the hunt. It's undoubtedly an evil god. Sensing the malevolent aura within the light, Su Hao's expression changed drastically as he attempted to throw the token away. Unfortunately, it was too late. The token felt as though it had fused with his hand, resisting his efforts to remove it. Instead, he felt his life essence being greedily consumed by the token, the numbers representing his health plummeting alarmingly. Warning. Host is losing excessive blood. Life value nearing 0. Warning. Host is losing excessive blood life. The system panel flickered with ominous red warnings, continuously updating the alerts. Damn it, just die already. Su Hao gritted his teeth and pressed the token against his forehead, recklessly invoking the dormant and mysterious Crimson Lotus. Crack! The token shattered, transforming into countless fragments that vanished without a trace, while a blood-red bow, an arrow mark, quietly emerged on the back of his hand. Host has obtained the mark of the hunt. A line of text appeared before him as Su Hao lay on his bed, gasping for breath. The near-death experience had been harrowing, as if his blood were gushing forth, threatening to drain him entirely. Meanwhile, he vaguely sensed something watching him, yet when he searched intently, he found nothing. What a troublesome affair. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. He stored all the items back into his spatial bag, fully prepared for any eventualities, never expecting to nearly stumble over such an inconspicuous object. And no, he had already stumbled. Obtaining the mark signifies a connection established with some deity or powerful entity within the second world, allowing one to become a follower or to sacrifice items in exchange for power, among other things. Thus, it could be inferred that the gaze he had sensed earlier belonged to that powerful being. However, it seems that the presence is merely an unconscious gaze, likely trapped in slumber. If that is the case, considering deities often slumber for decades or even centuries, this entity may not awaken even after the Illusory Realm ceases operation. Having come to this realization, he finally relaxed, sitting at his writing desk and retrieving a textbook-sized volume, laying it open before him. Fundamentals of Potionology. This book naturally covered the foundational knowledge related to potions, akin to learning mathematics where one must first grasp addition and subtraction before gradually expanding their understanding. Nevertheless, The vast knowledge of a mage is not acquired through rote memorization. It does not require one to endure the late-night study sessions of a high school senior from over a decade ago. Ancient mages had long since devised spells to better memorize vast amounts of knowledge. Manai Tai Lo Si, reading technique. As he chanted the incantation, a faint light flickered in his eyes, and the text and illustrations on the pages were instantaneously committed to memory as if captured in a photograph. Of course, he hadn't truly memorized them. Rather, they were stored in a virtual memory area provided by the system, allowing for immediate recall. When he encountered any botanical materials later, he would directly see their related descriptions. Akin to carrying a library that offers search services, provided that he had first stored the book within. This zero-level spell could be deemed a divine technique, one that countless struggling students yearn to possess, as it would allow them to complete all courses from elementary to high school in a single day. Unfortunately, this ability could only be utilized within the Illusory Realm, leading many to fervently post on the official forum, trying to attract the developer's attention, but to no avail. Ding! Just as he was flipping through the pages and committing the information to memory, an information window suddenly popped up before him. A guest is visiting. The door has been automatically opened according to the host's settings. Chapter 32. Jinyin Yansu, How Leisurely Exited the Game. Stretching with a yawn. While the reading technique was indeed useful, its downside was the significant mental fatigue it incurred. He felt utterly drained after just a few minutes of use. No. I hope I'm not interrupting you. I brought you some chicken soup. The bedroom door swung open, and a figure approached cautiously, inquiring softly that Su how quickly got up to receive the thermos. Grinning as he licked his lips. Not at all. I was just getting a bit hungry, and this aroma is truly mouth-watering. Well, I'm glad you like it. The girl sighed with relief, smiling. This girl was his childhood friend, the only person who could casually enter his home through the smart door. They had grown up together, even moving to the Green Garden community together after relocating. What irked him was that, in novels, the protagonist's childhood friends are often stunning beauties. Even if they weren't attractive in childhood, they would blossom into beauty in their teenage years. Yet the girl before him had somewhat fallen short of expectations, standing at just under 5'6". With a pair of stocky legs, her features could only be described as passable. Moreover, she constantly wore oversized, outdated black-framed glasses and favored braided hairstyles, giving her an appearance reminiscent of a village girl from the 1990s. Far from the beauty he had envisioned and more akin to a rustic girl. Her name, however, bore a hint of poetic elegance, with the surname Zhu and the given name Yin, taken from the works of the late ruler of the Southern Tang dynasty. The jade rail and the exquisite carvings should still remain. Only Zhu Yin has changed. Regrettably, her appearance and demeanor were entirely at odds with that of a classical beauty. In fact, during her childhood, some mischievous boys even referred to her as Fat Pig. Kiki, you really don't have to make soup for me so often. You have school to attend, and it would be exhausting for you. Su Hao advised once more. Unlike him, Zhu Yin was the epitome of a well-behaved child. Having never committed any wrongdoing throughout her life, which only served to diminish her presence further, that a person devoid of both virtues and vices is, by nature, unlikely to attract the attention of others. No. I'm not tired. Although making soup takes time, it's truly quite simple. Just throw everything into the pressure cooker. You really ought to take better care of yourself. All you do is play games. And that's detrimental to your health. All right, I hear you, Sai. You're more nagging than my mother. I wonder who would ever marry you. Su Hao quickly interjected, lest she launch into another lengthy monologue that a faint blush crept onto the girl's cheeks as she lowered her gaze. No. I should be heading back now. Make sure to get to bed early and don't stay up too late. Yes. Go back and don't overexert yourself. Su Hao replied with a smile and a wave of farewell. He was not the emotionally obtuse protagonist often found in novels. He was well aware of the girl's affection. Unfortunately, his feelings were not rooted in disdain for her appearance, but rather in the fact that their relationship was so close that he regarded her as a younger sister, rendering any romantic development impossible. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation, and asked, No, the day after tomorrow is a weekend. Do you have any plans? I already dropped out, so holidays don't really concern me. Besides, everyone else is going out to have fun, and I can't be bothered to join the crowd, Suhao replied decisively, shaking his head. Oh, then I suppose there is nothing for me to do, the girl said, her eyes cast downward, her lips slightly pouting, yet she did not elaborate further. He sighed inwardly, reluctant to witness her disappointment, and suggested, by the way, I recall that a new Fantasy Realm theme park just opened nearby. If you have time, perhaps we could go together in a couple of days? Yes, I've been wanting to check it out. Zhu Yin's mood brightened instantly, her steps buoyant as if she were walking on clouds, already contemplating what to prepare for the outing. Hey, why are you back again? A voice of discontent emanated from the living room below, prompting Suhao to sigh in resignation as he hurried downstairs. In the living room, Sushi raised an eyebrow, her expression rife with disdain as she scrutinized Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin, this is my home. Please refrain from entering so casually. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I brought some soup for Nono and will leave shortly, Zhu Yin said nervously, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Don't be so familiar. It only disgusts me that at your age still calling each other by nicknames. How embarrassing, Sushi replied, primping her hair while looking down at Zhu Yin, her words lacking any subtlety. Enough, she is my friend, Suhao interrupted, frowning at his sister. Just seeing you two together irritates me, she scoffed, deliberately stomping heavily as she ascended the stairs, slamming the door upstairs with a loud bang that brazenly expressed her displeasure. Suhao rubbed his temples in frustration, puzzled by why his sister harbored such animosity towards Zhu Yin, often resorting to cold sarcasm whenever they met. This situation had persisted for quite some time, leaving him feeling helpless. Could it be that Zhu Yin's lack of conventional beauty instinctively provoked her disdain, making her reluctant to share space with her? He awkwardly remarked, I apologize, she could be a bit difficult. She really needs some discipline. It seemed that since his decision to drop out, his sister had distanced herself entirely from him, no longer clinging to him as she had in childhood, when she would inquire about everything and even dream of becoming his bride when she grew up. Gradually, however, he became engrossed in games, neglecting her. Furthermore, with their parents frequently traveling, spending less than a month at home each year, they hardly exercised any parental control over her, that he surmised that Su Shi's peculiar behavior stemmed from a lack of familial guidance. Realizing this, he suddenly felt quite incompetent as an older brother. It's all right. It was indeed my fault for intruding. It's understandable that she would feel averse to me, and I will make an effort to improve our relationship in the future, Zhu Yin replied. Shaking her head and forcing a smile, the door swung open automatically. Suhao watched her leave before shaking his head and returning to his room to study diligently, having chosen to pursue gaming as a profession. He understood the necessity of putting in the requisite effort. The first month after his withdrawal was marked by his most frenzied gaming sessions, spending 12 hours online each day until the system forcibly logged him out. However, upon logging out, he wouldn't rest. Instead, he voraciously sought out learning materials related to gaming and watched tutorial videos by renowned gamers. Just then, while he was employing a reading spell to memorize information, a knock at the door interrupted him, that he opened it to find a somewhat awkward figure standing outside. Oh, how peculiar. What brings you here? The person, a bit flustered with a rosy complexion, stuttered. Take me to play Fantasy Realm. Chapter 33, The Tavern. It goes without saying that the person outside was indeed Su Shi. Are you feeling unwell? Suhao asked, astonished, scanning her from head to toe, suspecting that the girl before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his sister, was actually someone in disguise. It was truly bizarre. This individual, who had always viewed games as a monstrous threat, was now expressing a desire to play. After all, she had always strived to maintain a flawless goddess-like image in public, shunning games and any venues such as bars or karaoke that might tarnish that image. Her daily routine consisted of attending school and practicing martial arts, maintaining an aloof demeanor that made her seem unapproachable. How could she possibly want to play games? That's none of your business, she retorted coldly, flexing her wrist. Suhao, answer me. Will you take me or not? No, he replied curtly, completely disregarding her implied threat of physical prowess. The sound of her knuckles cracking made his heart race with apprehension, fearing that she might suddenly decide to unleash her martial skills upon him. After all, she had trained for years in combat and archery, appearing delicate but capable of fending off even 2 or 3 burly men without breaking a sweat. In the realm of gaming, he was undeniably a formidable player, but in reality, he was merely an unremarkable shut-in, utterly incapable of contending with her violent threats. With a deep breath, Sushi exhaled, rubbing her cheeks to conjure an unusual smile, and said, "If you take me to play games, I will fulfill one of your requests. I'll even cosplay as a cat-eared maid and call you Oni-chan." What the hell? What kind of insanity is this? You're willing to go to such lengths for a game you despise, he exclaimed incredulously. His perfect sister, known for her stunning looks and modeling for fashion magazines, typically purchased only high-end clothing, disdainful of any outlandish attire. It's nothing. All my classmates are playing this game. It's only natural for me to want to fit in with the trend. Besides, didn't you claim to be a gaming expert? Guiding a newcomer should be a piece of cake for you, right? Sushi stepped back, her fluffy white rabbit ear slippers pressed against the wall. Her arms crossed defiantly as she gazed at him. Still not happening, Suhao reiterated, shaking his head. Don't think I'm unaware of your embarrassing collection. You shut in that if you refuse me again, I will spill everything to Mom and Dad. Suit yourself. Faced with Suhao's indifference, she finally ran out of options and exclaimed in exasperation, "Fine. What are your conditions? I'm sorry, but I'm busy and don't have time to play with you. Besides, people like you aren't suited for gaming." Suhao turned back towards his room, calmly pulling the door shut as he finished speaking to as someone enjoying a fulfilling life. He was content to let others envy him. Why would he venture into another dimension, seeking the adoration of countless otaku? He knew all too well that those gaming goddesses attracted a myriad of admirers. The last thing he wanted was to accidentally stumble upon. Cough, cough. Better to immerse himself in alchemy instead. Bang, in a fit of anger, Sushi kicked the door fiercely before storming into the adjacent room. Xiao Shi, did he agree? A personal terminal flickered to life, projecting a virtual display with the avatar of her friend Le Xiaomei, who had accompanied her shopping earlier. Sitting on her bed, hugging a Winnie the Pooh pillow, her exquisite face was filled with frustration. That shut-in, that jerk, he absolutely refused to take me to play games. How can any guy overlook such a delightful sister like you? Le Xiaomei exclaimed, feigning surprise. Upon witnessing her anger, she quickly offered comforting words. "Don't be upset. I'll have my brother find a pro to play with us. And I promise you'll have a blast. All right, let us see how it goes then." At 10 o'clock that evening, the city remained ablaze with lights, making the moonless night feel akin to daylight. On the street, clad in a magical robe, Suhao paused in front of a shop, glancing up at the sign that read, "Pride of Hunters. This must be the place." The sign displayed 4 bold characters, accompanied by a fluttering banner depicting a man drawing a bow and arrow. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of noise, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort as he surveyed his surroundings. The spacious hall was filled to capacity with guests, each lifting their glasses in exuberant celebration, their faces flushed and voices booming. At the far end, a diminutive stage showcased a voluptuous woman dancing fervently, her body twisting like a siren, captivating a throng of men with their avaricious gazes. "Come on, let us drink until we can't anymore." Ugh, this wine is dreadful. If I had the money, I certainly wouldn't. 2 burly middle-aged men sat on the floor by the entrance, each cradling a barrel of liquor comparable in size to their heads, their faces reddened and eyes glazed. Yet they continued to gulp down their drinks. Strangely, despite their apparent age, with long beards cascading to their chests, they stood barely over a meter tall, showing no signs of stunted growth. "Hey, hold on. Aren't you supposed to be conducting business?" Suhao bent down and patted one on the shoulder. "Here, have a drink." One man hoisted his barrel in invitation, while the other waved his hand and shouted, "Step aside, don't interrupt my drinking. Don't you know that for dwarves, fine wine is akin to life itself?" Such a boisterous race of drunkards. Suhao brandished his short wooden staff and gave one a gentle tap. Then, before the dwarf could react, a gleaming gold coin arced gracefully through the air. The man lunged for it, his seemingly cumbersome body now as agile as a hare, catching the falling coin in an instant. Let us get to business." He bit the coin with a grin and tucked it into his bosom, giving his companion a kick. but the other remained as unresponsive as a dead pig. Scratching his messy hair, the dwarf asked with a beseeching tone, "Esteemed sir, you hic." A hiccup erupted, prompting Suhao to take a step back. The bearded dwarf chuckled awkwardly. "Sir, please understand, we dwarves cannot bear to be without our drink. We simply cannot control ourselves." "Stop, stop." Suhao made a universal gesture, then retrieved a small cloth pouch from his spatial backpack. Tossing it lightly, the delightful clinking sound made the dwarf's eyes sparkle even more. "I know you have extensive connections. Help me find the finest team, and the reward will be ample." "No problem. I assure you of complete satisfaction." The bearded dwarf quickly bowed, rubbing his hands together with a smile. "Well, sir, since you've sought us out, you must also be aware of the rules. The deposit. 1 gold coin should suffice. The remainder will be your tip." Suhao gazed at him with a half-smile, half-impish expression. Chapter 34. The swordsman. 1 gold coin equals 10,000 copper coins, and a loaf of bread costs merely 2 copper coins. By this reckoning, the purchasing power of 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to 5,000 credit points in reality, a considerable sum for the relatively powerless indigenous people, enough to sustain an ordinary family of 3 for 3 months. He was no novice, certainly not easily duped, especially since he had already researched pertinent information from forums prior to his arrival. "As you wish, generous wizard." The bearded dwarf discreetly smirked, emphasizing the word generous, before hastily departing. Suhao shook his head and calmly approached the counter, intending to order a mug of malt liquor. These dwarves appeared simple and honest, yet having lived within human society for so long, they had long since been assimilated. To genuinely trust them would be to invite deception. "Aren't you going to buy me a drink?" A voice emanated from his left, that he turned to see a figure entirely enveloped in a voluminous robe, their face shrouded in deep shadows. That Suhao hesitated slightly. "Of course, what would you like?" "A glass of morning dew wine." The newcomer replied to the server, their tone flat and devoid of emotion. "Certainly, please hold on," the server replied with a courteous bow, before turning to concoct the drink with a flourish. "You're really not shy," Suhao chuckled helplessly. Morning dew wine, an alchemical delicacy capable of slightly enhancing physical attributes, was priced comparably to high-end spirits in reality, with a small glass costing 3 gold coins, roughly equivalent to nearly 400 credit points. At the newcomer's indication, they moved to a small alcove, where the visitor lifted their hood, revealing a remarkably delicate visage. Their skin was fair, ears pointed, and long green hair cascaded down, resembling the fabled elves. Regrettably, they lacked the grace of such beings, instead sitting with legs crossed and speaking without a hint of decorum. "Don't hold back. I'm here to present you with a grand gift." "What grand gift?" "The information you provided me previously has been preliminarily verified. The organization has classified it as a secondary 5-star intelligence, offering 125 gold coins for it." The individual produced a dull gray pouch, casually tossing it onto the table, which then clinked melodiously as the coins collided, producing a delightful sound. "Ah, Xiao, it's the first time I've seen you so generous." Suhao unobtrusively pocketed the pouch, maintaining an air of nonchalance. After all, that information was indeed worth such a sum. Moreover, the individual tilted their head, raising their glass and downing half of it, a peculiar smile gracing their face. "Congratulations. You're now eligible to join us as a bounty hunter." "Oh, I never expected you could conduct business in Illusory Realm as well." Xiao, given our good rapport, would you share a little insider information?" Suhao gazed at them with feigned astonishment. Bounty hunters, as the name implies, earn rewards through slaying various monsters and wanted criminals, with guilds established in commercial cities, making entry relatively easy. However, given the individual status, they spoke of something deeper, hinting at hidden intricacies. "Humph. Dream on. I have no ties to you." The information dealer drained the last of her drink, tossed a small object onto the table, and stood to leave, pausing at the door to deliver a parting remark. "Siaer. This world is not as simple as it appears. Do not underestimate it, or you may meet a grim fate." Clang! The small object jumped and rolled on the table as Suhao reached out to grasp it, discovering it to be a dark red token, no larger than his palm, reminiscent of dried blood. The front bore the image of a gold coin, with a line of small text beneath it. There are no eternal friends. Only eternal gold coins. TSK, TSK, as usual. Su Hao stared at the token, momentarily lost in thought, surprised to find that this mysterious organization could persist from Second World to Illusory Realm, indicating a remarkable real-world foundation. Previously, this organization had remained concealed in the shadows, with no one aware of its upper echelons even after the collapse of Second World. IT was akin to a vast net, its tendrils extending throughout the world, capable of grasping events occurring in the abyss and relaying them to the upper echelons of various powers, indirectly propelling the main storyline forward. But he recalled that during the final battle, it was their detailed intelligence that had proven invaluable. Alas, they too fell victim. No one anticipated that the sealed Lord of the Abyss still possessed such formidable power, ultimately ensnaring all the top-tier warriors, thus concluding the entire game. I never dared to underestimate it. Finally catching up to the previous pace, regardless of the secrets, becoming stronger is the true path. He sat serenely, savoring the malt's sweet flavor as it unfolded in his mouth. Although he knew it was merely ordinary beer, the enjoyment felt extraordinarily genuine, captivating him. Knock, knock. A resounding knock echoed, and the stout, bearded dwarf entered, accompanied by a man clad in ragged attire. The latter appeared relatively youthful, likely not yet 30, with a ruggedly handsome face. Eyebrows angled dramatically, and piercing eyes that exuded a sharpness that made direct eye contact difficult. Moreover, he emanated a subtle, yet potent aura of mystery, akin to a flickering candle in the dark. Asserting his presence, that Su Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. This was a formidable warrior, and from the intensity radiating from him, he could deduce that he was also an exceptionally powerful swordsman. This represented an advanced profession for warriors, a path fraught with peril. They forsook all forms of defense, typically donning only simple cloth garments to attain astonishing speed, embodying the belief that the swiftest martial arts are unbreakable. They possessed the innate ability of weakness insight, enabling them to effortlessly identify the defensive vulnerabilities of their foes, even discerning the frailties in magical shields, rendering them deadly adversaries to mages. Upon spotting Su Hao, the swordsman's face flickered with a hint of disappointment, yet he refrained from elaborating that Su Hao understood this well. The profession was inherently combat-oriented, requiring countless battles to refine one's swordsmanship, ultimately aspiring to become a paragon of swords, a sword saint. The legendary sword saint's blade storm could directly immunize against legendary-level magical attacks, cleaving through the heart of enemy ranks. Regrettably, this was also one of the most perilous professions, for they were even more fragile than mages. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Hao rose and smiled. After all, this man was a first-tier powerhouse, an entity entirely insurmountable for him at present. It was only fitting to extend respect to the strong. The man nodded, a peculiar smile breaking across his sharply defined features. "I am Muller, captain of the Gale Wolf Squad." Su Hao shook his hand with a smile. "Xia Air, my sightland. You may call me Xia Air. Here's to a fruitful collaboration tomorrow. To a successful partnership." The man returned a somewhat stiff smile, clearly not adept at engaging with others. Another expressionless face. Su Hao concluded in his mind, and he found himself somewhat looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 35. Scoring points 1. As dawn broke, the sun gradually ascended. Countless people came and went at the city gate, signaling the onset of another bustling day. Various teams departed the safety of the city, venturing into the perilous wilderness beyond, for the majority of those with even a modicum of strength. Each exit from the city represented a gamble with fate, with the looming possibility that they might never return. Fierce beasts and monstrous creatures lurked in the wilds, and countless young lives had been lost to them. At that moment, a small team stood quietly to the left of the city gate. The tantalizing aroma wafting from a nearby pie stall made several members swallow hard. "Brother Zhou, hasn't that person arrived yet?" asked a young girl clad in a brown leather jerkin. Leaning closer. "What's the hurry? We're paid by the hour anyway." "I wouldn't mind waiting here all day," replied a burly man with a scruffy beard, dressed in nondescript gray armor, and equipped with a hefty sword and shield slung over his shoulder. But he leaned casually, his square face betraying no hint of impatience, exuding an air of nonchalance. "But we've already been waiting for half an hour." The girl pouted in complaint, but was promptly interrupted. "Xiao Yezi, patience is essential in our line of work. Waiting for a bid is nothing. Back in the day, I once squatted in the grass for half a day to complete a task, only to discover I was covered in bug bites when I stood up. Besides, he is the one paying us. We can afford to wait. He is just an NPC. What is with the attitude?" she muttered, moving to stand beside another man clad in gray robes. This man was slightly taller than her, and upon closer inspection, one could see the resemblance between them, that he ruffled her hair with a weary smile and said, "Stop complaining. We're fortunate to be part of this adventure team. Other players would give anything to join. Look, I.S.N.T. that him coming." Following his pointed finger, the girl spotted a figure in a black robe approaching. Their team leader promptly stepped forward, a rare smile breaking through his usual stern demeanor. "Mage Siar, allow me to introduce my team members." The newcomer glanced over the group and gently shook his head. "No need for introductions. Let us just head out." The leader's smile faltered, and he awkwardly took the lead. He is even more arrogant," the girl whispered in disbelief, prompting the gray-robed man to quickly cover her mouth, exasperated. "Don't speak out of turn. Just pretend we've truly crossed into another world." He was beginning to regret bringing his sister along, given her brash nature. It seemed only a matter of time before they found themselves in peril, possibly due to her careless remarks. As the party set off, the towering city gate gradually vanished from their sight, replaced by an increasingly desolate landscape. The 6 travelers trod along the dirt path, 5 of them forming a protective circle around the black-robed figure, scanning their surroundings with vigilance, wary of any lurking monsters. The black-robed figure was, of course, Suhauri had splurged at a tavern the previous day to recruit a local adventure team, seeking their assistance in slaying monsters and scoring points that in the second world. Such a feat was unattainable. The NPCs were prideful and would never heed a player's commands. However, the Illusory Realm was different. Since it mimicked an alternate reality, hiring locals was entirely reasonable, though most players failed to recognize this due to their misconceptions. The greedy dwarf had indeed helped him find a decent team, disregarding the novice girl for now. At least their expressionless-faced leader was a bona fide level 1 swordsman. Similar to mages, warriors would specialize into various advanced classes upon reaching level 2, such as shield warriors focused on defense. Berserkers known for their ferocity, graceful swordsmen, and stealthy rogues lurking in the shadows. These classes differed primarily in focus rather than offering significant bonuses. All depended on the martial skills one had learned. Otherwise, attempting to use Shadow Dance while hoping to emulate the brute force of Shield Bash would be sheer folly. For warriors, mental attributes were the least necessary. The importance of the other 3 attributes varied with the class. When the 4 attributes surpassed human limits, they were termed extraordinary attributes, granting a passive skill, also known as a talent ability. For this swordsman, agility was crucial, and it was conservatively estimated that his agility attribute approached 20 points. Having already acquired his first talent ability, extraordinary agility, speed, this ability allowed him to react far more quickly than the average person. Even catching a flying arrow between his fingers was within the realm of possibility. And mimicking the iconic movie scene of bullet time was not beyond him. Thus, even in the event of a surprise monster attack, he would have ample time to respond and eliminate the threat. Moreover, extraordinary agility could be further enhanced, granting spatial traversal capabilities upon reaching legendary status, akin to a mage's teleportation. As for the others, they could only handle minor inconveniences. Names were unnecessary to remember, as they were merely inconsequential background characters. As they traversed, the leader, Muller, crouched down and pointed to some scattered footprints on the ground. "These are the tracks of goblins. There should be a small tribe nearby, conservatively estimated to consist of over 50 members. A bunch of filthy rodents. No matter what we do, we can never rid ourselves of them, akin to vermin burrowing everywhere," grumbled a gray-armored team member. Su Hao wholeheartedly agreed. These low-tier monsters were mere fodder in the second world, providing new players with experience and equipment. These creatures proliferated like weeds. Even after one batch was culled, another would sprout forth, and among them, one might even find a powerful dragon-blooded sorcerer, posing a challenge even for level 2 warriors. Goblins, like lizard men, were oviparous, laying more than 5 eggs each time, with an exceptionally high survival rate, able to sustain themselves on grass and tree bark. These creatures epitomize the principle of survival of the fittest, though weak. Their terrifying reproductive capabilities allowed them to endure from ancient times. Even their presence could be felt in the abyss. However, goblins were notoriously cowardly, only daring to attack humans when their numbers exceeded 5-fold, or even 10-fold. Furthermore, if their ranks were diminished by over 10%, they would flee in panic. Any adventurer team could easily rout them, posing little threat. The issue isn't the number of goblins, it's this. Noticing the confusion in Su Hao's eyes, the leader's expression turned grave as he used his sword to part the nearby underbrush that a small skeleton came into view, likely left behind by a goblin. There are no visible wounds on the bones. It doesn't appear to have been killed by anything. More importantly, its skull is somewhat discolored. I can't quite understand why, the leader stated solemnly. Oh, it should be nothing serious. Let us proceed with caution, Su Hao replied nonchalantly, refraining from divulging his own suspicions. It seemed that more was being revealed than he had anticipated. The leader said nothing further, continuing ahead to clear the path. His earlier comments were merely to caution the group, not an indication that a real danger had been discovered. The girl trailing behind boldly approached the skeleton, poking it with her sword to her astonishment. The bones instantly shattered, scattering into the wind, leaving only a small residue in their wake. Startled, she quickly turned and rejoined the group. Chapter 36. Scoring points to the group crouched in the grass, observing a clearing in the distance. There lay a dark cave with a makeshift wooden outpost at its entrance, guarded by several peculiar humanoid monsters. They wore tattered clothing, and behind them, elongated tails reminiscent of rats trailed behind. They emitted a yipping sound akin to that of small dogs. Their heads resembled dogs but appeared rounder, with perky round ears standing erect. After a moment of observation, the experienced leader had gauged the approximate number and strength of the inhabitants of this lair and calmly issued orders. Gray Bear, you go ahead and lure the monsters. The rest of you prepare to provide cover. Our primary objective is to weaken these nuisances without killing them. Understood. The gray-armored man, wielding a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, grinned as he charged forward. Little mice, come play with me. Squeak, squeak, yip, yip. The monsters emitted strange sounds and, seeing only him approach, showed no fear as they charged at him with their makeshift weapons. Their armaments were exceedingly rudimentary, consisting of crude maces, wooden sticks, and spears, evidently crafted by themselves and looking rather haphazard. That as they ran, they hurled javelins at him. Gray Bear chuckled, effortlessly blocking all the incoming projectiles with his shield before retreating. Seeing their prey attempt to flee, the goblins grew increasingly excited, scampering after him on their short legs with eager yips. Just as they envisioned capturing their quarry and feasting heartily, vines suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring their legs tightly. Vines entangle, the gray-robed man chanted his spell from the sidelines. Su Hao gazed at him with a hint of surprise. This individual was undoubtedly a priest of the nature temple. Only those who revere nature could so adeptly wield the elements to confront their foes. The nature goddess, also known as the goddess of life, is the supreme deity worshipped in the Dewagwo region of the fantasy realm. The pantheon of nature includes various river gods, rain gods, agricultural goddesses, and earth deities, ranking among the top 5 divine systems, with influence spanning the entirety of Dewagwo, including Huagwa and its neighboring nations. This goddess possesses immense power, having personally slain a demon lord and a calamity monarch during the Second Cataclysm, thereby establishing her formidable reputation. The absence of any temple insignia on the individual before him had led to his momentary misjudgment. Another member of the team, a tall woman, stood at a distance, skillfully drawing her bow to shoot arrows. Her archery skills were exceptional. Each time she released an arrow, it would accurately pierce the leg of her prey, causing it to cry out and collapse. Su Hao recognized that she aspired to be a sharpshooter or hunter, which made him regard her with a sense of unease. Aside from the captain, she posed the greatest threat to him. The archer was particularly dangerous to him at present, as mages are typically characterized by high attack power but low defense. especially a level 0 mage like him, who lacked even a protective field and could easily fall victim to a surprise attack. However, once he mastered defensive spells such as Deflection Shield, Ice Shield, and Petrifying Skin, these archers would cease to be a significant threat. The captain merely stood aside, surveying the scene. Such feeble prey hardly warranted his involvement. As for the novice girl who was clearly inexperienced, it was best not to mention her. She merely needed to stand by and call out 666. The battle concluded swiftly, revealing the team's remarkable coordination. Evidently honed through extensive shared combat experience, 0.6 goblins lay on the ground, their limbs shattered, rendering them immobile. Mr. Mage, please act quickly. More goblins are likely to emerge from the cave soon, Muller stated solemnly. Casting a glance at him. Understood. Su Hao nodded, unhurriedly approaching with a common longsword, dispatching the creatures one by one that, according to information gathered from numerous players on the forum, inflicting damage on monsters would yield points upon their demise. With the final blow granting the killer approximately 30 of the total points based on the amount of damage dealt. In Second World, there existed teams catering specifically to affluent players, and Fantasy Realm had similar arrangements. However, due to the generally weak capabilities of players at present, even the wealthy found it challenging to locate sufficiently powerful teams, rendering this monster farming mode temporarily unviable. Defeated a common goblin, awarded 5 points. Defeated a common goblin, awarded 3 points. Lines of text floated before his eyes, and Su Hao felt a twinge of exasperation. These creatures were indeed too weak. The point system was reminiscent of previous games, linked to the strength of the monsters. These pathetic minions could hardly provide substantial points. At that moment, the captain, wearing a complex expression, suddenly spoke. I truly envy you, children of destiny. Slaying monsters grants you the world's favor, allowing you to grow rapidly in strength. The turmoil approaches. Our existence is merely to end the cataclysm, Su Hao replied with a serious tone. The captain ceased his remarks, seemingly having expressed his sentiments, and led the team into the cave that Su Hao observed his retreating figure, pondering what players represented in the eyes of the natives. The children of destiny. This was a divine decree issued collectively by the gods, rendering the existence of players more reasonable. In essence, as calamity looms, a savior must emerge to rescue the world. Compared to the natives, players held numerous advantages. Any single player could rival the talents among the natives. If everything unfolded as it should, it was plausible that some envious natives might resort to their formidable strength to eliminate players. Perhaps this was all part of the Fantasy Realm's official plan. The truth remained elusive. Unbelievable! That arrogant fellow is also a player, the young girl in leather armor exclaimed, gazing at Su Hao's back in astonishment. I should have realized it sooner. How else could there be such a peculiar task, where we weaken the monsters only for the employer to deliver the final blow? Enough chatter. He is our employer now. Should we incite his wrath, I doubt the captain would let us off lightly, her brother responded, sharing her surprise but maintaining his composure. As a professional player, such occurrences were commonplace, and he had long been desensitized to them. These wealthy people are truly detestable. They only know how to throw money around. Even in a game, the girl pouted in complaint. Stop complaining. It's not my fault you weren't born into a wealthy family. Her brother gently ruffled her hair, his demeanor unchanging. Put away your spoiled demeanor, aside from me. No one here will indulge you. That if you don't behave, I want to take you along next time. All right. You're the elder brother. You have the final say, the girl replied, her head drooping, though a peculiar light flickered in her eyes. Chapter 37. Dragon Vein Sorcerer. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the monster's slender neck, effortlessly slaying it. Defeated an elite goblin, awarded 18 points. The system notification appeared, and Su Hao, expressionless, surveyed the corpses strewn about. With a cold gaze, he remarked, Let us hope there won't be a next time. I didn't do it on purpose. Who knew that ugly creature would be so weak? One little fireball, and it was accidentally done for, the girl pouted, her face betraying no hint of remorse, instead bearing an expression that seemed to blame him for being overly sensitive. However, Su Hao merely shot her a glance before calmly returning his attention to the captain. He had paid to employ them specifically for point farming, and this act of maliciously stealing kills had begun to irk him. akin to purchasing a bag of apples only for someone to accidentally take and eat one. My apologies, it won't happen again. The swordsman took a deep breath, his voice low and serious, casting a sharp glare at the girl, who promptly ducked behind her brother in fright. Did I end this line of work? Much like the service industry in reality, one must strive to meet the customer's needs, treating them as deities to ensure repeat patronage. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful one might be, the employer would undoubtedly choose another team. The sun gradually rose, dispersing the lingering mist. Goblins are quintessentially social creatures, endowed with considerable intelligence, capable of crafting tools and constructing rudimentary shelters to form villages. However, what goblins excel at is tunneling and mining various ores, a talent rooted in their bloodline. Goblins often serve as minions to dragons, those insatiably greedy beings that collect all things shiny, most of which are merely worthless stones. Under the dragon's dominion, goblins became the most skilled tunneling race, akin to mice, adept at burrowing and searching for minerals. The larger a tribe grows, the deeper and more spacious their tunnels become. Tribes exceeding 1,000 goblins might even forge an underground kingdom, with intricate passageways that would ensnare anyone who ventured within. However, this was merely a small tribe, and within no time, dozens of goblins were slaughtered, contributing over 300 points to Su Hao. The Death Marshes, located to the north of the merchant capital, sprawl across a vast expanse, even larger than the city itself, with marshland being the predominant terrain. Each section of the marsh is fraught with countless hidden dangers. Falling into one is hardly a concern, but the real peril lies in the various monsters concealed within the grass or water. Not to mention, there exists a graveyard teeming with zombies, skeletons, and other undead. An absolute paradise for ghost story enthusiasts, enough to deter countless timid humans. Yet this was merely the fringes, overgrown but not overly muddy, presenting a relatively low danger level. Guided by the experienced captain, the team traversed a concealed marsh, soon encountering another goblin tribe. To their astonishment, they beheld a chaotic scene, a group of goblins busily dragging several monsters far larger than themselves, deftly using rusty swords to butcher the bodies. That Su Hao immediately recognized the identity of these creatures. Werewolves. Their appearance was unmistakable, sporting wolf-like heads and clad in gray-green fur. Towering in stature, goblins appeared as mere infants in comparison. Captain, we must retreat. The burly man's demeanor shifted from carefree to grave. Muller turned to Su Hao, saying, "Werewolves are the natural enemies of goblins, and their presence here indicates that there must be a dragon-veined sorcerer among them. I cannot guarantee your safety. We need to leave at once." Understood. Su Hao nodded lightly. Adult werewolves typically stand between 2 meters 2 and 2 meters 5 in height, ranking among the upper echelons of the wilderness food chain. The appetite of a single werewolf rivals that of a tiger, with goblins serving as one of their food sources. Their combat prowess is formidable. With just 3 or 5 werewolves, they could easily breach a small goblin tribe, slaughtering the majority for sustenance. Yet now, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. These powerful predators had been vanquished by their weaker quarry, indicating one undeniable truth. This goblin tribe harbored an exceedingly rare dragon-veined sorcerer. The ancestors of the dog-headed people possessed the bloodline of dragons, endowing them with an exceedingly minuscule probability of awakening their heritage, thereby instantaneously transforming into formidable spellcasters known as dragon blood sorcerers, whose powers vastly surpass those of most first-level mages. Although the odds are scarcely better than winning a lottery jackpot, there remains a certain likelihood. Their most formidable trait is the ability to unleash nearly all spells they master in an instant. Furthermore, their mana reserves are astonishingly formidable, rendering them capable of serving as competent mobile artillery. Unfortunately, they happened upon a most unfortunate encounter, a stroke of luck that was anything but fortunate. "Ah, snake!" A startled cry suddenly erupted nearby, shattering the few individuals' hopes of a quiet retreat. That a few dozen meters away, the dog-headed beings emitted deep, resonant growls, surging forth in droves, conservatively estimated to exceed 100 in number. "Cursed rookie, look at the mess you've created," Gray Bear bellowed, crushing the green snake in his grasp, glaring furiously at the girl, his irritation towards the new recruit palpable, wishing he could deliver a punch to her. "No time for chatter. Retreat swiftly. Muller waved his hand dismissively, not sparing a glance at the girl with a mournful expression on her face. As an experienced squad leader, he had witnessed the tragic consequences of blame and discord leading to total annihilation, and thus would not squander precious moments on reprimanding others in such dire circumstances. The dog-headed beings rushed towards them with alarming speed, far exceeding their expectations, quickly closing the gap. The tall woman ran while turning back to draw her bow, each arrow finding its mark with precision, incapacitating a monster with every shot. The gray-robed priest also summoned tendrils of vines, ensnaring several creatures. Regrettably, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, forming a terrifying torrent that surged toward them. There's no escape. They've been afflicted with berserk. And apart from the captain, none of us can flee. Su Hao gasped, struggling to keep pace, and could not help but shout a warning. The monsters with blood-red eyes charged forward as if fueled by some frenzied zeal. Clearly under the influence of the dog-headed sorcerer's berserk spell, having completely shed any fear of death. Upon hearing this, Muller halted, drawing his second sword from his back, his body flickering as he transformed into a shadow, instantaneously appearing amidst the throng of monsters. Shadow dance, cross-sword technique. A series of cross-shaped sword lights erupted, and soon, blood blossoms filled the air as dog-headed creatures fell. Lifeless, he moved like a dancer, gracefully navigating through the savage horde of monsters. "Look! Sorrow!" An eerie voice rang out from a distance, followed by a black shadow slicing through the air, instantly striking the swordsman. Crack! His sword shattered in his grasp, the dark apparition flickering at his chest, causing his movements to falter momentarily. The monsters, roaring in fury, pounced upon him, engulfing him entirely. Chapter 38. Dragonblood Sorcerer 2-inch Captain. Captain! The squad members cried out in terror, astonished that their formidable leader had found himself in such perilous straits. Now ensnared in a life-threatening predicament, Grey Bear roared, raising his shield, charging forth like a massive brown bear, bulldozing through several monsters that a clear, ringing sound of a sword echoed, and amidst the throng of dog-headed creatures, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, sending them flying like rag dolls. Captain Muller reappeared, a flicker of movement bringing him back to his comrades. "Retreat! Retreat! You all need to fall back quickly. I will hold the rear." Muller's hardened features were contorted in a grimace, blood trickling from his mouth, and a large patch on his chest stained crimson, clearly suffering from severe injuries that a layer of green light rapidly enveloped his chest. As the sole healer of the group, the priest concentrated intently on casting a divine spell. Under the glow of the green light, Muller's pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color. However, his chest wound remained unhealed, exuding tendrils of dark energy that fiercely resisted the healing magic. Once again, it seems to be abyssal demonic energy. Su Hao's gaze sharpened. Encountering such a phenomenon twice had instilled in him a deep suspicion that a significant abyssal incursion was imminent. Yet, pondering further was futile. The immediate priority was to devise an escape plan that he glanced at the monsters in the distance. After the swordsman's onslaught, the previously formidable horde had dwindled to just over a dozen, still within the group's manageable limits. However, with the dog-headed creature's roars, an eerie figure emerged from behind them, standing as tall as a human, cloaked in dark magical robes, wielding a bone staff, ignoring its dog-like head. One could easily mistake it for a human sorcerer, its eyes glimmering with wisdom as it approached the group at a measured pace. With a wave of its staff, it uttered a phrase familiar to him. "Mass human stun." The spell's brilliance flared, instantly enveloping the group, causing them to realize in terror that they could no longer control their bodies, left rigidly standing in place. I detest these unreasonable sorcerers." Grey Bear lamented, his muscles tensed, face flushed. Yet he remained unable to regain his freedom, as did the other three. Host has been subjected to stun attack. Spell determination passed. Stun effect nullified. Su Hao felt his body seize up, only to return to normal the next moment. As if nothing had occurred, that a wave of relief washed over him. For spells such as stun and charm rely heavily on will and mental fortitude for successful resistance. Such spells are notoriously unreasonable, indifferent to the strength of the target. Failure to pass their stringent checks renders one akin to a fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to slaughter. He retrieved a small vial, uncorked it, and downed the pale blue liquid. 0.3 seconds later, his form began to fade, swiftly vanishing from view. Ah, cowardly wretch! Fleeing all alone. The girl in gray armor glared at him with rage and disdain upon witnessing his actions. In his state of invisibility, Su-hao cast a sidelong glance at her, moving stealthily in preparation for escape, yet he did not depart outright. That a vial of lesser invisibility potion commands a steep price of 12 gold coins. And even relying on his status as a student of Crimson Leaf, he had spent 6 gold coins to acquire it. The potion would grant him perfect invisibility for 1 minute, making it exceedingly difficult for a first-level mage to detect him without a thorough mental search. Having invested such a significant sum, he naturally hoped for a worthwhile return, standing quietly not far from the others, signaling discreetly. As a swordsman of formidable will, Muller would not succumb to the stun. He caught a glimpse of Su-hao's position from the corner of his eye, then took a deep breath and charged toward the advancing monsters. With his prowess, escape was feasible, yet the remaining members would surely meet their demise. The only solution was to eliminate the formidable dog-headed sorcerer before them. As captain, he was duty-bound to ensure the safety of his comrades, vowing never to flee even at the cost of his own life, for this was the creed of a swordsman, true to the agility of his class. He traversed 30 meters in but a second, evading a flying crimson fireball, his sword gleaming with silvery light as he thrust it toward the monster's chest. Yet the blade struck an invisible barrier, though mere inches from its body. It could penetrate no further. Weakness insight. Cross-sword technique. Radiant world. A dazzling burst of sword light erupted as Muller unhesitatingly unleashed his most potent attack, aiming to shatter the opponent's shield in one blow. Crack! Rifts appeared in the air before the dog-headed sorcerer, shattering like glass, allowing his sharp sword to pierce its chest. However, to his astonishment, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The sorcerer's body seemed forged entirely of metal, impervious to his blade, merely tearing its robe. Su-hao approached silently, this turn of events falling well within his anticipations. After all, this was a first-level dog-headed sorcerer, capable of summoning a magical shield and wielding the power of the dragon bloodline to form a temporary layer of dragon scales, easily repelling physical attacks below the second level. Indeed, through the gash in the robe, he could discern segments of black scales, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. Muller recoiled from the contact, but was grazed by a fiery attack that singed his hair and left severe burn marks on his face. Nonetheless, relying on his extraordinary speed, he circled the monster, landing blow after blow, carving wounds upon its body. Although the dog-headed sorcerer unleashed spells in rapid succession, it could not land a hit on him, growing increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, Su-hao stealthily approached the creature, and when within 10 meters, he raised his right hand, hurling 3 potions that landed on either side of the opponent. Muller instantly retreated over 10 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Fiery flames erupted, transforming the area into a hellish inferno. Heh. Those 3 explosive potions are merely an appetizer. He did not cast a second glance, swiftly relocating. Just as he vacated the area, a crimson fireball struck precisely where he had just stood. Boom! The blinding flames erupted once more, the force surpassing even that of his explosive potions. Foolish human, you seek your own demise. The dog-headed sorcerer emerged from the flames and smoke, its robe reduced to ash. The wound inflicted by the sword now a charred mess, clearly suffering significant damage. The explosive potion's power is merely comparable to an apprentice's 3rd-tier spell attack, should the opponent's shield remain intact. It would be utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. Alas, the shield had long since been shattered by Muller. With a fierce roar, the Knoll warlock's body suddenly expanded to twice its size, rivaling that of a warg. Impressive. It even possesses the ability to enlarge itself. Su-hao marveled at the sight, though he did not overly concern himself. The explosive potion was merely a diversion, as it contained some rather noteworthy ingredients. His figure gradually emerged from invisibility, a smile gracing his lips as he silently began to count down. 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment of reckoning has arrived. Chapter 39. Solitary 1. The movements of the Gnoll Warlock suddenly faltered, as a grayish-green hue began to spread across its form, with the wounds inflicted by the swordsman visibly rotting at an alarming rate, revealing numerous white larvae wriggling forth. Nearby, ordinary gnolls fell one by one, unable to rise again. With a howl of rage, it ignited in flames, burning fiercely like oil on fire, incinerating the small worms with each passing moment. However, for every batch consumed by the flames, more worms crawled forth from the wounds, causing its struggles to slow increasingly to putrid swarm. This fearsome poison, derived from the collection of shiosi, posed a lethal threat even to first-tier warriors. Upon contact with flesh, it would swiftly infect, and without immediate treatment, it could claim a life or leave one gravely weakened. Moreover, upon death, the corpse would transform into a grotesque, undead creature. Cross-sword technique. Strangulate. As the saying goes, one must seize the opportunity to take a life when the adversary is ailing. Muller capitalized on this chance, darting behind the creature with a flicker of movement, his blade tracing a cross-shaped arc aimed at its neck. Clang! The Gnoll Warlock deflected the surprise attack with its staff, the brute strength bestowed by the enlargement spell transforming it into a berserker. But a wild punch struck Muller squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward like a rag doll, feeling as though his very organs had been pulverized. As he coughed up blood and crashed heavily against a rock 10 meters away, unable to rise again. Remarkable, this creature has undoubtedly inherited the bloodline of the Black Dragon. Su Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom that a spellcaster could possess such raw strength, instantly conjuring images of beasts renowned for their close combat prowess. The Black Dragon, the mightiest of the chromatic dragons, boasts extraordinary physical strength and resilience, capable of withstanding multiple spells of equal tier. Immune to low-level magic and physical assaults that confront such a foe, one must wield a powerful artifact, for these creatures can endure the onslaught of warriors and spells alike, eliminating ranged combatants positioned at the back. Utterly unreasonable. Regrettably, the Gnoll Warlock possessed but a meager bloodline. Otherwise, it might have withstood the terrifying putrid swarm poison, suffering far less damage, as the poison continued to erode its vitality. The Gnoll Warlock's movements grew increasingly sluggish, resembling a drunken man whose steps began to sway unsteadily. Su Hao, unfazed, unleashed fireball spells and arrow strikes, each spell crashing against its wounds, exacerbating its injuries. Fireball. A small fireball struck the creature's chest with pinpoint accuracy, exploding and siphoning away its last vestiges of life. The Gnoll Warlock's imposing form rapidly shrank, swaying slightly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Gnoll Dragonblood Warlock slain, 260 points awarded. Only upon the system notification appearing did Su Hao approach to inspect the spoils of victory. Oh right, he nearly forgot about the heavily injured ally. Here, take this. He tossed a vial of red potion, which Muller struggled to catch and hastily poured into his mouth, experiencing a slight recovery. However, his injuries were far too severe. No amount of minor healing potions would suffice, unless he consumed intermediate or even superior grade healing elixirs. A single minor healing potion cost 80 silver coins, already considered an additional reward for him. Thus, Su Hao naturally proceeded to collect all the items from the fallen creature, showing no inclination to share. Hey, are you really going to hoard everything for yourself? That's quite excessive. After regaining her mobility, the armored girl Eileen exclaimed, visibly irked. Su Hao looked at her in surprise, perplexed by her reasoning, unable to comprehend why she posed such a question. This team had been hired by him to eliminate monsters and accrue points, yet due to their blunders, they had all found themselves in peril, forcing him, their employer, to risk his life in battle. He was the one deserving of compensation and for the fate of the team members. It mattered little to him, for engaging in this profession required one to be prepared for life and death at any moment. Eileen, hold your tongue, Muller admonished, then, disregarding his injuries, forced himself to stand and deeply bowed before Su Hao. I apologize for putting you in danger and for having to resort to precious items. Everything is our fault. You may take all the spoils, and if you wish to deduct some of our payment, That is only fair. What a commendable person. No wonder he received such high praise. Su Hao nodded, genuinely appreciating the composed and pragmatic demeanor of this poker-faced leader. This was indeed the hallmark of a seasoned captain. To engage in protective tasks, the foremost requirement is to inspire trust. Otherwise, how could others entrust their lives to you? It is worth noting that some adventuring teams have checkered pasts, and they would not hesitate to allow their employers to meet with accidents in the wild. The staff of the Knoll Warlock alone was valued at nearly 100 gold coins, and coupled with the dimensional bag it dropped, the total haul was evidently much greater. In contrast, Su Hao's remuneration for hiring them was a mere 10 gold coins. It was no wonder that he could suppress his greed, earning him such high regard from his previous employer. How about this? I will double your mission reward as compensation for your recovery. Su Hao declared, feeling quite pleased. Thank you for your generosity, the captain expressed gratefully. Let us part ways. I wish to explore alone. Su Hao produced a small pouch of gold coins and handed it to the captain. Then, under his persuasion, departed without a care. That moment, another small team arrived, consisting of 1 man and 2 women. The man donned a splendid crimson robe with a badge emblazoned on his chest depicting 3 golden flames. Xiaoxi. There is a knoll nest here, teeming with monsters. It is the perfect spot for hunting. The man turned to the girl beside him with a smile. Yet the girl coldly retorted, Do not speak so familiarly. It is quite nauseating. If you dislike it, then so be it. The man maintained his composure, approaching with a friendly smile. Are you all here to eradicate the Knoll tribe as well? Allow me to introduce myself. I am a priest of the fire god. You may call me Hua Tiange. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, his eyes lighting up and his smile growing even more affable. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Su Hao could not help but turn his head for a glance, astonished to see the girl clad in white. Her hair was simply tied into a ponytail, swaying gently behind her as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Who would have thought she was genuinely playing the game? Su Hao shook his head and quickly departed. As their relationship was not particularly close, there was no need to concern himself with her. Chapter 40. Solitary 2. The Death Marshes, located to the north of the commercial city, stretch for hundreds of miles between the 3 major cities of Shangdu, Mai, and Shanyang, forming a notoriously perilous zone within the realm of fantasy world. Particularly at its center, it is said to be inhabited by the fearsome marsh crocodiles, stretching over 100 meters in length, capable of preying on dragons. However, this is merely the outer fringes of the marsh. After countless human hunts, those formidable creatures have long since retreated deep into the swamp that Su Hao was walking. He suddenly leaped backward, narrowly avoiding a green water arrow that shot through the spot he had just occupied, sizzling upon hitting the ground. Realizing the ambush had failed, a rustling sound ensued, and a massive green creature emerged from the nearby reeds. The creature resembled an exaggerated lizard, its northern side adorned with deep green nodules, cold brown eyes surveying him with icy scrutiny. Its skin blended seamlessly with the surrounding reeds, making it nearly undetectable had it not revealed itself. A marsh venom lizard. This is quite the windfall. Su Hao licked his lips, grinning as he brandished his newly acquired staff, unhesitatingly casting a spelled acid splash. A corrosive green liquid struck the creature just below its eye, inflicting a wide but shallow wound. Had it not dodged in time, it would have lost an eye. The creature let out a pained shriek, but before it could charge forward, living rope. A rope swiftly ensnared the creature, but its immense strength threatened to snap the bindings. Yet in the next moment, 2 fireballs exploded in its eyes, and the formidable beast was swiftly overwhelmed by the combined efforts of the group. However, there was little cause for celebration. It was merely a low-tier beast, easily slain by any novice players. The scales atop the marsh venom lizard, its eyes, and heart are all highly valuable. We must gather them quickly, as the scent of blood may attract other monsters. Su Hao crouched down, using his sword to extract the creature's eyes, and cruelly gutted it to retrieve its heart. Thankfully, the scene had managed to remain somewhat harmonious, rendering it less gruesome. The art of gathering monsters is no simple endeavor. This particular profession, rooted in the collection of resources, demands a meticulous imitation of reality. The more lifelike the experience, the greater the proficiency gained. Thus, over time, evolving into a skilled butcher becomes a natural progression. Consequently, the majority of young women tend to steer clear of this occupation. The ranks of life professions are categorized into 7 distinct levels: apprentice, novice, intermediate, advanced, master, legendary, and divine, which correspond to the levels of combat professions. Once one attains the advanced level, the tedious task of manually extracting vital organs becomes unnecessary, as a mere gesture can cause the corpses of monsters to transform effortlessly into various materials, proving exceedingly convenient. Suddenly, Suhao caught a whiff of the initially repulsive stench of blood, which now wafted through the air, fragrant and alluring, reminiscent of the chicken soup delivered by Zhu Yin the previous night. An intense longing surged within him, beckoning him to consume the lifeless body before him. With no one around, he deemed it unlikely he would be discovered. He swallowed hard, donning the robe of Xios and concealing his face with a veil, ensuring his disguise was complete before casting his spell. Crimson Lotus. Absorption. A blood-red lotus flower materialized at his brow, and a crimson spell, luminous essence, ignited at his fingertips. That an eerie sound of devouring echoed through the void as the monstrous carcass began to desiccate at a visible pace. An invigorating energy coursed through his body, gradually enhancing his strength. "Hey, fellow kindred, have you truly fallen so low as to feast upon such wretched beasts?" A mocking voice resonated behind him, causing Su Hao, who had been reveling in his experience, to stiffen in surprise. Who would have thought he might encounter another in such desolate wilderness? Wait, what does fellow kindred mean? An ordinary person, upon witnessing such a bizarre scene, would certainly perceive him as an enemy rather than an ally. It seemed he had stumbled upon an extraordinary entity. Calmly, Su Hao turned around to behold a woman. More accurately, a provocatively dressed figure reminiscent of the streetwalkers depicted in films. She possessed a cascade of snow-white hair, clad in a scanty black leather armor that barely concealed her modesty, exposing swathes of alabaster skin that glistened strikingly in the light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of black lace peeking from the tops of her thighs. The deep cleft of her bosom appeared fathomless, and her voluptuous figure swayed enticingly with each movement, rendering him slightly dizzy. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, and she licked her ruby-red lips while appraising him from head to toe. Hey, how long have you been starving? When did the noble bloodline resort to such base tastes?" Before him stood a denizen of the abyss, a being that had graced countless Western fantasy films, the vampire. Su Hao regarded her silently, since she perceived him as one of her kind. He would certainly take advantage of this misconception, for a vampire, even at the lowest tier, was a formidable foe, one he was ill-prepared to confront, that he would not be deceived by the glamorization found in Twilight and other media. No amount of embellishment can obscure the fact that they feast upon human blood. In truth, these creatures excel in subterfuge. Their alluring exteriors merely mask their grotesque true forms. Their skin resembles that of a corpse, tinged with peculiar shades of gray or dark purple, exuding a foul stench, and bearing elongated fangs. However, their greatest prowess lies in their mastery of mental spells. A single charm human can render one entirely at their mercy, willingly offering their lifeblood. Yet this woman before him was evidently not a pure blood from the abyss, but rather a progeny of their kind. A transformation achieved through a unique ritual that endows a human with a fragment of the vampire's lineage. This metamorphosis boasts a low success rate and necessitates the sacrifice of the vampire's own blood, thereby inflicting some harm upon themselves. Thus, the number of progeny is not as plentiful as one might imagine. In many human cities, progeny and other dark entities lurk in the shadows, some even masquerading as nobility, with numerous reports of disappearances often linked to their presence. Noticing his prolonged silence, the alluring woman furrowed her brow, her gaze reflecting contemplation. Could it be that you possess only the instinct to feed, yet have not fully awakened? Progeny, newly transformed, may temporarily lose their intellect, devolving into mere beasts driven by hunger, necessitating the oversight of other progeny to maintain their secrecy. Su Hao suddenly lowered his head, placing his left hand over his right breast, and intoned in a rhythmic cadence. "Ancestors above, darkness is with me. Death cloaks the world. Ancestors above, May darkness favor you. The Lord of Night shields her followers. The woman mirrored his gesture, her smile fading that a surge of joy coursed through Su Hao. Discreetly, he turned to depart, that if a confrontation were to ensue. He saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Thus, an unobtrusive exit would be most advantageous. Boom! However, an explosion erupted behind him, accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice. You repugnant creatures hiding in the shadows. Your time has come. Chapter 41. The fire goddess priest fireball. From the explosion and flames, Su Hao deduced the name of the spell, reluctantly turning to glance back, wary of being targeted. This spell, while seemingly simple, was a hallmark of mages in earlier computer games, yet its power was unrivaled among first-tier spells. When compared to Firebolt, it was akin to the difference between artillery and a mere handgun. Its might could rival that of a bomb. A direct hit would obliterate a first-tier warrior, leaving them in tatters. Beyond its explosive damage, the flames generated by the spell burn at extremely high temperatures, inflicting severe, lingering burn injuries. Thus, within the realm of Second World, there exists a cult known as the Five Fireball Cult, where several first-tier mages unleash fireballs simultaneously, unleashing explosions capable of leveling spaces the size of a classroom. Most crucially, the one casting fireball was a priest of the fire god. As the sovereign of flames, the power wielded by his followers when casting fire-based divine spells is exponentially more fearsome than that of an ordinary mage. In an instant, the previously alluring vampire was rendered grotesque, her form cloaked in shadows, collapsing to the ground, her mouth sprouting fangs as long as fingers, her skin an ashen hue, exuding a terrifying and repulsive aura. With a low growl, she flung forth an object that rapidly expanded upon hitting the ground, morphing into three fearsome monsters. These creatures stood over a meter tall, resembling hairless rodents with elongated snouts and slender tails. Their skin cruelly stripped away, exposing their yellow-brown innards, devoid of eyes or noses. They were ghouls, birthed from the void between life and death, hostile to all that lives. That as soon as they materialized, they lunged toward the priest of the fire god, their tongues darting like blades, akin to frogs capturing insects mid-air. Resist the fire ring. The priest of the fire god scoffed, uttering a rapid incantation. Flames erupted in waves from his center, forcing the three monsters to retreat instantly. Moreover, the flames licked at their tongues, swiftly reducing them to charred remains at a single strike. Instant annihilation. Su Hao observed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that ghouls, nearing the first-tier threshold, could pose no threat to this individual. The sight of three golden flames embroidered on the priestess' robe suddenly enlightened him. Ah, so this is a core talent blessed by divine baptism. How audacious to venture alone into the death marshes. To become a priest or knight of a deity requires faith, yet one can only ascend to the most mundane and overlooked ranks, akin to a menial guard within the temple. The individual before him was no mere pawn, as the priestly robes bore strict hierarchical insignias. A standard priestess robe would feature a single red flame emblem. The three golden flames on this emblem indicated that this individual had undergone divine baptism, being groomed as a successor to a bishop. The Flame Temple of Xanadu was merely a Tier 3 temple, the lowest of its kind, with the bishop as its highest authority, while the archbishop, cardinal, and pope were figures one could only dream of encountering. Thus, to be a bishop's successor was already a position of considerable esteem. Furthermore, following the baptism ceremony, this individual's affinity for fire-based divine spells would significantly increase, making the learning of various divine arts much more accessible. In Su Hao's case, a spell that originally required 100 points to learn would now only necessitate 50 points post-baptism. Hence, the baptism ritual holds immense significance for faith-based professions. Ordinary priests and knights, often overlooked, must accumulate sufficient faith and contribution points before they can exchange for a single baptism. Individuals like this belong to the temple's core echelon, and under normal circumstances, they would refrain from venturing alone from their strongholds, lest they become targets for the myriad of malevolent entities seeking their demise. Foolish beings, do you truly believe your insignificance can challenge the might of the great fire goddess priest? I suspect the disturbances in the death marshes are intricately linked to your presence. Now remain here, the individual admonished with a grave expression. Yet Suhao saw through the facade, merely a man attempting to impress a beautiful woman. Far from being a genuine zealot, the priest of the fire god brandished his staff, adorned with a crimson gemstone at its apex, unleashing a fiery serpent that slithered toward the vampire. An astonishing scene unfolded as the vampire, once brimming with an aura of undying ferocity, transformed into countless black bats and fled in a flurry at the arrival of the fiery serpent. Cursed fiend! If only I had mastered the rain of fire. You would not escape. Hua Tiange furrowed his brow, frustrated that his formidable strength could not be unleashed due to the enemy's cowardly retreat. However, another figure remained, radiating a similarly sinister aura, although significantly weaker. This being could still serve as a mere backdrop to showcase his prowess. Evil lackey, perish! Another fireball surged forth, hurtling towards the adversary. Boom! The area was instantly engulfed in flames, transforming a vast expanse into a sea of fire. Yet, to his dismay, a bewildering sight unfolded before him. The individual had abruptly vanished before the fireball's arrival, and no matter how fervently he attempted to sense their presence, he could no longer perceive them. A legion of cowardly rats, too afraid to face me head-on. He felt a surge of frustration, though he maintained a facade of composure as he turned to the ponytailed girl beside him, explaining, "Xiaoxi, do not be surprised. These vile minions are inherently timid, utterly unwilling to confront a divine priest in open battle." "Oh," the ponytailed girl replied, her delicate brows knitting together as she sensed a trace of familiarity from the cloaked figure. Another girl, grinning mischievously, clasped his arm and chimed, Let us not dwell on this. Since Brother Hua has some free time today, let's hurry and continue hunting monsters for points." "All right, let us proceed. There are plenty of monsters here for you to enjoy," Hua Tiange responded, feeling quite pleased by the request from the lovely maiden, as he gallantly led the two of them to another location that a few dozen meters away, hidden behind a thicket. Suhao seethed as he watched the others depart. Faced with the impending fireball attack, he had no choice but to deploy his invincible defense and escape to the offline realm. Otherwise, confronted with such overwhelming power, he would have been unable to escape, facing certain death instead. Damn it, this scoundrel forced me to retreat to please a woman. I shall remember this debt and await my chance for retribution. Once he logged out of the game, he would have to wait at least an hour to log back in the wilderness. Such a lengthy absence could lead to any number of dangers, as it was all too common to return only to find oneself face-to-face with a monster. Or worse, to materialize directly within the maw of one, that besides feeling infuriated, he was also gripped by a strong sense of urgency, for he had realized that his adversary was undoubtedly a player. The native priests who had undergone the rite of baptism would never be so ostentatious. They spoke reverently of the deities daily, engaging in devout prayers whenever they had a moment. Hence, each of them belonged to a solitary lifestyle, seldom swayed by the allure of femininity. No wonder my world ranking is so low. It appears there are already first-tier players. I must hasten my progress, Suhao contemplated before turning away from the scene. Chapter 42. The Altar in a Cave Inhabited by Goblins. Suhao cautiously traversed the dimly lit interior. It was not overly dark, as burning braziers illuminated various sections at intervals. The cave was expansive and well-ventilated. Yet the unmistakable stench of rotting fish lingered, a signature scent of the goblins. Suddenly, a goblin, its head adorned with a candle, emerged before him, its red eyes wide with terror, just as it opened its mouth to scream. A fireball struck true, silencing it with a dull thud as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Thus, Suhao advanced, dispatching every goblin he encountered until he reached the depths of the cave. Goblins favored the confines of caves, where the narrow, dark, and secluded spaces provided a sense of safety for their timid nature. To adapt to cave life, their vision in darkness had sharpened considerably. Additionally, they favored carrying a burning candle atop their heads to illuminate their surroundings. As he progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly dank and shadowy, with spider webs adorning every corner, and even a spider the size of a basin making its presence known. What on earth is this? Suhao peered curiously, astonished by the creatures before him. His shock was warranted, for these two monsters bore no resemblance to ordinary goblins. While typical goblins stood between 1 and 1.2 meters tall, these two matched his height. Even more outrageous, their once emaciated limbs were now covered in exaggerated muscles. Moreover, they were cloaked in a layer of black scales, with small black horns protruding from their heads, exuding a demonic aura. Something is amiss. There must be a rift to the abyss within. Su Hao realized the cave was far from ordinary. Yet the two creatures had already spotted him, their eyes gleaming red as they charged forward without fear. Thud! A monster's massive mace-like club struck the rock wall with a resounding crash, echoing painfully in the enclosed space and ringing in his ears. By the heavens, their strength must exceed 10 points. When did the most wretched of creatures gain such brute force? After narrowly evading the attack, Su Hao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly decided to throw a potion. Boom! Flames erupted, engulfing the two monsters and inflicting severe damage. Even as their bodies burned, the mutated creatures emitted no cries of anguish, relentlessly charging toward him. Grease spell? The arcane light flared, causing the two monsters to slip and tumble to the ground, the roaring flames consuming them entirely. Eliminated a mutated goblin, earning 65 points. Eliminated a mutated goblin, earning 75 points. Indeed, they had been tainted by abyssal magic. Su Hao regarded the corpses with a grave expression. Once monsters were contaminated by this dark energy, their strength would significantly increase, resulting in formidable creatures reaching first-tier status. A perfectly normal occurrence. Logically, he should have departed immediately, lest he perish within this seemingly innocuous cave. Yet he could not easily relinquish the promise of substantial rewards. Opting instead to proceed cautiously, ready to flee at the first sign of danger, as he rounded a corner, a vast underground chamber unfolded before him that a sunlight stone, the size of a fist, hung from above, illuminating the space as brightly as day. In the center lay a pile of corpses, blood flowing like a river along the grooves of the floor. His eyes narrowed, based on his previous experiences. He recognized that the winding channels on the ground constituted a sacrificial summoning array, with the summoned entities likely hailing from the abyss. The abyssal denizens faced rejection from the main world. To descend, they required the life force or souls of beings from the primary realm to mitigate the world's consciousness's hostility. This was why sacrifices of life were indispensable for summoning demons that he estimated that nearly 100 corpses lay upon the ground. And in a cavern opposite him, more mutated goblins continuously dragged fresh bodies to the central altar that a figure shrouded in crimson robes stood with its back to him, clutching a black staff and murmuring incantations before the altar. Leave! He must depart swiftly. Su Hao felt a deep sense of foreboding at the mere sight of this figure, instinctively turning to flee. The aura radiating from them was overwhelmingly potent, surpassing even that of the fire god priest he had encountered earlier. However, the figure effortlessly spotted him, reciting strange incantations without so much as a movement of the staff. Wow Kalaso, before he could process the situation, a swarm of spiders, each the size of a basin, crawled from the crevices of the rocks, spinning black silk threads to ensnare him as their prey. Damn it, so many mutated spiders! Su Hao bellowed in anger, discarding his last explosive potion as he turned to flee. Boom! Flames erupted, incinerating the rain of spider silk descending upon him, but more threads assaulted him from all directions. I despise spiders. He hastily retrieved a potion from his backpack, uncorked it, and hurled the green stones it contained onto the ground, releasing a continuous stream of green smoke that rapidly filled the entire underground chamber. Su Hao grinned wickedly. Come on, let us cause some mutual destruction. Deathly Toxic Cloud. An exceptionally unique potion, once concocted, must be swiftly placed in a specialized vial. Otherwise, exposure to air would cause it to evaporate in mere 5 seconds, transforming into a lethal gas. One by one, the spiders succumbed to the poison, collapsing to the ground, twitching helplessly before falling still. A stream of system notifications appeared, confirming the potency of the toxic gas, especially in this enclosed space, where its effects were magnified. Even with an antidote at hand, he felt dizzy and hastily covered his mouth and nose with cloth, staggering toward the exit. Yet before he could take more than a few steps, he sensed movement behind him once more. Boom! A scarlet fireball erupted not far behind him, shaking the entire cave, causing the temperature to soar by several degrees. The scorching heat wave, rendering him breathless, as Su Hao could not suppress the urge to curse. This foolhardy creature seemed intent on self-destruction, casting fireball spells within the confines of the cave. It was well known in the Second World that a player had previously committed a similar folly, resulting in a cave-in that trapped all within, while that player had merely sought to eliminate a level 0 creature. While magic users wielded immense power, they could also be perilously reckless, endangering themselves in the process. As the noxious gas and smoke gradually dissipated, a blood-red figure emerged from within, resembling a messenger from the abyss. The aura of an instinctual superior sent tremors through the figures beside the altar. Trash! Were you enjoying yourself just now? Chapter 43. The Descent. That today's series of encounters had already ignited a fire of rage within him. Coupled with his earlier discoveries that had unveiled his opponent's secrets, he unhesitatingly activated his phantasmal state. Determined to deal with the adversary first. To his surprise, the opponent remained unfazed, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Seemingly unconcerned about his impending attack, that a slender stream of black energy connected the tip of the staff to the altar's center, evidently channeling an unknown energy continuously. Beneath his feet, several transformed goblins lay sprawled on the ground, rendered unconscious by the toxic gas. After their transformation, these goblins had significantly enhanced resistance to poison. None had perished, merely succumbing to unconsciousness, and would awaken after some time. However, they would not have that luxury. Su Hao approached unhurriedly, using his longsword to slit the throats of over a dozen transformed goblins, reaping over 1,000 points. Once he completed this grim task, he shifted his gaze to the cloaked figure and cautiously cast a fireball spell. Bang! A ripple appeared on the shadow's surface, rendering the augmented fireball spell utterly ineffective. Hey, here stands a pinnacle-level mage, and yet I cannot even breach your defenses, Su Hao muttered, shaking his head. Previously, when dealing with that goblin sorcerer, it had taken Muller considerable effort to first break through its defenses before he could employ his tactics to eliminate it. Now, the opponent's protective barrier resembled an impenetrable shell, safeguarding him completely, leaving Su Hao at a loss. Yet he remained unconcerned, casually walking to the altar's edge, kneeling down, and plunging his hand into the pooled blood. Instantly, the crimson lotus at his brow radiated a brilliant red glow, causing the previously flowing blood to diminish rapidly as an immense life energy surged into his body, making him tremble as both his physical and mental attributes soared. But he had discerned the opponent's current state, which was deeply engrossed in a summons. The earlier fireball and the summoning of spiders had merely been stored spells, ready to be unleashed with the slightest provocation. The transformed goblins served as the final line of defense. But alas, a single toxic gas projectile had incapacitated them all, rendering them useless. The only point of confusion for him was how such a grand summoning ritual could involve only a single first-level mage. It seemed rather hasty. Despicable wretch! You are courting death! The cloaked figure could no longer contain himself, unleashing a piercing roar. Fool! I am right here. Come and strike me. Su Hao calmly continued his consumption, perceiving the vast energy source as akin to a treasure mountain, capable of substantially enhancing his strength. Cease this at once! The shadow continued to bellow, and seeing Su Hao remain unmoved, his gaze grew increasingly fierce until, gritting his teeth, he abruptly halted the energy transfer. If he did not succeed soon, he would be completely devoured by his opponent and become the final offering. Gushing forth a mouthful of blood, his eyes turned more venomous. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and a massive cloud of black mist formed at the altar's center, from which a deep, thunderous roar emanated. Miserable human, you dare to mock the great Kars! A black hand emerged, its single finger colossal enough to rival a human, and it swiftly grasped the cloaked figure. Ah, great Lord Kars, it was not my fault. Someone deliberately disrupted the sacred ritual. The cloaked figure thrashed wildly. Without allowing him to finish, the hand tightened its grip, crushing him like a mere insect. An unparalleled aura of terror descended, filled with coldness, death and destruction, forcing Su Hao to retreat repeatedly, as if bearing the weight of a mountain, reddening his complexion. Lord, this term did not refer to a human king, but to a divine level being exclusive to that realm, capable of contending with the gods. That world resided in an indescribable, peculiar position, distinct from the celestial realm or the abyss, an ethereal, bizarre, and unfathomable domain where anything could transpire. Spatial collapses, time reversals, mortals ascending to divinity overnight were all plausible. This was the nightmarish world, a wondrous realm that could rival the celestial and abyssal realms. The lords there were peerless beings comparable to deities, even outnumbering the gods. Unfortunately, without a supreme sovereign, they were confined to their own worlds, too fearful to intrude into the main realm. I have slumbered for 10,000 years, a grand, godlike voice resonated around. As grayish-white flowed from the altar's center like mercury, swiftly staining everything in its vicinity, as if stripping away all color, but a sense of decay, decline, and the passage of time enveloped him, as if the entire world's time accelerated towards an inevitable end of destruction. Oh, then perhaps you should rise to relieve yourself and continue your slumber. Su Hao, his expression grave, plunged his hands into the blood pool, which suddenly appeared as a bottomless black hole, drawing all the blood within towards it. The fluctuations were so intense that the entire mountain of corpses trembled, creating swirling torrents of crimson energy, with him at the center of this vortex. Miserable ants, you dare to seize my offerings. You are courting your own demise. The voice from the black hole grew increasingly furious. Layers of terrifying pressure descending upon Su Hao, causing him to taste blood in his throat and spit out a mouthful. Warning. Host is undergoing severe mental assault. Immediate evacuation is imperative, or bodily collapse will ensue. A blinding red system warning flickered into view. Yet Su Hao remained unmoved, continuing his consumption. The overwhelming pressure relentlessly ravaged his body, injuring his internal organs and causing his life force to plummet. Yet the life energy he absorbed hastily healed his wounds, creating a rapid cycle of destruction and restoration within him that in mere seconds. The life force he lost exceeded several times his total life value. Yet the increase in vitality was even greater. The countless corpses upon the mountain rapidly shrank, and the crimson lotus at his brow became even more vibrant and resplendent, swirling before him as it generated a terrifying, devouring force. Lowly human, perish! A blinding black light erupted from the black hole, flowing with countless intricate runes, forming a horrifying river of symbols that surged towards Su Hao. However, before it could approach, the eerie crimson lotus spun with increasing ferocity, its powerful allure rendering even the river of symbols unable to escape, swallowing it whole. Ah, how could a mere human possess such a thing? The figure behind the black hole erupted into a furious roar, as if suffering a grievous blow, spiraling into madness, causing the entire black hole to tremble, yet it remained trapped. A mere third level dares to impersonate a lord. You are merely seeking death. Su Hao strained to maintain his composure, his gaze coldly fixed on the black hole. The crimson light grew ever more intense, akin to flames igniting, as the blood-red glow spread along the enormous hand towards the black hole, instilling further terror in the entity on the opposite side. Suddenly, that massive hand fell to the ground, consumed by the crimson lotus, as the black hole swiftly shrank and vanished, leaving behind a final, vengeful utterance. I curse you, lowly human. I curse you to never grow stronger, to be crushed by your enemies like an insignificant insect. Layers of rippling waves radiated through the underground space, making him feel a strange essence infiltrate his being, like a parasitic growth entwining within his mind. Meanwhile, three figures approached from another exit, their essences plummeting after being washed over by the expanding waves. Chapter 44, Ascension. The trio walked jovially through the dark, chilly cavern, the ground behind them littered with corpses, their demeanor as carefree as a casual outing. Brother Hua is so impressive. Even a first-level necromancer could not contend with you, exclaimed a girl with a cherubic face, her expression brimming with admiration. Indeed, as a priest of the fire god, Even those of the same level find it difficult to withstand my fireball spell. Moreover, those two necromancers are merely beginners at the first level. They are simply too weak, the handsome man in red robes replied with a restrained smile. Turning to the other girl, who had remained silent. Xiaoxi, I believe you should become a priest of the fire god, as well, that I know a significant figure in the temple. Even a sliver of their influence would easily elevate your status. No, I would prefer to become a swordsman. The girl shook her head. Huatinga felt a flicker of annoyance. This woman was utterly unappreciative, despite his efforts to showcase his prowess throughout their journey. He could not even elicit a smile from her. Was she merely aloof? As he pondered this unkindly, he suddenly noticed a layer of grayish ripples undulating before him, sweeping past the three of them. Crack! His protective barrier violently trembled, only to shatter the next moment. Mysterious attack detected. Host is dead. He stared blankly at the system prompt that appeared, utterly unprepared for such an unforeseen event. What had transpired? Ah! Brother Hua, why am I dead? Who is attacking us? The cherubic-faced girl burst into tears, her expression forlorn, bewildered by the suddenness of it all, having not even glimpsed their assailant, simply collapsing as they walked. Silence. A fierce blaze of fury ignited in Huatinga's eyes. Having always sailed smoothly through life, he never anticipated encountering such an imminent crisis today, leaving him with no time to react. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed his surroundings and declared, "Very well, let us wait a moment. Once we can log in, we shall retrieve our equipment before departing this place." Should his life points reach 0, he would be forced to wait a minimum of 3 hours before logging back in. Not to mention the debilitating penalties to his 4-dimensional attributes. Yet he had no choice but to wait, for each piece of equipment, staff, robe, and the like, was worth a small fortune, amounting to no less than 1,000 gold coins collectively. Moreover, such items were rare and hard to come by. Losing them would cause immense distress, even for someone of his affluent background. All right, how could one possibly die here? The girl with the apple-like face muttered once more as she accompanied him away from this place. After all, it was the very site of their annihilation, and the three of them dared not recklessly log in here again. Should their life points hit 0 once more, they would risk losing levels. As they departed, the silver-haired swordswoman cast a surprised glance across the way, where a familiar figure hastily exited the area. "Xiaoxi, let us leave first. We can return later," another girl said, taking her arm and leading her away. Meanwhile, Su Hao hastily emerged from the underground cave, the intense pain coursing through his body, leaving him no room to consider anyone else. The Red Lotus voraciously devoured the arm of the nightmare visitor, attempting to breach the main world, thus providing him with an overwhelming surge of pure energy that made him feel as if he were on the verge of being torn apart. Damn it, it was indeed a reckless gamble. He carelessly tossed a few items he had scavenged into his backpack. His expression twisted in anguish as he stared at the system panel's notifications, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with that level 1 necromancer, yet far more perilous. IT felt as if a mental bomb had been implanted in his mind, swelling and contracting relentlessly, as if it would explode at any moment. At my second-tier apprentice level, I cannot possibly contain such a vast amount of mental energy. I must find a way to advance to 3rd tier. The 3rd-tier apprentice was the pinnacle of apprenticeship. As a 2nd-tier apprentice, casting spells required considerable time, rendering one vulnerable to enemy ambushes. However, advancement changed the game, as 3rd-tier apprentices, empowered by their formidable mental strength, could initially grasp the principles of spellcasting, thus significantly shortening incantations to just a syllable or two. Akin to instant casting, the greatest challenge in achieving 3rd-tier status was to condense 9 mental runes and unify them to form the first innate magical pattern. This innate magical pattern was crucial, serving as one of the key points for promotion. Should there be any issues in condensing the runes, one would be unable to form their own core seed for spells, forever doomed to remain at the 2nd tier. In the midst of a dense thicket, Su Hao sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a small vial of potion in hand. The liquid within emanated a dreamy blue glow, creating an ethereal ambience that felt almost surreal. This was a concoction known as the calming elixir, crafted primarily from the rare herb, tranquil flower, designed to keep a wizard's mental state serene during the transition to 3rd tier, preventing any potential mental damage from erratic fluctuations. He uncorked the vial and poured its contents over his head, maximizing its effects. The shimmering blue light began to dissipate, enveloping his surroundings in a fantastical dreamscape. Yet under the influence of his mental energy, these blue motes flowed towards his head that a refreshing chill coursed through his mind, alleviating the throbbing pain somewhat. Cogito, ergo sum. The meditative technique commenced, and under the impetus of his immense mental energy, the ninth rune rapidly took shape. As if drawn by an invisible force, the 9 runes began to gravitate towards one another. Linked together, with a thought, fine tendrils sprouted from each rune, intertwining and connecting, gradually forming a complete chain of runes. However, just as everything was on the verge of completion, a strange aura suddenly emerged, causing the rune chain to shatter like startled fish, scattering in all directions. Curse that wretched creature. I will someday make my way to your lair. He understood that this was the handiwork of the nightmare monster, a third-tier entity whose curse, even partially vanquished by the Red Lotus, was beyond his capacity to withstand. Was he to merely stand by and watch? His mental ocean churned violently, the previously absorbed mental energies thrashing about like a fish leaping from a basin, threatening to destabilize everything. You scoundrel, do not think you can thwart me. Su Hao roared, and with reckless abandon, he summoned forth a massive surge of silvery energy that ignited into flames, incinerating the 9 runes. The mental flames blazed brighter, and one by one, the runes melded back together. Ho successfully advanced to 3rd tier. Mental energy transition underway. Shortly thereafter, Su Hao felt an intensifying pain in his head as the mental attributes on the system panel began to soar dramatically. From an initial 8 points, they skyrocketed to 10 points, akin to a rocket launch, that a series of inexplicable sounds emerged, as if shattering some unseen constraints, and his mental attributes surged once more. Chapter 45. System unlock at the same time. An overwhelming wave of agony coursed through his body, particularly around his head, akin to a hammer incessantly striking. Fortunately, a vast flow of warmth within him continued to circulate, swiftly mending all injuries. The protracted ordeal finally subsided, and Su Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, quietly summoning his attribute panel. Host successfully promoted, attributes significantly enhanced. Your current personal values are as follows. Nickname: Zaire May Sterling. Profession: Wizard Life. Profession: Alchemist level. 3rd tier apprentice. Attributes: Mental 11. 2. Strength 0.7, Agility 0.9, Constitution 4.5, Mana 112, Life 45, Points, 2650. World ranking 9992. He opened his eyes, and the world suddenly appeared increasingly vivid, so much so that he could sense the energy particles permeating the air. The enhanced energy perception brought the greatest advantage of making spellcasting feel significantly easier. However, achieving a mental attribute of 10 points is not the human limit. Does this mean I can prepare for advancement to the 1st tier? Why have I surpassed this threshold? Su Hao couldn't help but mutter, a tinge of unease creeping in. This was undoubtedly not a good omen. In many cultivation novels, protagonists often receive such exceptional treatment, allowing them to start off far stronger than their peers. Yet in Fantasy Realm, this signified that ascending to the 1st tier would become exceedingly challenging. Host's world ranking has entered the top 10,000. Hidden system functions activated. Before he could ponder further, another system notification firmly occupied his thoughts. To his astonishment, Su Hao discovered that several new icons had suddenly appeared on the system panel. Upon examining them, he was even more elated, realizing that ranking within the top 10,000 came with such benefits. The newly unlocked system functions were incredibly powerful, divided into 2 main categories: training assistance and forum. Naturally, the forum piqued his interest the most, and he eagerly pressed the colorful button with his mental energy, causing the panel to shift and reveal a familiar forum interface. This forum differed significantly from the official Fantasy Realm forum he usually accessed. It appeared much more streamlined, consisting of only a few modules. Most importantly, the online user count was a mere 1842. It appears that only those ranked within the top 10,000 can access this forum. Given my bottom-tier ranking, does this mean that everyone online is stronger than me? So I'll mute. Stroking his chin down on the official forum, There was hardly anyone boasting about their promotion to the first tier. It seemed that most players were at most third-tier apprentices. Now he understood that those top players who had advanced to the first tier were not present on the official forum at all. They were instead within this more mysterious hidden forum. Ding host, please set a code name. A familiar box appeared before him. Ugh, this feels too ordinary, just like a real-world forum. Su Hao couldn't help but scoff, then pondered briefly before inscribing his forum code name, Red Lotus, using his mental energy in the emerging box. After completing the code name, he chose to enter the information module, where a flurry of messages instantly refreshed, filling his vision. Underworld Illusory Realm, seeking teammates. I am a level 1 high-tier wizard, specializing in elements. Proficient in fire. Damage output is absolutely sufficient. Dreamscape Garden, in need of a defensive warrior. Come quickly. Ancient Ruins, rumored to be the lair of a level 4 necromancer from the Second Cataclysm. Led by a level 2 low-tier Holy Word Priest. Interested parties. Please contact. Goodness, after reading through, Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected to find party recruitment messages akin to those in Second World here. Even more astonishingly, none of these individuals were below level 1. And alarmingly, some had already reached level 2. What the hell? These people must be using hacks. He suddenly felt that all his efforts over the past few days had been in vain, having thought his strength had reached an extraordinary level, only to discover that there were countless individuals here far stronger than him. Su Hao couldn't help but ruffle his hair in frustration. Then, trembling slightly, he clicked on another icon, Honor Roll. Below the icon was a line of description, the honor ranking of the top 10,000 players in Fantasy Realm. This leaderboard captivated him immensely, for the entire realm boasted over 2 billion players. Yet this list only encompassed the top 10,000, and this meant that among more than 200,000 players, only one managed to secure a place on the list, rendering its significance abundantly clear. However, the top 100 were shrouded in a dazzling aura, their forum codes hidden from view, lending an air of mystery and superiority. As his gaze descended, he caught sight of the basic information for the individual ranked 101. Rank 101 codename. Frost Sorceress Class. Mage Eye Specialization Level. Intermediate Level 2 Achievements. Single-handedly annihilated a tribe of man-eating demons, slaying hundreds of these fiends, including their formidable leaders. The man-eating demons, towering creatures standing 3 meters tall, possessed an intimidating strength. Even the weakest adult among them could easily vanquish a third-tier mage. Their skin exhibited remarkable resistance to both magic and physical attacks. And alarmingly, even earth dragons, bearing the bloodline of dragons, considered them mere prey. Any tribe of man-eating demons stood as a formidable force in the wilderness, capable of striking fear into countless monsters, and humans were generally loath to provoke them unless absolutely necessary. The mention of hundreds of man-eating demons implied that among them, there would be several dozen adult male demons of first-tier strength. Furthermore, the leaders were at least top-tier level 2, if not level 3. The fact that this individual had single-handedly obliterated such a powerful tribe left him trembling with astonishment. Such formidable strength could easily allow one to stride through the mercantile capital, earning the respect of even the local lord. How had this individual cultivated such prowess? Su's brow furrowed tightly. He simply could not fathom why these individuals possessed such grotesque strength, leaving others trailing behind by 2 entire tiers, and no matter how hard he tried to catch up, it seemed utterly impossible. Was it truly a system glitch? As his thoughts whirled, the leaderboard scrolled down once more, continuing until he finally located his own name. Rank 9992 codename. Crimson Lotus Class. Mage Level. 3rd Tier Apprentice Achievements. Survive an assault by a 3rd Tier nightmare creature. Ahem. This achievement was truly disheartening that Su coughed awkwardly, as others had vanquished formidable monsters, while he was merely noted for fleeing, a fact that would surely be a source of embarrassment if shared. However, he was astonished to discover that the players ranked below him all reached at least 1st tier status. Moreover, none were of the low-tier ilk. The lowest among them was intermediate 1st tier, with several even at high-tier 1st. This indicated that he was the sole player on the entire leaderboard who had not yet attained 1st tier status. Chapter 46. Dining, it appeared that there was an abundance of knowledge he had yet to grasp. Su let out a deep sigh, feeling the fog of confusion enveloping his mind. rendering the path ahead nearly indistinguishable. Gurgle, huh? What was that sound? He glanced around in astonishment only to find, to his embarrassment, that it was his own stomach growling, and oh wonder, having departed the city at 8 in the morning and traversed over 10 miles. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and he had yet to eat. One would have to be cursed to not be hungry at this point. Fortunately, I came prepared. He calmly retrieved a packaged box from his backpack, its silvery material emanating a soft glow. Upon opening it, an enticing aroma wafted forth. The dish was as exquisite as a perfect work of art, with grains of rice shimmering like golden sand, topped with a tantalizing layer of golden yellow egg pancake, making one's mouth water. However, do not be deceived by appearances. If one were to exit the game, they would discover that this was merely an ordinary solar-powered self-heating meal, costing only 20 or 30 credits, easily obtainable from any vending machine that I in the realm of fantasy world. All pursuits strive for authenticity, yet this cannot replace reality. At the very least, consuming only in-game food does not satiate hunger. Thus, players opt to transform real-world food into magical delicacies within the game. This way, not only can one fill their stomachs, but they can also relish in delightful flavors. This initiative greatly benefits restaurants, as players are not concerned with the quality of the food, merely using it to meet their most basic needs. Furthermore, some herbal chefs meticulously prepare medicinal meals that, when consumed, can temporarily enhance or even permanently boost certain attributes. Unfortunately, these come at exorbitant prices, often several times or even dozens of times more than potions, making them inaccessible to anyone who isn't truly affluent. Herbal chefs are one of the specialized paths within the alchemical profession, and Su had once contemplated pursuing this field. However, he had studied potion specialization in Second World and had become an exceedingly rare legendary alchemist, having successfully concocted divine elixirs multiple times, just a step away from becoming a god of alchemy. Therefore, he could not relinquish his considerable advantage, as even within the same category, the differences were immense. For instance, in the construction field, the roles of cost estimation and measurement were entirely distinct. As he strolled leisurely back, the three individuals previously in the Goblin Cave cautiously re-entered, only to discover, to their fury, that all the equipment they had dropped had vanished. Huatinga felt a pang of anguish in his heart. The combined value of the lost equipment approached 2,000 gold coins, equivalent to over 200,000 credits. He had not anticipated that such a terrifying incident could occur during what was supposed to be a routine outing, especially in an area deemed to be of the lowest danger level, leaving him no time to react. Very well, you dare to provoke me. He suppressed his inner fury, and after a moment of hesitation, he sidestepped the two young women and retreated to a corner, producing a small milky white token. What is it? The token glowed, and a steady voice emanated from it. Uncle, I was killed and robbed of my treasures, including the gift from the young master. He couldn't help but lament. I understand. Please wait a moment. The token flickered, and then the other end fell silent. After more than 10 minutes, a voice returned. The young master has employed divination and has already identified the culprit, a treacherous villain who betrays humanity. You should report this to the bishop. There may be some compensation. He cautiously inquired, Uncle, who exactly is that person? Could it be someone from the top 100 of the glory list? No. Your treasures are mere trash in their eyes. Don't ask too many questions. You have half a month to make it into the top 1,000. Otherwise, do not blame me for cutting off your resources. After providing you with so many, even a pig could advance to level 2. Yes, I will work hard. Huatinga bowed deeply, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. The token flickered once more, as if the other party were contemplating something, before leaving a faint remark. That person is the Crimson Lotus Demon on the Holy Light Temple's wanted list, currently at a level that should not even reach Tier 1. If you capture them. The young master will cultivate you with great focus. Perform well, for this is an opportunity that countless others yearn for. The token promptly dimmed, and he stored it in his personal space, gritting his teeth in indignation. Very well. Just wait. In the mercantile capital, Su had a serving of egg-fried rice but still felt somewhat hungry, prompting him to saunter into a restaurant. This establishment was rather peculiar, featuring an otherworldly decor that resonated with the theme of fantasy world. The interior was quaintly vintage, furnished with ordinary wooden tables and chairs, while a magical display screen adorned the wall. The patrons wore an array of fantastical attire. For instance, a heavily armored man sat beside him. He glanced at the display screen and summoned a waitress clad in a black and white maid uniform, inquiring, "What is ginseng wild pheasant soup originally?" "It's essentially radish stew with chicken pieces," the waitress replied with a hint of embarrassment. "And what about steamed magma fish?" "The main ingredient is crucian carp." "All right. Then I shall have a large meal of velociraptor meat, along with a cup of South Island iced tea." Sue opted not to ask further, lest he diminish his appetite upon learning the truth. After all, no matter how bizarre the dish names were, the ingredients were just ordinary fare, not some mythical mammoth meat or magma fish, merely a matter of savoring the flavor. "Very well. Please hold on." The waitress noted his order and pointed behind him, asking, "Sir, is she not with you?" "No, I'm alone," Sue replied without turning around. Taking a seat at an empty table, to his surprise, a figure promptly seated themselves across from him, unabashedly declaring, "Bring me your most expensive dish." The waitress hesitated, glancing between them, and Sue could only nod helplessly. After she departed, he looked at the person across from him in astonishment. "I never expected you would actually play this game." The individual before him was none other than his sister, Sue Shi, who wore a fitted white swordsman's outfit, her shoulder-length hair tied in a ponytail, her chin held high as she proudly proclaimed, "What is so surprising? I do whatever I wish." "All right, as long as you're happy," Sue replied casually, not intending to meddle in her affairs. That Sue Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she fixed her gaze on him. "Although I don't know how you managed it. Those things must have been taken by you. Right? What things?" He scratched his nose, bewildered. "Teach, you always touch your nose when you lie. Even that local girl knows. How could I not?" Sue Shi rolled her eyes. "It has nothing to do with you. I don't care about your matters. So please don't interfere with mine." "Who would care about you, you nerd? I wouldn't bother with your affairs." The two fell into a momentary silence until their meals arrived, at which point Sue Shi stared in astonishment at the enormous platter before her. The waiter wore an exceptionally radiant smile and announced, "This is our signature dish, the Da Fonte feast, meticulously crafted by our herbalist. Each serving can permanently enhance your constitution attribute by 0.1 points. However, if your constitution exceeds 3 points, it will have no effect, and a single portion can be consumed by no more than 3 individuals at once. As a small business, we kindly request that guests settle their bills before enjoying the meal." "How much does it cost?" Sue Shi inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy. "It is 15 gold coins, though you may also use credit points, which would amount to 1,800 credit points." She sprang to her feet, unable to suppress her exclamation. "What the heck? Are you trying to rob us?" Chapter 47. Preaching this esteemed guest. While one may indulge in food, one must refrain from speaking indiscriminately, the waiter remarked with a smirk, laced with a hint of disdain. "If you doubt my words, you may inquire with others. I have recorded everything you just said using my terminal." The innate curiosity of the onlookers, a trait of the Chinese, was piqued, and within a brief exchange, they had attracted the attention of every patron in the establishment, each guest either staring directly or casting furtive glances. Some were murmuring amongst themselves, their whispers likely laden with remarks about a pauper masquerading as a wealthy individual, causing Sue Shi's complexion to pale with indignation. She shot a fierce glare at the composed Sue How across the table and whispered, "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and pay, or don't blame me for revealing that it was you who stole those items." "What an unreasonable young lady." Sue How furrowed his brow, realizing he had no choice but to intervene, retrieving a small pouch of coins with a genial smile. "My apologies. My sister has just come from the illusionary realm and is unaware of such matters. Rest assured, we do not intend to dine and dash." Despite his slight aversion to the situation, she was, after all, his sister, and he felt obligated to fulfill his duty as an elder sibling. "That is reassuring." The waiter displayed a professional smile, swiftly collecting the payment and departing, with the matter resolved. The patrons returned to their own affairs. Although she was undeniably beautiful, the game Illusory Realm boasted a feature for adjusting appearances, far exceeding the sorcery of certain nations. Even a round face could be transformed into a sharp, angular visage. This led to an abundance of stunning individuals, and the public had long since grown weary of such beauty. How infuriating! What a rude attitude! For merely a small bowl of food, they dare to demand 1,800. Sue, she grumbled, still fuming after taking her seat. In the game, herbal dishes are among the most expensive items. This is a modest price that if the effects were greater, they could easily demand tens of thousands of credit points. Su Hao calmly shook his head, casually lifting a small bowl to serve himself. For a novice player, it was indeed costly, but for a seasoned player like him, it was hardly exorbitant. The herbalist required various rare materials, and through meticulous preparation, they crafted a dish that was both delicious and capable of enhancing attributes. For players, their four-dimensional attributes were paramount, and the ability of herbal dishes to permanently boost a specific attribute was undeniably precious. Moreover, this enhancement method was remarkably effortless. Simply sitting down to eat could elevate one's attributes, akin to receiving a legendary weapon with a mere click. However, attempting to rapidly enhance one's attributes through herbal dishes, well, the expenses would undoubtedly bankrupt 99% of players. Even those relying on credit points would find themselves in tears. With his wealth, he was reluctant to spend such sums, as elevating a single attribute to 10 points would conservatively require a 5-figure expenditure. And the unit was in gold coins. In other words, it would necessitate the outlay of over 1 million credit points. Upon hearing his explanation, Sushi's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, her surprised expression appearing quite endearing. Incredible! To think a mere game could demand such an amount. Our little villa isn't even worth 1 million credit points. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, the figure before him reminiscent of that clingy little girl from his memories. And before he knew it, he reached out, wishing to pinch her cheek. "What are you doing?" Sushi snapped back to reality, casting him a wary glance. Well, was it necessary for him to regard her with such a lecherous gaze? Su Hao felt a pang of disappointment as the flicker of fondness he had just felt evaporated. He shifted his gaze, maintaining a calm tone as he said, "This is merely the most basic expenditure for top-tier players. The spoils from slaying a dragon could easily purchase several villas. Moreover, there are numerous ancient treasures. Discovering just one could ensure a lifetime free from want. In addition, one could become a bounty hunter, navigating the realms of death and combat, earning handsome rewards through the hunting of formidable monsters and criminals. The illusionary realm is truly wondrous. Regardless of your identity in reality, here you can start anew. As long as you invest effort, rewards will surely follow." As he spoke, Su Hao noticed the sparkle in her eyes intensifying, her entire demeanor brimming with newfound zeal that he remained impassive, internally reveling in his triumph. For those who despised him, the greatest and most satisfying revenge was to transform them into individuals akin to himself, a process colloquially known as preaching that he chuckled inwardly, convinced she would soon be swayed. Suddenly, the light in Sushi's eyes shifted, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothing as she regarded him with suspicion. "Why are you telling me all this? Do you have ulterior motives?" "Ahem. It is because I am your brother. Naturally, I should share good things with you." Under her skeptical gaze, Su Hao smiled amiably, scattering gleaming gold coins onto the table, their metallic clinks attracting numerous greedy eyes. Yet, he remained unfazed, continuing to produce more coins, his inner swan flapping its black wings, earnestly wishing someone would be foolish enough to attempt to rob her. Moments later, a small mountain of coins accumulated in the center of the table, causing the girl opposite him to gaze in awe as her eyes took on a golden hue. "As a pioneer, this is your startup capital, totaling 120 gold coins, ample for all your initial expenses." Su Hao appeared quite at ease, resembling a benevolent benefactor, that he then ceased his attention towards her, bowing his head to savor the delectable meal. After all, having spent a significant sum, he could not afford to waste it. The herbal dish appeared remarkably enchanting, resembling fine green crystal, with small golden spheres adorning it. Merely its appearance was already quite extraordinary, that as the broth touched his lips, a wave of warmth flowed from his mouth to his stomach, swiftly taking effect and enveloping him in a comforting sensation, even more delightful than a hot spring. Additionally, he felt a slight tingling, as if subtle changes were occurring within his body. Consuming the Fonte feast. Constitution attribute increased by 0.1. A system notification appeared, and in order to maintain his composure, Su Hao only consumed a small bowl before rising to leave the restaurant. As a top-tier player, he would not be captivated by such a basic herbal dish, yet. Why did he feel an ache in his heart? What a prodigal, to spend so much only to consume a mere morsel. TCH, of course, he is a wealthy individual. How could you possibly comprehend the world of the affluent? I must strive to grow stronger. One day, I shall become wealthy enough to indulge without restraint. Sensing the envious and resentful murmurs and glances directed towards him, Su Hao felt a slight flush creep across his face as he quickened his pace. Passing indifferently by the apple-cheeked girl, Dawai Xiaomei stared at him in shock, then glanced over at Su Shi, who was fixated on the table, a deliberate blush adorning her smooth, fair face. Xiao Shi, what is your relationship with that person? How could he gift you such a sum of gold? Unable to contain her curiosity, she directly inquired, her heart stirring with a hint of longing. After all, the amount she had painstakingly earned over several days paled in comparison to even a fraction of what he had casually tossed aside. Did he intend to woo the goddess with his wealth? That is none of your business. Su Shi wiped the corner of her mouth, clutching the coins tightly as she swiftly stowed them in her backpack, downing a bowl of soup before eagerly departing. She couldn't help but call out behind her, "Where are you going?" "To slay dragons." Chapter 48. Ghostly Scribbles. The scanning results are in. Target attributes are as follows. Occupation, none level, unranked attributes. Spirit 1.2, Strength 1.2, Agility 1.3, Constitution 1.2 danger level. None. As he walked along the street, Su Hao surveyed the rows of data on his attribute panel. With the new system feature unlocked, I can scan all beings with strength lower than my own. Given that my spirit attribute now exceeds human limits, no first-level beings can escape this scanning. This function was immensely powerful, allowing him to clearly ascertain the specific strength of his adversaries, thereby determining whether to fight or flee. Unfortunately, it required the expenditure of points, with the cost rising in proportion to the strength of the enemy, that he gazed enviously at the attributes displayed, especially the agility and strength values. Truly, as the runner-up of the city's student martial arts competition, their foundational attributes far surpassed those of a normal adult male, easily capable of overwhelming a recluse like him. Illusory Realm did not directly assign occupations. Players must seek a mentor or pray at a shrine to complete a series of tasks before selecting one of the four major professions. Su Shi's attributes were exceptionally outstanding, making her most suited for agile roles such as swordsman or assassin. But regrettably, she did not consult him, nor would he volunteer such information. In People's Park, at a vacant lot in the southwest corner, lay the most bustling player trading zone within the commercial hub of Illusory Realm. Countless players would bring their daily harvest here for trading, among which were not infrequently items that could not be identified. In this trading area, one's insight and knowledge are put to the ultimate test, reminiscent of a bustling antique street in reality. The difference between stumbling upon a treasure and overlooking it lies in a mere moment of thought. There are tales of individuals who have unexpectedly discovered fragments of divine artifacts here, subsequently presenting them to the temple and swiftly ascending to the ranks of core members, inciting envy among countless players and significantly enhancing the reputation of this trading zone. The marketplace itself is expansive, covering over 1,000 square meters, where players set up their stalls with mere benches, accompanied by signs detailing the items they have for sale or seek to acquire. The wares displayed are a chaotic assortment, not unlike a real-world antique market, predominantly consisting of ordinary weapons, jade, monster hides, and various materials, along with many bizarre and unidentifiable curiosities. Occasionally, one can observe individuals crouching down to sift through the goods, engaging in haggling with the stall owners. Some couples even treat this as a dating venue, playfully scattering affection like confetti. Su Hao calmly walked past a pair of lovers, silently wishing them well. May the lovers become siblings in the end. Moments later, he habitually approached a stall and crouched down, inquiring, "How's business today, brother?" The stall owner, a rotund man clad in a tattered gray robe, bore a pair of lifeless eyes that exuded an air of lethargy. "Not great. Business is tough these days. And please don't call me that. It's rather unpleasant, he sighed, collapsing onto a small chair, leading Su Hao to wonder if it might shatter under his weight. Little brat, it's hard to believe that a master of talismans has fallen to such depths. Before he could finish, the man lazily waved his hand, interrupting, "Cut it out. If you don't want to talk, then don't. You sound like a nagging woman." Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head with annoyance. "Fine, do whatever you want. I have a significant business deal. Are you interested?" "What? You're not suggesting a project worth several billion, are you?" "That is not my cup of tea." The man's expression shifted to one of alarm, his pudgy hands clasping his chest as he regarded Su Hao with suspicion. "Get lost." Su Hao rolled his eyes. From their first encounter, he had seen through the man's façade. Beneath his seemingly honest demeanor lay a rather lecherous soul. "Ghostly talismans. Hurry up and give me an answer, that I need a substantial quantity of spell scrolls and enchantment scrolls. If you can't provide, I will seek others." Were it not for the fact that the man could be considered a somewhat talented talisman master, Su Hao would not have bothered to offer him such an opportunity. "I want in." The man sprang to his feet, rubbing his chubby hands together, leaning in closer, and widening his small eyes in exaggerated excitement. "Handsome, dashing, and drop-dead gorgeous brother Shar. You are like a brother to me. Whatever you need, just say the word. I guarantee I will complete the task." "Ugh, that is so cheesy." Su Hao scoffed and rolled his eyes, glancing at the assortment of items on the ground. "Hurry up and clear away this junk. I'll tell you as we walk." Hey, Shar, while you may insult me, you cannot disparage my goods. This is my livelihood." Ghostly Talismans quickly rolled up the rag on the ground, roughly stuffing everything into his personal space while continuing to grumble. "Do you even want to do business? You're the boss. Whatever you say goes," he responded, thumping his chest in a sycophantic manner. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a modest dwelling. The entire space was less than 30 square meters, containing a small single bed and a counter cluttered with various items. The stout Ghostly Talismans opened a drawer, retrieved a worn piece of parchment, and found a feather quill, beginning to meticulously document Su Hao's requests. Once finished, his dull eyes sparkled with interest as he scrutinized Su Hao. "Shar, impressive. It's only been a few days, and you're already so wealthy. Honestly, have you been up to something illicit?" "Ridiculous. You should come clean. Can you actually do it?" Su Hao, who was surveying the surroundings, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, resembling someone who wanted to leave in a hurry. "Rest assured, with my future divine status as the god of talismans as my guarantee, your requests are a piece of cake," Ghostly Talismans proclaimed, patting his round belly confidently. "If you were to join an adventure guild, you would likely find better prospects. The lifestyle of a profession is too costly to sustain alone." Su Hao could not help but urge him again. He genuinely believed in the man's potential, recognizing his innate advantage in the realm of runic pathways. Perhaps it was due to his prior studies in integrated circuits. Joining those adventure guilds comes with too many restrictions. Haven't you refrained as well? The rotund, Ghostly Talisman scribbled on the parchment, not bothering to look up. "True, it's not much different from a regular job," Su Hao conceded, then curiously asked, "Little brat, you've gained some renown in the second world and earned quite a bit. Why do you live in such a place?" It was evident that this was a low-rent apartment, a government-provided benefit for low-income individuals. The amenities were, of course, far from luxurious. Rent was exceedingly cheap, only a few hundred credit points a month, making it affordable even for those earning the minimum wage. However, in the second world, even a diligent master of talismans could easily earn over 5,000 credit points monthly, not to mention those at the master or legendary levels, whose income could soar tenfold. Upon hearing this, the man paused, shaking his head. "No choice. My mother fell gravely ill, and surgery cost nearly 2 million credit points. Even with the government covering 70%, I'm still in debt for several 100,000 credit points. I'll just have to repay it slowly." Reality is often filled with its own hardships. If not for the second world and the fantasy realm, he would have followed the same monotonous path as most ordinary people, attending school, graduating, working, marrying, having children, and growing old. But now, everything has changed. He feels as though his life is a flame, burning ever brighter. This sensation is marvelous, akin to having lived in a vast cage, adhering to others' commands. While it was safe and required little thought, merely following others' paths, it imposed an omnipresent constraint, binding him tightly with the shackles of reality, rendering him akin to a marionette, with a clear view of his future and fate. Now, however, it is different. Though he must confront external dangers, he can cast aside all of reality as constraints, fully expressing himself and reveling in the fiery passion of his existence. Here, he is no longer the ordinary person lost in a crowd, but can become a king standing atop millions. He could not help but lower his head, gently clenching his right hand, as if grasping his own destiny. This feeling of freedom is truly wonderful. Su Hao smiled softly, taking a step towards the east. He had promised teacher Hongye to arrive early. After all, at the Hongye potion shop, after a brief assessment, the potion master, still clad in her tattered robe, decisively handed a set of tools to Su Hao, instructing him to craft a secondary mental enhancement potion himself. She settled into a nearby recliner, leisurely engrossed in a book. Well, this truly is a challenge that Su Hao shook his head in disbelief. This was not the second world, where one could merely tinker at the alchemical table and succeed with a simple ding. After all, in the fantasy realm, everything strives for authenticity. To concoct a potion, one must begin with grinding herbs, refining and merging them, extracting useless substances, and many other steps, all with a high probability of failure. The fact that she confidently allowed him to work alone was either a sign of great faith or perhaps an intention to let him experience failure firsthand before offering guidance. Yet, Su Hao remained calm, not a hint of nervousness on his face. He focused on the system panel that appeared before him and thought, analyze the refining process, model it, and conduct a virtual experiment. Ding, consuming 25 points. Comprehensive analysis of the host's knowledge has begun. Initiating virtual experiment. The 254th virtual experiment has concluded, achieving a success rate of 78.5, that the host's knowledge is insufficient for further improvement. Shall the experimental data be transmitted? In just over 10 seconds, a stream of system prompts materialized before his eyes. Native alchemists require countless practice and experiments to concoct a potion. For instance, Hongye, in her quest for innovation, often ends up in disarray after each experiment, sometimes even facing life-threatening situations, much like ancient alchemists crafting elixirs that he had previously recorded a wealth of information, which did not differ much from that of native alchemists. Now, with the unlocking of the system's new features, the most delightful capability was the ability to analyze and simulate. Analysis involved organizing and categorizing all the information he possessed, refining it for further analysis, thus forming a foundation for deducing other knowledge. Moreover, it could directly analyze the strength of target enemies and their potential abilities. Simulation naturally referred to conducting simulated experiments, not only predicting the alchemical process, but also including spell model simulations. Through the system, he could perform countless virtual experiments to discover the most optimal mastery plan, allowing him to grasp new spells and potion crafting techniques at an accelerated pace. Transmit. He had previously attempted this himself, managing only a 2 to 3 successful attempts out of 10 tries, but now he was achieving an astonishing success rate of nearly 80%. It appears that those formidable individuals are leveraging the new features of the system, rapidly surpassing ordinary players in strength. This enables them to snowball their power, ensuring that the strong remain dominant, far outpacing the vast majority. And now, I too am among them, that he suppressed the thrill within and silently issued commands. As he did so, a virtual figure materialized before him, meticulously concocting potions. Each gesture and movement was executed with such clarity that he perceived the entire process from start to finish. Furthermore, this stream of information seemed to directly infuse his memory, making him feel as if he had undergone countless alchemical processes, every step so familiar and vivid. What is happening? Isn't this supposed to be stored in the virtual memory zone? Why has it transformed into my own recollection? This defies logic. Su Hao was momentarily stunned. Previously, the knowledge he had memorized using reading techniques was stored in the virtual memory zone provided by the personal terminal, akin to data existing on a computer, merely accessible at will. Yet now, this knowledge had inexplicably become part of his memory, resembling a true transfer of human recollections, a futuristic black technology existing solely in imagination. What secrets does Illusion Realm conceal? You foolish boy, why are you dawdling? Get moving. A sharp reprimand jolted him back to reality, and he turned to see Hong gazing at him with a piercing look. All right, I'll start immediately. Su Hao hurriedly turned back, suppressing the myriad of doubts swirling in his mind for later consideration. But he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, his expression was one of calm resolve. The secondary mental amplification potion requires the materials: tranquil flower, earth emperor moss, and silverleaf grass. He extracted the 3 ingredients, noting the tranquil flower with its white petals and golden stamen, the dark brown earth emperor moss, and the silverleaf grass, resembling chives but adorned with silver-edged leaves. The first step is to crush the silverleaf grass and earth emperor moss into juice. He retrieved a small stone mortar, placing the 2 herbs within, and began to grind them slowly. After 2 minutes, the mortar contained a fine powder, which he transferred to a strainer, pressing it with a glass rod to extract the juice into the beaker below. He then added a neutralizing agent to the beaker, tossing in the petals of the tranquil flower. Subsequently, he placed the beaker over a magical lamp to heat it, the crimson flames licking the bottom. After a while, the petals of the tranquil flower melted rapidly, causing the pale yellow liquid within the beaker to gradually shift in color, eventually transforming into a silvery hue. Once the liquid achieved a pure silver color, Su Hao silently summoned his magical energy, drawing particles of energy from the surrounding environment into the liquid. Bubbling vigorously, the liquid released glimmers of silver light, signifying that the potion was complete. That he calmly extinguished the magical lamp and stored the finished potion in a glass vial, corking it securely. Ah, not bad, young one, Hongye remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her face reflecting in astonished delight. Chapter 50. The Water of Life. Su Hao was momentarily taken aback by her words, realizing the implications. After all, he was merely a novice in the realm of alchemy, and to perform so exceptionally on his first attempt might draw undue attention. Teacher, I had already attempted this on my own earlier. Hongye scrutinized him, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions, before she let out a soft sigh, saying, Foolish boy, you must never reveal your alchemical talent to others. To be frank, even a prodigious alchemist would require several days, if not half a month, to grasp the basics of a secondary magical amplification potion. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand, Su Hao replied, lowering his head and feigning humility, though internally he felt a strange exhilaration at being regarded as a genius. He pondered, if the natives were to discover this, would they not resort to some form of captivity, treating him as an alchemical machine? Hongye playfully tapped his forehead, exasperated, and said, Stop pretending to be indifferent. Your alchemical prowess is sufficient to incite jealousy among alchemists worldwide, and it is entirely normal for them to engage in actions that may be detrimental to you. That I would gladly place you upon my alchemical platform for thorough study. Clearing his throat, Su Hao looked up, attempting to project an innocent expression. Dear teacher, would you truly part with such an exceptional student? Despite her usual disheveled appearance, she was undeniably a powerful sorceress, the surging magical energy emanating from her presenting a palpable threat, clearly surpassing a first-level practitioner. Enough with the banter. Since you can grasp this so swiftly, we shall accelerate our pace. Next, you will learn the modified secondary mental amplification potion from me. Hongye gave him another tap and promptly retrieved a large assortment of materials. The main event had arrived. He instantly felt invigorated, filled with anticipation. Alchemists are categorized into 4 fundamental types: potions, elixirs, culinary alchemy, and transmutation. Elixirs refer to the creation of various brews, such as healing potions, mana potions, and detoxifying elixirs. The distinction between potions and elixirs lies in the duration. Elixirs take effect quickly but have a short lifespan, while potions bestow a lasting buff. For instance, a bull strength potion can enhance the strength of 3 individuals for 10 minutes. Culinary alchemy is more straightforward. One can liken it to being a magical chef, capable of crafting an array of exquisitely delicious magical dishes, some of which, when consumed, can permanently augment certain attributes. As for transmutation, it is colloquially known as turning stone into gold, legendary alchemists can indeed transform rocks into precious metals. Among these four categories, potion making is the most sought after and practical, with players of means often purchasing a stock for emergencies, ready to unleash their full potential in battle through the use of potions, that if he could master some exclusive modified potions, he would stand to profit immensely. The woman glanced at him, extending her calloused palm. First, pay 2 source crystals as a learning fee. That is quite expensive. Su Hao winced. Source crystals are the currency of first level and above practitioners. Even a low-grade source crystal costs 100 gold coins. For her to demand 2, it amounted to nearly 30,000 credit points. My modified potion substitutes golden thorn grass for the more affordable stone north grass, reducing costs by 30% while enhancing efficacy by 20%. I am offering this to you at such a low price because you are my student. Do you accept? She smiled mischievously, her expression suggesting she was confident he would acquiesce, her intentions laced with malice. However, Su Hao gritted his teeth and replied, "I'll take it. Without investment, there can be no returns." If he could indeed achieve the results she claimed, he would be the one profiting, seemingly moved by his boldness. A familiar light flickered in Hong Ye's eyes. Moreover, anything you wish to learn requires an upfront payment that a secondary common formula costs 50 gold coins, a first-level common formula 200 gold coins, a secondary modified formula 2 source crystals, and a first-level modified formula 10 source crystals. Other matters can be discussed later. This glimmer was one he often observed in the eyes of information brokers, an unabashed greed for wealth. Yet he felt no surprise, as she had indicated. Were it not for Hong Ye recognizing his genius talent, she would never have been so generous as to share her treasured expertise. Each modified formula represented countless hours of her toil, akin to the inventors of the real world, who must endure numerous failures before achieving success. People only witness their post-success glory, but who truly observes the despair of those who have faced countless failures to acquire the fruits of another's labor at such a modest price? What more could one desire? Following the principle of equivalent exchange, to obtain something, you must pay the corresponding price. Su Hao smiled slightly, retrieving a small vial from his personal space. "Teacher, do you think this substance is sufficient?" The vial, no larger than a fingertip, contained a pale green liquid known as the water of life. Its mesmerizing hue radiated an overwhelming vitality, akin to standing amidst a vibrant meadow in full bloom, where life abounds. The woman's eyes immediately sparkled, and she gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, you possess the water of life." Without hesitation, she snatched it from him, eagerly nodding in excitement, her eyes shining even more brilliantly, her magical energy surging so intensely that he found it hard to breathe. The water of life, an exceedingly rare healing elixir, flows from the fountain of life, capable of resurrecting the dead as long as a breath remains. In this world, there are only 2 fountains of life, located in the sacred grounds of the elven race and the natural divine temple of the imperial capital. Each drop of water of life is invaluable, rarely circulating in the market, and is regarded by the natural divine temple as a treasure to reward subordinates and attract other powerful beings. As for the sacred grounds of the elven race, with the humans and elves now preparing for war, no one has been able to obtain a single drop since. "You silly boy, where on earth did you acquire the water of life? It's utterly incredible. This substance cannot even be found on the black market, where it commands a price of 500 gold coins per drop, that if you were to sell this minuscule amount, it would undoubtedly exceed 5,000 gold coins, and countless individuals would be vying for it." Hong Ye exclaimed in awe. Suddenly, Su Hao felt his heart shatter into pieces. He had initially estimated the vial to be worth about 1,000 gold coins. Yet it was worth far more than he had anticipated. The ostentatious fellow was utterly oblivious to the value of what he possessed. Otherwise, he would not have carelessly tucked it away in the pocket of his robe. Alas, what a loss it has been! 600,000 coins have simply vanished into thin air. His heart bled at the thought. He was tempted to snatch it back, yet, observing the other party's demeanor, he realized that should he act on that impulse, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating. "This is something I stumbled upon while leaving the city today. I thought I might gift it to my teacher as a token of respect." He managed to force a stiff smile. "Truly, A foolish person may find unexpected fortune. Honya suddenly furrowed her brow and remarked, "To possess the water of life signifies an extraordinary identity. Never mind. If any troubles arise, I shall handle them myself. If it comes to a pinch, I can always seek assistance. That I refuse to believe there exists anyone I cannot subdue." With a commanding wave of her hand, she dismissed the matter, but upon seeing his peculiar expression, she could not help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle his hair playfully. "You silly boy, look at your foolish face. Rest assured, my dear student, I shall not take advantage of you. Henceforth, all recipes for novice and intermediate potions will be made available to you free of charge." Chapter 51. The strange girl. Alas, the information was incorrect. Fortunately, the individual in question was amiable enough to prevent me from incurring a significant loss. On P Street, Suhao brushed past various pedestrians, lost in contemplation of earlier events. That in this age of information, one must master knowledge to maneuver adeptly, and gaming is no exception. Back in the second world, he had disseminated false information through a major instance, prompting a frenzy among countless players who hoarded fluorescent grass in a bid to profit. Seizing the opportunity, he sold his previous stock at multiples of the original price, thereby earning over 1,000,000 credits. Moreover, the value of many items is not fixed. Some things may be inexpensive in one's possession, yet can fetch several times their worth when sold to those in need. Suhao had previously been unaware of the current price of the water of life. After all, such a treasure is typically utilized by those at the novice or intermediate levels, making it entirely reasonable for a mere apprentice like him to lack knowledge in this regard. That in truth, despite its exorbitant price, he had inadvertently secured an extraordinary bargain this time. For Honya possessed nearly 100 recipes for intermediate and novice alchemy, collectively worth far more than that bottle of water of life. Bang! A white figure darted past him, and Suhao instinctively attempted to halt his progress, only to find himself propelled forward, colliding with the ethereal form. To his astonishment, he felt no tangible sensation. It was as though he had passed through an illusion. "That I beg your pardon. Are you all right?" he quickly inquired, rising to his feet and again moving through the figure. Then looking down with a hint of contrition, "That I in the phantom realm. All sensations mimic reality, yet one cannot defy the laws of physics. Encountering such an immaterial form, passing through was quite understandable. Of course, such occurrences are rare, and even when they do happen, the native inhabitants often overlook them for various reasons." The figure before him was clad in a white garment, reminiscent of a modern hoodie, complete with a hood. Two silvery strands of hair cascaded elegantly over her alabaster neck. Her eyes sparkled like pure rubies, clear and profound, resembling an angel who had descended to earth. She reclined gracefully on the ground, extending her hand with an air of entreaty. "Please, help me. What is this?" Finding a stranger sprawled on the ground, could this be the Phantom Realm's version of a scam? Suhao felt utterly bemused. Just as he was about to depart, he caught a glimpse of a small emblem peeking from her collar, prompting a subtle change in his expression. "Quickly, this way, this way. She is headed in this direction." At that moment, a squad of well-equipped soldiers rushed towards him from the end of the road, shouting loudly, "The by order of the Lord of the city. We must locate her at all costs. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." The native inhabitants along the roadside quickly retreated, their curiosity piqued that Suhao recognized them as the most elite soldiers from the Lord's residence, each one a top-tier apprentice warrior, led by a formidable first-level warrior. His mind raced as he lowered his voice, gazing at the girl. "They are searching for you. That if you wish for my assistance, what are you willing to offer in return?" "I care not for your identity. You now have but 10 seconds to ponder your decision, or it shall be too late." The girl appeared momentarily stunned. Then, with a dazed expression, she retrieved a small jade pendant from her bosom, handing it to him, her complexion growing increasingly pale as she weakly uttered, "This is for you. Please take me away from here." And no sooner had she spoken than her body could no longer withstand the strain, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The individuals emerging from that place are truly peculiar. Do they not fear my capriciousness? Suhao shook his head, unhesitatingly pocketing the pendant and lifting the girl into his arms, veering into a nearby alleyway to him. No matter how beautiful the native might be, she was merely an NPC, of no use for any unsavory endeavors. Thus, he adhered strictly to his principle of conduct, equitable exchange. Regardless of who it was, even a demon from the abyss, as long as they could provide compensation, he would extend his assistance. Event experienced, faction shift, chaos level 10, benevolence level 5. A system notification appeared. And Suhao smiled wryly, having anticipated such an outcome, given the origin of the girl. Hurry, hurry. The energy signal is nearby. Split up and search. We must find her. The soldier's footsteps grew ever closer, and he estimated they would pass through the alley in mere seconds, at which point he would undoubtedly be discovered. Bang! A previously closed copper door swung open, revealing a familiar figure. After glancing at the girl in his arms, the figure beckoned him, quickly, come inside. Once he entered, the door slammed shut behind him. Suhao laid the unfamiliar girl upon a table and finally found the opportunity to express his gratitude. Xiao Mei. Thank you so much. The individual who had opened the door was none other than his old acquaintance, the information broker. The broker remained tightly wrapped, revealing only his deep, ink-like eyes, which scrutinized the girl on the table with great intensity. After a moment of silence, he spoke gravely. Sire, you've gotten yourself into quite the predicament. Do you know who she is? I do indeed. However, when such a stunning beauty falls at my feet, what kind of man would I be if I turn a blind eye? Suhao spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Do you truly expect me to believe that? The broker shot him a skeptical glance, then resumed his examination of the girl's attire with utmost seriousness. Unfazed, Suhao leaned in closer, intrigued by the sight of her exposed alabaster skin. Her complexion was dazzlingly fair, akin to the finest jade, exuding an aura of ethereal beauty, making her appear like a masterfully crafted artifact. Though she lay there motionless, an inexplicable energy radiated from her, compelling those nearby to admire from a distance, lest they dare to intrude. Moreover, upon her fitted garments, a delicate white flower was etched, glowing softly with a creamy luminescence. The broker donned a pair of black gloves and produced a small knife, gently slicing her skin that a milky fluid oozed from the wound. And an extraordinary fragrance quickly permeated the room. And oh wonder she hails from that place. Her blood is of the highest quality. He carefully collected the milky liquid in a test tube, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, that is true. Now I am even more curious as to why she has ventured here. Suhao nodded, observing the wound heel at a visible pace, disappearing without a trace. I will sell her to you. Let us split the profits 70-30, with you receiving the larger share. But he broached the dangerous subject with utmost seriousness, yet the broker shot him a glare. Do you take me for a fool? Simply extracting a bit of her blood is a tremendous gain, and that is only because I possess the sealing dagger. You should handle this matter. I have no desire to be pursued by those madmen. Very well, then I shall dispose of her later. At least it counts as helping her escape from those pursuers. Suhao chuckled, decisively determining her fate. Chapter 52, Ominous Omens. Event experienced. Faction shift, chaos level 10. In a secluded corner, Suhao casually discarded the peculiar girl, covering her with some discarded items to avoid detection. After completing this task, the system notification reappeared that he smiled faintly and checked the explanation for the event. The host promised to save the fallen angel, but midway changed their mind and abandoned her. Such behavior violates the principles of order. He did not mind the shift in his faction. For a player's faction change was remarkably casual, akin to the acts of eating or drinking. Players are often perceived as individuals who possess no moral boundaries or steadfast beliefs, willing to descend into the abyss for mere wealth or power. In contrast, native inhabitants seldom experience faction shifts, as their perspectives have solidified over decades, forming their own principles for navigating life. Only in the event of catastrophic changes, such as losing their family, might they contemplate shifting their allegiance. Whether one's faction shifts is determined not by inner sentiment, but by action. Even if one harbors a desire to annihilate humanity, if they remain law-abiding, they cannot be classified as chaotic evil. In reality, it is quite easy to delineate factions. For instance, ordinary citizens generally align with lawful neutral, adhering to the law and opting to report crimes rather than take matters into their own hands. Naturally, the police belong to the lawful good faction, safeguarding order and justice. Lawyers, in their need to invert truth and falsehood, align themselves with the chaotic evil akin to that of a devil. They adhere to order, yet relentlessly seek its loopholes that, of course, such alignments are not absolute. Rather, they hinge upon the impact one has on this world. Whether one's actions contribute to its betterment or plunge it into deeper darkness determines one's true alignment. For instance, in history, there existed a certain online forum that, driven by self-interest, sold a gathering point to a hospital, resulting in a tragic delay of treatment for an individual, leading to their demise. This incident exemplifies a standard of chaotic neutral leaning towards evil, from the perspective of paladins in the lawful good alignment. Those who disregard everything for profit are deemed malevolent beings in need of purification. Angel. Suhao found himself momentarily entranced by those two words. The identity of the other party was far too sensitive. Had it not been for their prior encounters in the second world and the bond of friendship formed, he would never have recognized them. The Holy Light Pantheon, one of the 5 great pantheons of the celestial realm, is situated on the Mediterranean's western edge, within the Holy City, home to countless formidable priests and paladins. The headquarters of the Knights Templar is located there, a formidable order boasting several legendary powerhouses, acclaimed as the foremost knightly order in the heavens. He could not fathom why a celestial being or a girl of angelic lineage would find herself wandering the mortal realm. Yet he dared not intervene further. Doing so could provoke the wrath of that powerful knightly order, leading to a life of relentless peril. The entire situation was shrouded in mystery, inciting his curiosity about the events that had transpired. Perhaps he should inquire with that gypsy? In the room, Suhao cast a glance around, noting the simplistic arrangement, a stark absence of decor, merely a table and a few stools. The information broker sat there, a test tube containing the girl's blood before him, his eyes vacant, seemingly lost in thought. Shao, I brought the person. Surely I deserve a share? Suhao approached with a grin. Angels are quintessential beings of the holy light. Even the most basic among them, unenhanced, would ascend to level 1 upon awakening. Their blood harbors holy light energy, far surpassing the diluted were sold by the Holy Light Temple, and this minuscule amount could fetch at least several hundred gold coins. Right? Agreed. But after deducting the loss from the demon's sealing dagger, I shall grant you another 100 gold coins. The broker nodded, decisively stowing the test tube away. Too little. Add a bit more? You can't shortchange me like this. Suhao rubbed his nose, attempting to negotiate, but the broker coolly replied, If you're capable, do it yourself. Coughing lightly, he ceased his bargaining. Without the demon's sealing dagger, he dared not recklessly harm the angelic girl. Each angel is under a constant tracking spell. Any harm or death befalling them allows other angels to trace the perpetrator. Without special means, even legendary beings would hesitate to slay a lowly angel. Those staunchly aligned with the lawful good camp are, in reality, utterly fanatical, having even annihilated a town that dared to sacrifice angels to demons. A great calamity is about to unfold. The information broker suddenly whispered. Could you divulge a bit of information? He inquired tentatively, harboring little expectation. Certainly, but consider your 100 gold coins as a consultation fee. No problem. He nodded generously. Gold was currently at its peak value, and acquiring additional information was worth any expenditure. Soon, the price of gold would plummet as the number of level 1 powerhouses increased, making it folly to attempt purchases at this rate. The broker rose, his expression impassive as he stated, Evil has begun to spread. The Pope of the Holy Light Temple has issued a divine decree, seeking a newly birthed villain. The paradise of the undead in the death marshes has begun to revolt. Incidents of undead escaping are on the rise. Within the city, an evil sacrificial ritual is underway, with dozens of indigenous people offered as sacrifices to a powerful bloodline. The burning plains volcano has erupted, spawning numerous fire elementals, but a spatial rift has appeared nearby, tainting them with abyssal magic. Panic is spreading through the merchant city. A faction of evil has attacked the city guard, leaving the head of a level 1 captain at the city lord's doorstep. The lord is furious, joining forces with the Natural Temple, the Holy Light Temple, and others, expecting to conduct a purging operation in the coming days. Your time is limited. The first major storyline is about to commence. Those lacking strength will merely be swept along by the tides. If only he could have another month, After leaving, Su Hao felt an increasing sense of urgency. Realizing he was still too weak, only with legendary strength could he suppress all crises. Even the Church of the Gods would have to show him some respect. Legendary beings represent the pinnacle of power in the main world. But beyond that, they are constrained by the world's laws, rendering their existence untenable. Deities wishing to enter this realm must do so in avatar form, equivalent to peak legendary status, which is why there exists a risk of falling. Otherwise, if a deity were to descend in their true form, no legendary powerhouse would stand a chance against them, even with artifacts in hand. However, within the second world, there are a few immensely powerful guardians of the main world. Their strength rivaling that of gods, concealed in the shadows, safeguarding the entire realm. Su Hao was unaware of their whereabouts that in the next 2 days. He yearned to remain at home, studying spells and delving into alchemical texts. Alas, under the hopeful gaze of his childhood friend, he found it impossible to refuse and thus left the cool, comfortable room, accompanying her out the door. Chapter 54. Warmth. The milky white halo was terrifyingly radiant, transforming the dark, desolate, and eerie haunted house into a bastion of warmth and light, as if sunlight had poured in, banishing all darkness. The little girl collapsed to the ground, her body shaking violently, emitting sounds akin to boiling water. As billowing clouds of black smoke emanated from her, rendering her figure translucent. What is happening? This is too easy. Su Hao marveled at the scene before him. He had merely intended to experiment by offering a candy containing a few drops of angelic blood, never anticipating that this immensely powerful, malevolent spirit would so naively swallow it down without hesitation. "Big brother, you feel so unwell," the little girl whimpered, prostrate on the ground, her trembling hand reaching out towards him. Her exquisitely crafted features contorted in distress, her voice no longer the crisp tone of before, now raspy and ghostly, sending chills down his spine. Su Hao took a step back, still perplexed as he scrutinized her. This malevolent spirit was far too peculiar. Having sustained such a fatal blow, it exhibited no intent to harm, a stark deviation from its species' typical nature. It is known that malevolent spirits are born from the extreme negative emotions of intelligent beings after death, such as hatred, jealousy, and greed, mingling with the energies of the world. Even the newly formed would be immune to ordinary physical attacks, only susceptible to the chi of a level 1 warrior. Strictly speaking, these entities do not belong to the undead, but are a peculiar form of spiritual being, primarily residing in the nightmare realm, only temporarily entering the main world under specific conditions. It was unusual to encounter them in the main world. However, in just a few days, he had repeatedly encountered malevolent spirits, clearly indicating the onset of a monumental upheaval. Due to the intense negative emotions from their previous lives, malevolent spirits instinctively harbor animosity towards all living beings, often resorting to cannibalism among themselves. For these beings, the souls of the living are a delicacy, capable of enhancing their strength. Yet this current spirit's behavior contradicted such instincts, leaving him profoundly bewildered. Suddenly, the little girl's body erupted, transforming into countless specks of light that vanished before him. Her agonized eyes deeply etched into his memory. No, are you all right? Zhu Yin tugged at his arm, gazing at him timidly. "I'm fine. I just seemed to discover something strange." "Let us continue," he replied, regaining his composure, smiling as he ruffled her hair, his mind swirling with thoughts. "This world is becoming increasingly fascinating." Zhu Yin slightly squinted, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. The haunted house was not particularly large. Within a mere 10 minutes, the two had exited. After their departure, a faint ethereal silhouette emerged, gazing wistfully at the spot where the little girl had vanished. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the natural temple in the western part of the city. "High Priest, one of our setups in the city has been compromised. Should I proceed to eliminate the adversaries?" Zoli asked, radiating an aura of menace, his voluminous black robe fluttering ominously. Before him appeared a faint virtual projection, depicting the moment the little girl vanished, alongside 2 figures. Regrettably, the image appeared distorted, as if plagued by interference, resembling a snowy signal. Shrouded in black mist, the high priest calmly responded, "No need. The sacrificial ritual is about to commence. The priority now is to gather sufficient offerings. You must expedite your efforts. Before the two, a colossal blood-red altar had taken form, inscribed with countless intricate patterns and adorned with several grotesque, glaring eyeballs, evoking dread in all who beheld it. The flickering flames danced. Yet her figure seemed to consume the light, embodying the purest darkness, impervious to illumination. My little darlings have already set off. By tomorrow, they will gather sufficient materials that I trust our God will delight in these fresh offerings. Zorli let out a sinister chuckle, then hesitated before softly inquiring, High Priest, regarding Shios, he is dead, that if you encounter him again, simply eliminate him. The High Priest interrupted coldly, turning to leave the hall. She recalled that day's encounter, and a fierce grimace emerged on her veiled face. To think she was mocked by such a lowly being. Should I discover your true identity, I shall extend a most hospitable reception to you. We welcome your next visit, the attendant at the haunted house exclaimed. Astonished as she regarded them, that it was her first time witnessing anyone emerge from the haunted house, so composed, their complexion unpale and breath unlabored, as if they had merely taken a leisurely stroll. In stark contrast, those behind them wore ashen faces, beads of sweat adorning their brows, with some trembling so violently they could scarcely walk. That Esuhao paid little mind to this, turning to the girl and asking, Where to next? The crazy roller coaster? Zhu Yan's face lit up with anticipation as she excitedly waved her arms. I've heard from my classmates that the crazy roller coaster simulates an escape from the abyss. With a horde of abyssal monsters pursuing you, surrounded by cliffs and fiery chasms, she suddenly paused, a hint of shyness creeping in as she brushed her bangs aside and gently said, no, if you don't like it. We can skip it. It's nothing, that I'm merely out to unwind, primarily to accompany you. We can indulge in whatever you wish, he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair, fully embracing the role of an older brother, intent on enjoying their time together. Thus, the two traversed most of the amusement park's attractions, until the sun began its descent in the afternoon sky. In a small square adorned with cooing pigeons, they sat resting with their drinks. Observing tourists teasing the pigeons with food, mostly families or young couples. No, thank you for taking a day to accompany me, Zhu Yan said, her cheeks puffed around the straw, her little legs gently swaying, her face radiating uncontainable joy. It's nothing. It's been quite a while since I've had such a relaxed outing, and it feels rather pleasant that we should do this again when time permits. Suhao stretched lazily and approached a nearby vending machine to collect 2 portions of free pigeon feed. Upon returning, he handed one bag to Zhu Yan, tearing open the little paper pouch and scattering the feed on the ground, instantly attracting a flurry of white doves, cooing as they descended before them. These doves were exceedingly familiar with humans, unafraid of their presence, and would perch on one shoulder with just a morsel of food offered. What beautiful white doves! Zhu Yan gently stroked one on its back. The dove, engrossed in pecking at the ground, paid no mind to her hand, boldly hopping on her palm as it continued its search for food. More and more doves gathered around them, gradually enveloping the pair, tilting their heads with eager eyes. Terminal, record. Suhao smiled, commanding his personal terminal to capture the heartwarming scene for future reminiscence. Suddenly, the doves took flight in a flurry, startled by some unseen fright. Suhao furrowed his brow, as he had neither seen nor heard anything alarming. Then a flash of insight struck him, and he quickly logged into the game. Chapter 55. Exposure 1. The sky darkened abruptly. The remnants of the sun hanging in the sky, blood red. By the holy light! As long as the paladin endures, light will persist. All evil shall be vanquished. The familiar chant resounded nearby as a group of silver-armored professionals hurried forth, their presence more radiant than the sun itself, exuding warmth. Leading them was a bald man clad in a robe, walking barefoot, a halo of light glimmering beneath his feet, his eyes sparkling with intensity, making it impossible to maintain eye contact. Following closely behind him was a tall man with a dull expression and a square face, silently trailing the bald man. Upon seeing them, Suhao instinctively recoiled, recognizing these two as his enemies, the master and disciple he had encountered on the burning plains, one of whom he had personally vanquished. Should they discover his phantom form, they would undoubtedly prioritize eliminating him before dealing with their wicked associates. Strangely, the man he had defeated had somehow leveled up, seemingly gaining strength from his demise. Fortunately, the paladins appeared to have other intentions, not sparing him a glance as they surged westward. That direction seemed to lead to the haunted house. And Su Hao instinctively connected the dots, realizing these paladins were seemingly headed towards the malevolent spirit. Boom, as he anticipated, a blinding white light erupted from that location, accompanied by a deep, inky darkness. Shao Ke, the paladins are battling the malevolent spirit. Shall we go witness the spectacle? Su Hao inquired of the girl beside him. Ah, the malevolent spirit. So terrifying now? Zhu Yin hastily shook her head, her expression betraying her lingering fear. Last time, when I was on a quest with my classmates, we encountered a terrifying malevolent spirit, and I had nightmares for 3 consecutive days. Oh, then perhaps you should return. I wish to see the commotion, Su Hao declared, unwilling to miss this opportunity. He too was curious about the secrets concealed within the haunted house. Just be careful. Zhu Yin waved him farewell, watching as his figure gradually disappeared around the corner. She then turned to leave, entering a nearby mall, likely intending to continue her shopping in the illusory realm of the Western Divine Temple ruins. Zorli's face paled as he exclaimed in astonishment, High Priest, a paladin has discovered the hidden arrangements there and has shattered my surveillance eye. Their power is formidable. With a single encounter, they obliterated all of Lord Xiu's previous setups. They are undoubtedly a level 2 powerhouse. The High Priest lowered her gaze, observing the altar, her voice cold as a serpent's venom. Activate the final arrangement. Since we have been discovered, let us surprise them. After all, the ritual is ready, and no one can impede it. Soon, the entire commercial city will transform into our paradise. Yes, a flicker of reluctance crossed Zorli's face, but swiftly morphed into icy resolve as he produced a token and shattered it with force. With his action, the walls and tombs within the haunted house erupted, revealing the menacing monsters within. A chilling, deathly energy seeped forth as 3 terrifying figures brazenly emerged into the city, wantonly unleashing the chaotic, destructive aura of the abyss. Their colossal forms towered over 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height, resembling oversized lizards stripped of flesh, leaving only their ghastly white bones. A row of sharp bone spines adorned their backs, their tails equally lined with spikes, rendering these monsters akin to crafted instruments of war, grotesque and fearsome. Originally drawn here by her scent, I did not expect to encounter the undead earth dragons. The bald, middle-aged man spoke gravely. By the holy light, may all evil be purged, eliminate them. With a mighty roar, he charged forward, his entire being aglow with brilliant golden light, akin to a descending deity, instantly appearing before the monster's head and delivering a powerful punch to its skull. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as his golden fist cracked the monster's skull, sending it into a frenzy, its tail whipping towards him like a lash. The bald man did not flinch. With a single hand, he grasped the lightning-fast tail and, with an astonishing display of strength, hoisted it up and slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath them, clouds of dust rising. The scene was visually exhilarating, leaving the nearby onlookers utterly dumbfounded. That it appeared as though a newborn babe had lifted an adult man, a sight beyond belief. These brutes! Su Hao scoffed, a hint of envy lacing his tone. The bald man belonged to an advanced paladin class known as the ascetic. These individuals underwent extraordinarily arduous training. To put it in perspective, if the difficulty for a regular paladin to join the Holy Knight Order is rated as 1, the difficulty for a regular paladin to become an ascetic is 100. Even within the Second World, the number of ascetic paladin players comprised less than 1/10,000th of the total, owing to the extreme difficulty. They must renounce all desires and temptations, forsaking any allure of the opposite sex, and remaining impervious to worldly distractions, refining their inner selves to an unparalleled purity, leaving only the pursuit of eternal light. Should they succumb to material or sensual temptations, all their training would dissolve into nothingness, rendering them too cowardly to attempt such a grueling path again. Fading into the masses, The rigorous training of this extraordinary class naturally bestowed them with immensely powerful abilities. First and foremost, these individuals possess an indomitable will capable of resisting mental attacks from foes of a higher level. Legendary ascetics have even ventured into the abyss, successfully resisting the charms of the Demon Lord, a deity-level being. Furthermore, they wield no weapons, yet their fists alone can shatter enchanted blades and obliterate fireball spells with ease. The bald man evidently epitomizes a secondary powerhouse, employing his formidable brute strength to confront the monstrous foes directly, akin to the advanced class of a warrior known as a berserker, as he relentlessly pummels the creatures, their skulls shattering under each impactful blow. These savages, Su-Hao couldn't help but mutter again, for the ascetic is the most dreaded adversary for a mage, due to their exaggerated magical resistance which renders spells nearly ineffective. He recalled a previous encounter in the Second World with an ascetic player, where he had been utterly drained of his mana and ultimately forced to flee in disgrace. The battle intensified, with the remaining paladins surrounding the other two monsters, radiant holy light intermittently illuminating the scene. Unfortunately, they lacked the bald man's extraordinary prowess, and several paladins were sent flying by the creature's sweeping tails. With one unfortunate knight even being bitten in half, Bang the ascetic stood atop the slain monster's corpse, breathing heavily. Having dispatched one foe, he wasted no time resting and re-entered the fray. With his involvement, the tide of battle shifted decisively, and the remaining two monsters were swiftly eliminated. Su-Hao gazed hungrily at the fallen bodies, tempted to rush forward and claim the corpses, intent on consuming the residual soul energy, which could potentially augment his spiritual attributes by a couple of points at that moment. The bald man, comforting the injured paladin, seemed to sense Su-Hao's scrutiny and turned his gaze towards him. Beneath those eyes glimmering with flecks of gold, Su-Hao felt as if he were being scorched by flames, his entire being aflame with discomfort. Then the ascetic spoke. "You harbor an aura of malevolence." The resting paladins immediately drew their swords. Perceiving an imminent threat,